guys, it is I, Milka. Welcome back to my channel, NutAeum. It's been a long time coming, you guys. I'm sure you have seen the thumbnail, so you probably know what this is about. But yes, we are doing another future spouse love letter reading. To be honest with you, I've been wanting to do this for quite some time. I know I have candy canes here, but fear not, it is a timeless reading. But yes, I know I've been wanting to do this for quite some time. I mentioned it a while ago, but it just, these particular readings, a lot of energy is put into them. So yes, sometimes there's a bit of delay in getting them to you guys because I don't want to skimp on the quality just to get it out. You know what I mean? But yeah, we've got 4 groups to choose from. I'm super excited to show them to you. But before we begin, let me do my little shameless self-plug and let you guys know that I do custom, I do personal private, well, I can speak. I do personal private readings as well as custom crystal bracelets, which I'm wearing a couple of them. I know these are the main ones I use in my videos recently, but I do have examples of more of them, or just a few more that I have made for clients in the past, in my on my website, in the content on the I can speak. Wow, really. It's on my website. There's a little tab at the top that says bracelets, and there are going to be a couple of images of bracelets that I've made in the past, just a few of them. But yeah, on my website is in the description box below. I also do custom affirmation songs for those of you guys who are familiar. I'm sure you've already seen this little intro part before, but for those of you who are not, here's a little snippet of the latest one that I did post on YouTube. I am enough. I am enough. I am enough. I am enough. I let go of my past. I am ready to move on. And now I accept that I know I am enough. And I also make them custom for clients as well, based on what it is that you are looking to experience or have more of in your life, or embody more, or radiate at, or what you want to reprogram yourself with, right? And also recently, you guys, I have started a vlog channel, which I do other things than just vlog stuff, and it's not as consistent, but I do have a few videos already on there. And I do have the music channel with my affirmation songs and stuff, and my old pick a card readings before I transferred over to this channel. So all of that is going to be in the description box below. My contact information, either through my email or through the contacts page on my website, also in the description box below. And if you guys are interested in reaching out for any of the personal, private practice kind of stuff, you can do that, again, either through the email or the contacts page on my website, all in the description box below. But yes, let us begin the group selection. So, you guys, I'm super excited about this because remember I don't know if you watched the last one, but in the last one, I believe that I mentioned I'm going to be getting more wax to make different wax seals, and I did it. I got more wax, and look, they're marbled. Isn't it beautiful? So this is group 1, is this pink and, well, shades of pink, and there's a little bit of copper bronze in there, but I don't know if you guys can see it. But yeah, so this is group 1. This is the seal for group 1. Okay. For group 2, there is more purple, so it is a purple marbled seal. Okay. For group 3, it is a greenish, pinkish kind of thing, dealio. And for group 4, we have this fusion of blues, yellows, and kind of like a green. All of them are marbled, as you can see. So I'm gonna give you guys a moment to choose your groups, okay? Every letter also received a channeled song. And when I say channeled song, I just mean like I shuffled through my Spotify with the intention of what it is that your future spouse is trying to deliver to you. So we'll get into those within your group. But yeah, I'm gonna give you guys a moment to choose and I'll see you at your reading. Hey group one, so this is your group if you chose this beautiful pink marbled seal. Yeah, and it's got like copper, right? Doesn't that look like copper? Yeah, I was very proud of myself when I came up with this combination. It was my first attempt. I was like, should I do a tester to see like how this whole like mixing types of waxes and stuff works? Maybe whatever. And I didn't. I was just like, you know what, whatever, it'll be what it'll be. And I'm glad it came out beautifully. Okay, so for those of you guys who are new, hi. First of all, let me ring the singing bowl for you. There we go. And I just want to let you guys know that there's going to be like 2 parts to your reading, and I'm going to read the letter from your future spouse as well as read the song too, but I'll read the letter twice, okay? So I read the letter in the beginning of the reading, just with any information that comes through and all of the stuff, so there'll be interruptions. And then at the end of the reading, I read the letter one more time for you guys to have an uninterrupted hearing of it, okay? And off the bat, while I was shuffling the cards, obviously, so when I do the seals and the songs, it's completely random, okay? So I randomly put the song, like I turn the songs upside down, flip them around, and then see which one goes with which letter. When I pick the colors, I also randomize the letters and see what feels right. So I don't know which letter you guys got, but while I was shuffling the cards, something that came through quite a bit. Oh, I just got a chill too, so I'm a little cold. It's interesting. But something that came through quite a bit is, and this is also a piece of wax from your thing, is the fact that your person is very considerate and is very giving, okay? So that is something that came through very prominently. They're very, very giving, and we're gonna see what the cards are because I haven't seen them unless they flipped over while I was shuffling. But I did see that I think in the past they were people who like went out of their way to do the things for either their partners or like people in their lives, you know, like they would go out of their way, like, oh my goodness, I'm craving corn and it's midnight, but I can't go to sleep until I have corn. I don't know what's going on with me. Don't worry, I'll go get the corn, like that kind of dynamic, you know? So it's really sweet, right? So, okay. And I think that the colors of the seals, even though it's done by random, is significant to the reading as well. So this pink is also, it is about love and romance, right? Yes, and look, your person even starts the letter with, my love, okay? And actually, I took some notes. I think I have, while I was writing the letters, like channeling them, yours is the only one that, yeah, yours is the only one that I didn't take any notes for, so that's funny. Okay. My love, it's time for you to get some rest. You've been up and active for some time now. You deserve a break. Are you the only person in the world with a deadline or perfectionism? No. So please, my love, take a break. I'll be here to remind you that it's time to sleep, but I would love to see you care for yourself. So they're basically saying that they'll be here for you to remind you, like, to take care of yourself, but they would love to see you take the initiative in doing so. And I think the fact that what I was telling you earlier about them being super caring is already coming through off the bat, because I think you can see here that they're I definitely feel like with you guys, there might be a bit of mirroring, because what they're telling you to do is what they need to be doing as well, right? Because I just told you in the beginning, like, oh, they keep, they do everything for everybody else, right? So they're kind of, they know, like, yeah, they're basically telling you what they need to be hearing too. So I think you guys probably on some level mirror each other in that sense. That last final thing leads to another and then another until you end up working way overtime or staying up way too late. You can do it tomorrow. It's okay. That's what being kind to yourself is all about. I want to take you to the beach. My hope is that the waves can wash away any stress or anxiety that makes you put so much pressure on yourself. Maybe we can collect some seashells or do anything that will keep us in the present here and now. Honestly, there's so much I want to say to you that I don't think one letter is enough. I love the way your mind works, and I truthfully accept all of your flaws, so please don't stress or worry about that. Maybe we could do a couples massage, go to a steam room or a spa. Maybe we can bake cookies. Yeah, so sorry if I'm reading it kind of weird. I don't know. It's a little hard for me to see the letters for some reason, the way it's reflecting. But yes, so again, they're very sweet, right? That's the biggest thing that's coming through. And they do have, like, I'm wondering if there's any Neptune energy that comes through for them, because there is something about, or like Venus, because I am seeing like a romanticized version of love. Even this, like this combination with the copper and all of this stuff, it makes me think of Venus. Not the planet, but like the being, right? The energy. But yeah, so it keeps coming through with them too, and they feel like a pure heart, a pure person. But yes, I've experienced a really stressful work environment, so I now take my time off of work very seriously. I've always wanted to try gardening. Maybe we can have our own backyard garden. The only poop on our food will be the poop we put on it. I mean, like fertilizer and stuff. Technically speaking, isn't dirt just worm poop? I started meditating recently, and I've been reading a lot of books. I want to keep my mind sharp and agile. I'm also trying to cut back on TV because it's not really adding to my life. If things don't add to your life, do they subtract from it? Things to ponder until our next meeting, hee hee hee. Love, your very special person, blank. Okay, that was sweet. So also, I guess we can see, I'll set your letter to the side for now, that your person is very into self-improvement. And I did really feel, there's something about them that's kind of like a breath of fresh air, right? So there's like a breeziness to them, and it's refreshing. They're just refreshing, just like that purity, you know. I don't think they're not into games. They're not into making you second guess or anything along those lines. It's just, I think that the sensation that I get from them and what a relationship with them would feel like is, it's not like anything from before, because there's no drama, there's no complication. You guys are open with each other, okay? And the song that came through for you is Be My Baby by Gareth Durlop. Okay, I'm gonna set that to the side. I'll read you guys the lyrics. I have them pulled up here. Give me one sec. Also, I'm sorry about the dog barking. But yes, so we have, the night we met, I knew I needed you so. And if I had the chance, I'd never let you go. So what would you say? Oh, sorry. So would you say you love me? I'll make you so proud of me. We're going to turn it every place we go. Won't you please be my little baby? Say you'll be my darling, be my baby now. I'll make you happy, baby. Just wait and see. For every kiss you give me, I'll give you 3. Oh, since the day I saw you, I have been waiting for you. You know I will adore you till eternity. Oh, won't you please be my little baby? Say you'll be my darling, be my baby now. Oh, won't you please be my little baby? Say you'll be my darling, be my baby now. And you know what? With the dog barking during this whole session, there is a sense of excitement, which I think maybe you guys could have even possibly felt at the parts where your spouse was like, oh, let's do this, and maybe we can try this and this. So, and they did mention that they're excited to talk to you and there's too much to talk about. So I think they could also have like a bit of a chatty personality. Again, they're easygoing. I think you will not be bored with them. But yeah, there's like a chatty aspect that's coming through here. And even in the song that was chosen, right? Like you can see the sincerity there. Like it's very sweet. For every kiss you give me, I'll give you 3, right? So it's like this person is definitely a giver and an over-giver at that. I feel like that correlates as well. Okay. Hopefully the dog barking is not too loud for you guys. I really hope that's the case. But let's get into your reading. So like I said, it's going to be 2 portions. One is going to be more so about them, any kind of information we get, maybe about a little bit of their history and whatever else. And then the second portion will be what your relationship will look like and any messages from them to you. Okay? So we've got Strength, the Hermit, Death. Yeah, your person has done some healing or is on the path of doing so now or is getting ready to, because while I was shuffling the first tarot cards, I didn't see death while I was shuffling. And then it ended up falling out, I guess. And I saw the 6 of Swords and I saw the 4 of Swords, and all of those cards to me are like moving on, transitioning and healing into something that's better for you. Oh, there it is. Oh my gosh, it came out in this deck, the 6 of Swords. So interesting. And we also have the Hierophant. Oh my goodness, Death again. Wow, yeah, they're really going through a divine transformation right now. Okay, we have the 5 of Pentacles. That's got to do with the... I'm already like getting into the reading here. The Hierophant again. Oh my gosh, wow. Wow, okay. And then we have Justice. Oh, no, I'm sorry. That's Judgment. I'm sorry, not Justice, Judgment. I'm like, something's not right there. And that, wow, Judgment again. You guys, there's so many repeating cards. This is incredible. And the people on here are Tannhauser and Elizabeth. Yes. Okay, so Judgment again. Amazing. You have the 6 of Cups. The 3 of Coins. We also have the 4 of Cups. Yeah, I see that. The Magician. The 10 of Swords. The 9 of Wands. Okay. Now this is where it starts getting hard to find space for things. So we'll see how things will need to be moved around. Okay. A moment, my friends. Actually, I think I can put you guys here. Especially for the first group, since, you know, this is my first layout of the cards. It's always going to be like, oh, how can I... Because you guys actually got an extra one of these, so I decided to honor that and keep it. Hopefully you can see that enough. Yeah, okay. Then you have Virgo. Interesting, because I'll show you why in a second. Cancer. You know what? Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Leo. Virgo again, the light attribute. And Cancer again, the light attribute. And you guys, on the bottom of this deck, the shadow attribute is Virgo. So there's almost like 3 Virgo things coming in. So it's interesting that for them, it's like acts of service are kind of a big dealio, because it just makes complete sense, you know, in this reading. So I think that's pretty cool. Okay, give me a sec, you guys. I'm gonna take a sip of water. Okay. All right, let's see. So this is more so about your person. We're going to be looking into who they are, just a little bit about them, their traits, their shadow and light attributes for you guys. The biggest attributes that came out were light attributes, which I think indicate, like, it emphasizes again that they really are a pure soul. Which is something that I mentioned to you guys, right? Like, there's something about them that feels very pure. So even the shadow attribute for Virgo did not actually come out. It was just on the bottom of the deck. So it's just showing how it can be a little too much and whatever. But yes, we'll look into that as well. Okay. And then this is going to be their history in regard, like, this is about their past. This is their dating history, and everything else is about them. So yes, as I was saying before, it feels like they have a very faded life. I didn't mention that, but what I did mention before is that they're on a healing journey. But it does feel like they have a very faded life because they have repeats of a lot of things. So I actually think that the lessons that they're learning in this lifetime are also lessons that they needed to learn in a previous lifetime. Okay, so I do feel like part of it is karmic, especially when it comes to like overgiving and not receiving enough. Yeah, it's like, it's not that they have a lack mindset, because that's not necessarily what I'm seeing with this Five of Pentacles. This just feels more like they give, and then there's like an empty vessel left. Okay, even on the bottom of the deck here, we're gonna get into the love stuff, but with this Five of Arrows, the first thing that I saw, this was the first indicator for me that this person is always stuck over giving. Like, I'm getting this is other people and this is your person, and you see this, your person has given them already like 4, 5 arrows right there, right? They don't even have enough space in their hands to hold them anymore, but they're like, but you know, I want more. And your person's like, oh, more? Okay, I'm off to get them for you, you know? So it feels like that's something, like, it's not the nicest way of putting it, but like your person is a chronic overgiver, I think. And your person is very intelligent, and I think they have a very sharp mind, and they're very quick-witted, they're very funny. But again, it's like, it's not that they never get acknowledgement, because I feel like their friends acknowledge them. And again, this does feel more like past energy, but it almost seems like they don't seek acknowledgement from other people, so they don't receive it, even though they do a bunch of things that require, like, that on a normal basis would require acknowledgement, or not require, but like would encourage acknowledgement, right? It's like, is it a self-worth thing? Is it a self-worth thing? Because again, I think maybe because they are such a pure soul, and everything they do is coming from a pure intending place. So they're not actively seeking acknowledgement. They're not doing something nice for somebody to have something nice being given in return. But because they have this kind of as a trait, because they have this as a trait, the issue becomes that in relationships, if they're in a relationship with the wrong person, whether it's a friendship or a romantic relationship or even a family relationship, then they end up getting taken advantage of without them realizing it, and they would continue to give anyway. So I think that was the reason why they did a lot of overworking. They mentioned in their letter, right, that they had a job where they had to do a lot of extra overtime work. And I think it finally dawned on them. That's why I'm saying it feels like a karmic lesson, which is why there are a lot of repeats of things like the Hierophant and Death and Judgment, right? These are kind of big cards. The repeats are the major arcana cards. And then Virgo. Virgo is work ethic, and it's also the amount of effort that you put into something. Well, I guess work ethic, right? But work ethic doesn't always have to refer to the effort and energy that you put into work and the way that you work. It can also be the effort that you put into relationships and into other aspects of your life. And we can see with all of that Virgo and all of that Cancer, right? It's like it is a commitment for them to give, to be kind, to nurture. And in the past they had suffered for it, because you even have Leo and then Strength, right? So that's, I didn't notice that the first time, but it's almost like another repeat here, because Leo and Strength, so there's a line in both of them. Strength does have Leo energy here, and yeah, again, it feels like they have a very powerful and kind and pure heart. Let me see what else I'm getting here too for you guys. I do feel like a lot of people come to your person for advice and for help. And again, your person has gotten better. They have gotten better, okay? That's why I'm saying it was like a karmic lesson. It doesn't mean that they had to experience this lesson with you. It feels like they're on their own journey right now in regards to overcoming that. And they mentioned it, how they're kind of working on self-improvement. But yeah, it feels like now when people come to them, instead of doing something for them right away or just taking on a task, they'll be like, you know what, I'm kind of busy right now. Can we talk about it again next week? You know, like it feels like that. Like it feels like they've started delegating more. I do feel like they have, again, the word pure and like vibrant and bright comes to mind. So I feel like that's the energy that is around them. It is surrounding them. It's like their essence, you know, their soul essence, and it shines through very brightly. And I think a lot of people can see that. That's why people turn to them a lot. That's why people, like people can sense that basically. And you definitely will be able to sense that. When you see your person, when you guys encounter each other for the first time, you're going to be able to look at that person and be like, wow, this person is a giver. And you know what? One of the words that came to mind even before giver was provider. Okay, so it feels like your person is a provider, like their essence is that of a provider. Like, you know what? Actually, I'm looking at these two cards too on the bottom of the deck, and we have 9 of Coins and Justice. And this 9 of Coins makes me think of the 5 of Arrows that I showed you earlier, where it's like your person would want to pamper you guys, okay? Like that's their love language. That's their love style. They love to give. They love to pamper. They love to, yeah, I guess maybe they're also into gift giving as well. And like acts of service and gift giving, because they love to pamper, you know, the person that they care about. So, and here we have Justice, and I think this is actually talking about where they're going to be now, like where they're going to be when you guys come together. And that's because this Justice card is making me think that they're going to be more balanced, and they're not going to be sticking around in a relationship where they don't feel an energy, like energetic reciprocity to their generosity. Okay, like they don't feel like they won't stick in a relationship where they don't feel like they're receiving in return. Okay, so they're not expecting to receive in the same form, because you know what, though I'm seeing gift giving as something for them that they like to do, and that's part of the way that they express their love language. That's one of their expressive love languages. I feel like their receiving love language is more so, even though they don't do things for acknowledgement, when they do get acknowledgement, it feels good because they were so used to not receiving it before, right? So it feels nice when someone takes a moment to be like, thank you, you know? So for them, that's their form of receiving love language. It's like acknowledgement. And what would that be considered? Would that be like words of affirmation, I guess? But yeah, for them, it's like spending time together, and words of affirmation are the way that they feel that they receive. Like that's the way that they feel loved, right? That's their receiving love. Giving, it's gift giving and acts of service. Yeah, interesting. I wasn't expecting love languages to come up here. But yeah, let's talk a little bit about these cards here now. This is more so the history, or like your person's past we'll talk about. And it's not romantic. That particular part feels more like their youth and like them growing up and who they are as a person. So give me one moment. I'm just trying to analyze the Four of Cups here. With the Magician, again, I'm seeing somebody who has a pure heart. I feel like on some level, because people sense that they are a provider just from their energy, I feel like that energy was something that was present even when they were younger. But it's almost like just because something is your soul's essence doesn't mean that it doesn't tire you out, right? Because you have a physical body and it's a physical 3D experience. So it's almost like how they say you can't embody all of your soul, right, in the 3D reality. You know what I mean? So it feels kind of like that. And that's what I feel like with this Magician card. Like their essence is that provider, is that person who can do all of the things to help people. But they weren't necessarily capable, like they didn't have the strength maybe, or the capability to help as much as they wanted to, even though they would still help, right? But like the energetic capacity that they were lacking to do so. So I hope you guys are, I don't know why I'm speaking kind of weird in this reading, this whole reading. So I'm sure it'll come to me as to why that's happening, but I believe it must be correlated to the reading because I'm talking real weird. At least that's how it feels like to me. And not like the sound of my voice, but the way that I'm wording things and how difficult it is sometimes to express certain not difficult, but like finding the right words. But yeah, so I think that's even why these cards are kind of spread out in the way that they've been placed. Like these two are elevated, these two are lower. I feel like this is, again, like that Magician is part of their core, their essence. Like a master manifestor, a creator, a provider in that sense too. And they are, again, because so many people turn to them, so they were the ones kind of paving the path or doing the work. There is an aspect of leader energy here, though I wouldn't say that they turn to leadership positions often. Like it almost feels like a hidden leader, you know, like somebody in the background that people go to. But this person is, I think also because they're not like seeking spotlight energy. Maybe that's also why it's coming across that way, because even with that like secret leader energy, it's like it's there, people sense it, but because they're not looking to be a leader, they just want to help people if they need help, it feels more kind of like in the background. And honestly, I think because it was part of like their soul's essence, right? Not being able to do this kind of thing with like helping people and giving, for them makes it feel like, especially in the past, there's no other purpose in life. And I feel like that mindset is a karmic thing as well. Maybe they were like a monk or like something in another life. That's kind of what it feels like. Like I'm feeling some kind of Buddhist monk type energy. It could have been one of their past incarnations or something, because that's what it, yeah, like there's this sensation of if I'm not of service to the world, or like by giving and like being that unconditional loving state, even if it's not a Buddhist monk, I'm getting like what I'm saying right now doesn't resonate with the Buddhist monk. I still got like Buddhist monk at some point, like, oh, what is that term? Oh my gosh, I have to Google it, because there's a okay, no, I have to Google it because I don't know what it is, but I think it's really correlated to Buddhism. Oh, nope, that's not. Hold on one sec, guys. That's not the word that I'm heard in my head, but the spelling looks kind of accurate. Wow. Yeah. Okay. What is it? Bodhisattva. Bodhisattva. Not the word I was hearing in my head, but when I look at it, that's what I'm seeing. And yeah, Bodhisattva or something like that. I'm not sure how it's pronounced, but on Google it says that it is. It refers to anyone who has generated. Okay, that's not it. Hold on. A person who is able to reach nirvana, but delays doing so out of compassion in order to save suffering beings. Yes, I knew I had to look up the word. I was like, I feel like I really have to look it up. Oh my gosh, that is the thing. So I guess it was kind of like that Buddha. That's why I was getting that Buddhist energy. I was like, well, I don't know, because isn't there detachment with that? But I'm getting that compassion and like, what is the point if you can't be so yes, oh my gosh, wow, that's so exciting. That it was so exactly on point. Yeah, that's what it kind of feels like. So it's like what is the point of achieving that enlightenment or achieving or having this greatness if you can't put it to use in helping people with that compassion, right? So it's almost like shooting yourself in the foot in order to be able to, like, instead of like, yes, exactly like that definition, right? Instead of achieving enlightenment, coming back because so many people were suffering out of compassion, because what is the point of just doing it on your own when you want to uplift together? And that's kind of what it feels like here. Yes, because the magician is a master. So it's like there's this master soul that was like, well, what's the point of being a master if everyone is... This feels like it's literally describing that whole definition of that word. Wow. I mean, I know this kind of stuff happens all the time in readings, but like, it still amazes me every time. So yeah, so that feels like it's talking about their past, but I guess, like I was saying, it seems like it's also coming in from past life energy. So I feel like this time around, yes, they're still compassionate and they're still giving, but I think in this lifetime, they're not meant to be shooting themselves in the foot, so to speak, but they're not meant to hold themselves back. Like, help with the people around you, but don't let it be the reason you're holding yourself back anymore. Wow. I need a pause for that. That was wow. Okay. So you guys have got quite an incredible person, I will say. Yeah, and I think that's why it's their nature. And I think that's why remember I was mentioning that purity? The purity and that like love and compassion and wanting to like being caring and all of this stuff that comes from their soul, that radiates from it. I feel like that, yeah, like that definition is just perfect. I feel like it's correlated to that too. They like cultivated their soul's essence and energy lifetimes ago in this like Buddhist like lifetime, I guess, that they carry that divinity, that essence of near divinity, or actually everything is divine, right? But like we'll call it near divinity just for reference, because they almost made it to, it's kind of like in Hercules, the Disney version where he goes to Olympus and he was completely fully made a god at the end, you know, but he chose to be human to be with Meg. It kind of feels like that, but not exactly, but like that aspect of like they basically were like at 99 or 98% buffering to become a god, or to reach enlightenment, right? That whole essence of existence as divinity and God itself. But at the like 98% to 99% mark, they're like, no, let me go help the people, right? So they're not meant to hold themselves back anymore. It's like, because they reached that 99% though, or 98%, it feels more like 98%. Like they still carry that as a part of their soul's essence, you know? So like you can feel that energy around them, which is why they have such an unconditionally loving and like light presence. Like people love being around them. I'm sure kids love them too. And animals probably feel at ease around your person as well, okay? And remember, I was mentioning mirroring with you guys, so I think that this is something that you guys could have done together. So it's quite possible that what I'm saying about this person with that energy stuff and like that fancy word that I don't think I can say again unless I look at it again, but I feel like you guys could have had some kind of similarity with each other there, or maybe you guys knew each other, and I don't know, there is some kind of tie there, but it's not about your past life anymore. It's about what you guys are heading into now, right? So now let's take a look down here a little bit more before we move forward with the rest of the reading. Yeah, even with the judgment, yeah, like the Hierophant being that divinity that we were talking about, death and rebirth, right? Like that transformation. Hermit can be that self-reflection, that enlightenment, right? And death, again, it's like the transcendence is death. I think I said that. I think I specifically used the words transcendence earlier, but I'm not sure. And then the Hierophant, whenever I see the Hierophant, it makes me think of God, or like speaking to God, or like there's an essence of God or that divinity. So we have that. And even here we have Osiris, or Osar here, which is like a god of death and rebirth, I guess you could say, because he came back to life, right? And the two judgment cards, it's like the divine beings up there looking down and kind of like, it is time for you to ascend, just like I was saying with the Hercules example. Wow, this kind of stuff makes me so excited. But yes, okay, back to the reading. Okay. Yeah, this is kind of like how your person is in love. And again, with that judgment card, the judgment card makes me think of this judgment card, which makes me think of that whole thing that we talked about like that compassion. And in the past, like that being the reason why it's like how Hercules chose love over, in the Disney cartoon, chose love over, what is it, nirvana, right? Or over ascension, we'll say. And it feels like in love, your person is kind of now going with somebody who can go with them. But with the Six of Cups, I mean, look, there's something so beautiful about this. I love the Six of Cups. I would say it's one of my favorite tarot cards, especially of the minor arcana. And it's just so sweet. And again, it feels like your person is so sweet. I mentioned them having a romantic aspect to them. And you know what? Something that I didn't say, but I was thinking when I was talking about how these colors make me think of Venus, one of the first things that I thought of was the higher heart chakra. Okay, so there are 7 major chakras according to Vedic, chakra system. But other cultures have different chakra amounts and different chakra points, and then there are subcategories, and some people say that there aren't just 7 chakras, there's like 11 or something, or is it 12 or something like that, either 11 or 12. But amongst the system that has like a little bit more. One of them is the higher chakra, the higher heart chakra, which is slightly above the regular heart chakra, right? And that color tends to be like a magenta, or you could say pink, because some people associate green and pink. So green is associated with the heart chakra, and some people also associate pink with it. But if you're going with the heart chakra and the higher heart chakra, then the green is with the heart chakra and the pink is the higher heart chakra. And that one is where they say that Christ love is, that like Jesus love, right? That kind of compassion and love for humanity and for all. It's the higher love. So your person has that. And I thought of the higher heart chakra, and I should have said it. I don't know why I didn't, but well, there you go. Everything in its right timing, right? But yes, it also feels like your person really is really big on building foundations. So it's interesting, right? So they're very sweet in love. They want to build foundations, and I think they enjoy the pace and the flow of life and a relationship. So they're not trying to necessarily rush a relationship. I don't think they're going about a romantic relationship, especially with you guys, for example, and they're just like, we need to get married right away. You know, it just kind of feels like all that other stuff is, remember how they're saying like the practice of being in the present? You guys, that's part of their past life, that lesson, that incarnation that they just came in with from that past life, right? That Buddhist whatever, thing with the whole come back to the present. The only thing that's real is the present, Wow. But yeah, like they are pure, they are very joyful and all of this stuff, but they're not rushing the relationship. It's just about enjoying the time with. It's just about like they mentioned there, the present, right? The present moment, just enjoying each other's company, loving with each other now. And I think that's what allows them to love so deeply too. Oh, I forgot to pull one of these. Also, let me see what else I'm getting here, guys. And I'm shuffling cards for the next section because I realized I forgot to shuffle a deck, which is kind of important for the next section. Yeah, so I feel like they like to build foundations, and it's not that they're really slow moving, it's just they allow things to unfold naturally. They do what feels right in the moment, So, because again, it's more pure than what our world considers, what our current 3D world considers to be the stereotypical standard way of doing things. Okay, I guess you guys are going to get 3 cards because y'all are special. All right, so that's for the next part of the reading though. But yes, okay, and we already talked about Virgo, so I think it's interesting, right? Like we were talking about work ethic, but it takes effort, right? To get to a point where you can be in a place of ascension, right? Cultivating your energy, it takes discipline and effort, and you can see that with Virgo as something that they just brought into this lifetime as their core essence, but they just applied in different ways in this lifetime. Yeah, I also feel like they love creating together. So when it comes to romantic relationships, remember how I said they receive love through one of their ways of the love language where they receive love is spending time with each other. So I am seeing that coming through strongly again here. Like they love doing things together. When they're in a relationship, it's like they're still individual souls, right? And hearts, but they just love to intermingle and dance as if they're intertwined together. That's kind of the vibe it feels like here. Like your person is very much not in, even though I mentioned like a slightly romantic aspect with where it makes me think of like Neptune, but it's not to the point where you lose yourself in each other. It feels like your person still believes that everybody should still be an individual, but they love the process of how when you're in a relationship or in love with someone, again, it's kind of like this dance of hearts, this dance of spirits and souls, where they're so close and so interwoven that it looks like they're one, but they are two wholes creating a single thing together. You know, they're two wholes coming together to create a greater single thing. You get what I'm saying? So it's like not about people being halves of a whole. And I think for some of you guys, that's also really important, because I just heard in my head, like, okay, good, because I'm not trying to be half of an anything, you know? So I don't think that's for everyone, but I do feel like there's at least one person out there who was a little concerned about like something clingy, or being a little afraid of losing yourselves in the connection, and having a connection like that, like where both parties lose themselves in it. This person is not about losing themselves in a connection. That's why I was saying it's like they give just to give. Most people, when they give on some level, they're seeking acknowledgement, whether it's subconscious, usually, right? Just psychologically speaking, usually, not always, but usually people who overgive on some level, they do it because it comes from a sense of inadequacy, or they're looking for like, and because of that inadequacy, they're looking for acknowledgement, right? Or they're looking for acknowledgement because they didn't receive enough of it before. So it tends to be a subconscious driving force for quite a few people when it comes to overgiving and stuff, right? I just want to do this to make sure that you accept me, right? But with your person, I think I said it earlier too, like off the bat, I felt like that's not the case. It is a dynamic that can be taken advantage of, but your person is seeking balance in that connection, because we do have judgment. We talked about the justice here, right? And your person is not looking to be, that's why they have that self-realization. That's why they were able to, on their own, without you guys coming into union, realize that they need a break, that they need to stop over giving, right? So yeah. Okay, so that's this section here. So let's move on into the next section of your reading. Okay. Wow, no wonder, you guys, your person is so pure. I was sensing that light, but I was like, it's not like a pure soul, like a baby, you know, it doesn't feel like it was a first lifetime or something. But like the whole, whatever that word is, Bodavista or Bodhistava or whatever it was, just makes so much more sense. Pure as in like somebody who's been cleaning their soul for enlightenment, for ascension. So that makes sense. I feel like your person is also very wise, you know. I think they're wise because it seems as though like they feel very wise to me, honestly. And I think it's because they carry that wisdom, right? They carry that, what they've engraved in themselves through those sacred practices all those lifetimes ago. So I think that's pretty cool. But yes, I'm going to show you the cards now as well for the next portion. We're going to be looking at what your relationship will look like, as well as messages from your future spouse to you, in addition to any messages from divine or whatever else needs to come through if it comes through. And also, what will be the biggest obstacle in your relationship? So like the biggest lesson in your relationship, an obstacle where maybe your egos get triggered the most, or maybe the hardest thing for you to overcome to truly be open with each other, kind of thing. Okay, so we've got, oh, look at that, how beautiful, golden time. This is about what your relationship will look like. So that's a beautiful first card. And then we have the Queen of Cups. Dream. Look how sweet that is. Yes. Okay. Then we have the number 22, touching one another. The number 47, failure. 47 also adds up to 11. The number 21 with betraying jealousy. Oh, there's something on the card. Okay. Then we also have the Emperor. You guys, this is the part where it started being like the message from your person, and this Emperor card came out first, and I saw it, and I just felt so much joy from this and so much sweetness. Like, I was like, oh my goodness, this person is so sweet. And again, the Emperor is that like provider card, you know, and it's just, it's so sweet. But yes, so there is the Emperor. Then we have the Two of Wands. The Page of Wands, the Four of Wands. Earlier disappointments were just rehearsal for the great stuff coming your way. Never regret love, no matter how blind. It improved your vision, no matter how foolish. It made you wiser, and no matter how generous, it made you more. Hubba hubba. The universe. Okay, then we have turn on your love light. Sometimes the best way to remain sane is love like crazy. Works for me, the universe. Oh, I forgot to put these cards away. Lol. They're just so comfortably there that I forgot to put them away. Yeah, okay. That gives us more space to put other things, because I was like, I don't know how I'm going to get everything here. Okay, then we have the Divine Director, intervention and purpose. Divine intervention is occurring. Know that you are being guided. Happiness is your purpose. Remember how I even said earlier too, this is a message for you guys, but I mentioned earlier, like your person has, what did I say? Like a big purpose or like there's a lot of divine presence in their life, like something about like that. I don't know. Okay. Can you see these cards? Yes, you can. Okay. And then we have the Tear, the Nectar, and the Prayer. Okay. Give me a moment, you guys. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, I'm back. So, I don't know why I do that when for you it'll literally be like a second. For me, I'm like gone for however long I'm gone for. But anyway, first let's take a look at what your relationship is going to look like. So, you have beautiful cards talking about the kind of relationship that you guys are going to have with Golden Time, Dream, and the Queen of Cups. It does feel like there is a past life connection here for sure, because this Queen of Cups is making me think of like reminiscing on the old times, reminiscing on the past with joy, with love. There is a sense of like nostalgia associated with the union, and sometimes there's more sadness that can be traced with that emotion of nostalgia, but in this case I'm not seeing it as sadness. It's just kind of like it's nice to talk about what we experienced before and to keep moving forward. Remember what I said earlier, like it's not about the past with you guys, it's about where you are now and like moving forward. But I do feel like there is that acknowledgement of whatever was in the past between you guys in the past life and whatnot. With Golden Time, I mean, this is beautiful. Like, I don't know if this is true or not, so don't quote me on this, you know, but this is making me think of like the Golden Time is making me think of like a ginkgo tree, and I don't know what they represent, but for some reason like seeing this is making me think of like longevity. Okay, so I don't know if ginkgo trees actually represent that, but for me, I'm getting longevity from it. So I feel like your connection, it's something that even if you guys were to reincarnate again, I feel like you guys would come together again, you know? So it feels like this connection is meant to kind of surpass just this lifetime, even still. Even if after this lifetime it was just ascension or whatnot, it would be together. But I feel like there is this desire for your souls to come together again, even after this incarnation. And it also feels like the relationship itself, it feels like you guys are going to have like it's not just like you're gonna enjoy 20 or 30 years together and that's it, you know. So I don't know how old you guys are currently, but you know, I'm not here predicting life and death and whatnot, but it feels like sometimes, because of, you know, the age that humans in the 3D can live to at the moment, and, you know, depends on the person to person basis, a relationship can be cut short, right? So there can be this concern that, like, I don't have a worry that it takes 5 years for us to meet. I don't mind waiting. I just worry that now, instead of us getting to spend like 30 years together, turns into 25, you know, something along those lines, or like 50 years together turns into 40 or 30, depending on how long it takes for us to come to union. Like something a lot, like, it feels like a technical thought, but something along those lines, you know. But I feel like for you guys are gonna get to spend, you're going to get into a nice old age, you know. I'm not predicting life and death here, but it feels like there's this energy here, like you guys are going to get to go into a nice old age together. And it feels like all the years together are the golden years, you know. And I think you guys are also going, yeah, that dog barking I think is confirmation, because I feel like that's what your person, your spouse, is like hoping for as well. So if you guys have those thoughts, I feel like they think that way too. So it's kind of like if they were able to hear this, it would be nice as well. But I think they try not to think about it too much. But yeah, I also feel like there is a lot, again, your connection is full of so much love, and there is romance, and there is this sort of whimsy about your connection. Like there's something like whimsical, you know. I feel like you guys create, like you have visions or dreams of what you would like your life to be together. The beauty of this connection is that the direction that you guys want to move towards is the same. Even if you experience it in different ways individually, the direction is the same, which is why you guys get to have a long-lasting connection, right? The issue with some couples that were together for a long time that end up breaking up is because their desires and changed, and their desires and for the outcome of their life and where they want to be in the direction of their life, right? Can change as people differ, you know, like people change as they age, and sometimes they change apart. So like it makes them grow apart. But for you guys, I feel like the direction you're heading in is the same. So it's not like, you know, some people have this like huge passion, right? Like a huge passionate start, like a bang to their connection and relationship. And I don't feel like that's necessarily going to be the case for you guys. I mean, yes, there's going to be passion between the two of you, but it doesn't feel like a huge passionate start. And again, like I just was shown this sunshiny card, right? It's like you guys are skipping past what some people consider to be a beginning phase of a connection, and you're skipping past right into this golden age, the golden era, to the part of the relationship where it's like the good part, the part that people wait a few years to get to. And again, I'm not saying that it's like a boring thing or whatnot. It's just because it's not boring at all. It's just like, this is the beauty of being in a relationship. The benefits of being in a relationship, right, are what you guys are skipping into. And I apologize again, you guys, for the dog barking. I'm really hoping that it's not too loud on the camera. But yeah, so the direction of your life seems to be the same. And I feel like when you guys are together, like individually, you try to have this like dreamy view of the world, not delusional, but like seeing the with rose tinted glasses in a way that benefits you to see the world beautifully, right? But together, it's like you guys are really seeing the world in the most beautiful scope, in the most beautiful lens, with real like tinted glasses, you know, that only make everything feel like a miracle or blessing. And it's beautiful. And though I did talk about passion, like you guys not having like the type of passion that some people are just feel like a bomb exploded in front of them. But to be honest with you guys, that's actually a good thing, because most of the time, not always, but most of the time, that kind of passion can indicate karma. Okay, so there's something that draws you guys to each other so passionately because there's karma to work out. So it's good that it's not like that. Again, it's not to say that like there isn't passion at all, because there is. And behind, underneath all of it is a beautiful, very deep, unyielding, and it would be an undying love and, unconditional love for each other. So that's another reason why in the letter your person says that they accept and love every part of you, even your flaws, because it's just that is the core, the essence of your connection, is that like thread of unconditional, undying, again, that word like undying love, right? Like there's the sense of longevity. Let me look up what a ginkgo tree represents, because I'm getting it as like longevity and hold on, let's see. Ginkgo tree. It's a symbol of peace and hope, aiding to its continued presence throughout human history. Oh, okay. Yes, there it is. Religions in all three religions. Okay, ginkgo as a sacred tree and a symbol. Okay, I see. Religions in all three of whatever countries view ginkgos as a sacred tree and a symbol of resilience, health, and longevity. So I was right. So what came through was correct. And it can also signal a period of control and balance. Yeah, which goes, I didn't 100% know I don't remember coming across that meaning, but I just have this association that ginkgo trees are associated with longevity. I don't know why, but it was coming through here. And I think the meanings that we were talking about were really coming through here as well. So I don't know if this is actually a ginkgo tree or not. It looks like one to me, only because of how yellow everything is, okay? But yeah, so I feel like there is this emphasis here on that, in that regard, for your connection. But yeah, so that being said, like the passion is not the driving factor, the driving force, and the thing that makes this connection worthwhile, because passion is something that most of the time, not always, but most of the time, it eventually fades, and what's left was the core or foundation, or what was underneath it all from the beginning, and for you guys, it is that beautiful unconditional love. So that's actually a blessing. One sec, guys, I'm gonna turn off the heat because I know it's gonna be really loud on the camera. Okay, that's gonna take a moment to shut off, but yeah. So that's what the connection feels like, honestly, what your relationship seems like to me and what it feels like through these three cards. And it's very beautiful, this is like a real companion for life. And that's the word, it's a companion for life. Yes, there is a romance there. There is a dreaminess there. There's romanticizing life together. There's a lot of love and compassion, but it's beautiful, But yeah, okay. Touching one another. This is cute. So that's what I was saying. Like, even though we were talking about like it's not like passion driven, this connection, this touching one another card is actually very sweet, because I'm not seeing it even in a sexual sense. This doesn't seem like, and it's not to say that you guys aren't going to have good sex or anything, because that's not it at all. It's going to be very, that will have passion, and, you know, there will be love there and so much depth, because it's like truly being able to look at each other and accept each other completely for everything, you know. But what I'm seeing here is tenderness. Okay, like here, let me see if I can pick it up. Like, look at how tender this touch is. That's what it feels like with touching one another. It's like you guys will be touching one another's souls, you know, like the amount of tenderness that your partner handles you with is so sweet. And that's kind of what seems to come through with your partner as well, in regards to what kind of a relationship, like what they're like in a relationship. Like we saw that with, where is it? Hold on, let me see if I can find it again. Yeah, you see, it's like, yes, he's hugging her, but there is still tenderness there, you know. It's not aggressive. It feels like if she wanted to keep moving forward, she would be able to. So, because actually she's the one holding on to his hand, you know, so she is in control. So it feels like there is a certain tenderness when it comes to love with your person. And yeah, it's just showing that tenderness in the connection and the relationship. It's very sweet. And then let me see the other two cards. I do feel like one thing that maybe we're gonna even see it here, but that you guys may be kind of struggling with in the connection will be trust. Okay, I mean, yes, it takes a certain sense of vulnerability to be in a connection with someone, in a relationship with someone, right? It takes vulnerability to open up, to be able to actually consider it a real romantic relationship and partnership and whatnot. But I feel like with you guys, even though this person, it's not that this person comes on strong, because it doesn't feel like this person is coming on strong. What it seems like more so to me is that they're unwavering. So it's like they're not going to timidly walk towards you. They're more so going to take a step towards you. And if that for you, and it's not like they're going to keep approaching you to the point where you feel scared. Like I'm saying, it's more like they're going to take a step towards you and give you a moment to adjust. Take another step towards you, give you another moment to adjust. So I feel like there is still a little bit of fear in this connection, especially coming in from you guys, because I think it could be something from the past, or it could, whether it's karmic or past life or an actual relationship, whether it was romantic, family, friends, whatever it may be in this incarnation, in your past, that, or multiple scenarios, right, where I think you have been hurt, and you've been hurt before, okay, by people who are supposed to care about you. And so your spouse coming towards you with a step that is unwavering, right, where it's kind of like, it's not a like, I don't know, but I'm gonna try. It's literally like I'm taking a step towards you. It's actually really healthy. So again, it's not aggressive. It doesn't feel invasive on its own. But for someone who has this kind of an experience in the past, this kind of hurt experience in the past, or betrayal by someone who was supposed to be a caring figure in their life, I feel like that unwavering step can be intimidating for you guys initially. It could be a little like scary, like maybe even it could even be something that you want, but once you're presented with it in actuality, in the 3D, I think it can feel intimidating. Yeah. So the way that you would be able to tell that it's your person and not just somebody else is because I mean, there's also going to be other things that you guys will have to, you'll feel it out. You know, I feel like this is something you'll feel out. This is something that's why I'm saying, like, it's not like you guys get swept away with passion with this person, but it's going to take a little bit of time for you to feel like you can really open yourself up. Like your heart is a flower and you're opening that flower for this person. And this person is like a flower, a professional flower holder. You know, their hands are meant to hold the sacred lotus flower that is your heart and soul. So it's like they're not going to rush because they know that maybe this particular flower takes time to blossom. So again, it's like that's why I was saying they're not going to be in a rush to marry you or whatever. They don't care about the formalities of the 3D world. For them, it's just about the connection and how beautiful and sacred and pure it is and the love that they feel. So it's not to say that they're not going to marry you or whatever if you want marriage. It's more like they're not here to rush the process. You guys have a long time together, right? This whole concept of longevity. And I feel like they can feel that. They know that in their core, in their essence, we have a long time together. So there's no rush. If they need time before they can feel safe to like open up the flower or put it in my hands, they have all the time that they need. I will give them all that time. You know, so it's very tender. Again, that tenderness. Remember I was saying this person handles you guys with so much care and tenderness. It's very sweet. And you know what? It's making me think of this show, this Chinese drama called Hidden Love, which in my personal opinion is so sweet. I really love that show. I think it's still on Netflix. But yeah, I love that show. Because most of the time, if you guys aren't interested in like Chinese or Korean dramas or whatever, but they have a lot of drama, okay? They're called dramas for a reason. And there'll be like love triangles, subplots, sabotage, all this other stuff, miscommunication constantly, no communication between the main characters if it's a love story. And so they end up having all this issues and whatnot. But with this story, it's like they told it so beautifully that you feel all of the emotions and how those could be the emotions, you know. And it is a very tender love that you have between the main characters, which you start to see towards the middle end of the show. Like, I mean, you see the tenderness that the male lead has with the female lead the whole time. Even though there's like joking personality and whatever, they're always being handled with tenderness and care. And then once they actually get into a romantic relationship, you can see that too. So I really love the type of love that is depicted there. And that's what it's kind of making me think of here too. It's like it's a healing love, you know, and it's very tender. But yes, okay. Now let's take a look at what the main, it was really only supposed to be one card for you, but you guys got 3. So this is kind of like the main obstacle in the relationship, to be honest with you. That's what I was trying to figure out here. What would be the main obstacle in the relationship? What would be the thing that is the biggest lesson for you guys to learn, or that may be the biggest trigger for you that, you know, if you know ahead of time, you can kind of, you know, how they say discretion is advised. Like you can use your discretion and whatnot, so it's not as triggering maybe or whatever. So we have the tear, the prayer, and the nectar. Yeah. Oh, it's so funny. I forgot that this was a flower. It's a rose. And I was just giving you that example of somebody holding out their hand to hold the flower. And look, there's a hand, there's a flower. That's funny. But you know what? This is making me think of that tenderness that we were talking about. Like there's a hand, there's a hand. We're talking about tenderness. And to be honest with you, it's and I mentioned the whole concept of the healing love. So, okay. I feel like their touch can be very healing for you guys, but it can also be very triggering for you. and it's only triggering for you because for those of you guys who that it is triggering to. So I don't think this is necessarily for everyone, but this seems to be a group that was really deeply hurt in a very intimate way. Okay, so it could be, to be honest with you, what I'm seeing, it could be like some people may have experienced some kind of abuse in a sexual way, right? Even if it wasn't a full-on kind of thing, maybe it was partially a thing, right? And it could have been in a way where the person who did it, maybe like that's not really considered like a violation or sexual assault or abuse or whatever. But the truth is that that's how you felt, you know, because everybody's going to have varying experiences. And I know this is a general reading, so I'm not saying that everybody who is watching this reading experienced this, but it does feel like there is some kind of there is this kind of hurt that was tied to vulnerability, like something that was super sacred and vulnerable to you. So for some of you guys, it really could have been like a sexual encounter, whether it was it could even be something along the lines of you know, feeling pressured to have sex with somebody, you know, like they wouldn't allow you to say no, or they wouldn't give you a moment to think, and then after it happened, it felt like you were violated, or it could be even more intense or serious, like even more than that, you know. So it's going to be varying for whoever is coming across this, but it feels like, yeah, even here you see this person has a tear in their eye. I don't know if you can catch it on camera, but there's a tear in this person's eye, and this is the betrayal card, and then right next to it is the tear again. So it really feels like somebody who was supposed to be caring for you hurt you guys in a way that was not right. Okay, and that's why when this person approaches you with a stable step, it can feel a little intimidating or scary, because even if it's, even though it's coming from pure intent, like they're trying to show you, I'm taking a step to show you I'm interested in you, not because I'm trying to hurt you or anything like that, you know. But for you guys, it could be taken as like a survival instinct, you know, trying to kick in like that. So I feel like in that sense, there may be some discomfort that you guys experience in this connection, especially initially, right? It's more of a, it's like after you become acquainted with each other, because I don't think they're going to take a step right away. It almost feels like you guys become a little friendly with each other, and then they're going to take that step, and that's going to be a little like, whoa, hold your horses, you know, for you guys. And again, it's not that you're not interested in them. I just think because it's an unwavering step. So your signals are taking that as like it's unwavering means that it's aggressive, because it's not shaking while it's coming up to me. You know, there's no escape if it's a firm step. But yeah, so that's what I think will be the biggest kind of trigger point for you guys in your relationship. And again, like there's this aspect of touch. So that's why I was saying they may have a healing touch for you guys, but there may be times when it triggers you. But your person, it's like consciously you know that they don't want to harm you, but your body reacts differently, which is totally fine and it's totally okay, right? It's not about pushing your body to have a different reaction, because that's never going to happen if you're doing it aggressively, right? It's like you're hurting yourself in order to make, it's like you're looking at something that's hurt and saying, I want you to heal, you know, like that kind of attitude is not going to help anything heal, right? It's only going to, it's still aggressive. It's going to make it feel hurt. So I'm thinking like what the real approach for you guys is going to be communication, right? And your person cares about you a lot, so they may feel a little hurt or upset initially, but it's not because like it's not something that's gonna affect anything drastically in a negative way. You know what I mean? They may be initially upset or hurt because they're like, I would love my loving touch to be healing for you, but hearing that, you know, even after all this time, there's still part of it that's triggering, it's like sad, you know? But that doesn't mean that they're gonna give up, or you know what I mean? Like they're still going to try to not push forward, right? But kind of like help you come up to the place where they are. Yeah. And you guys are going to let them, because this is your future spouse, right? So you're going to let them. That's the reason why you guys are even together in this long-term connection and relationship. And it feels like communication is going to be key here. So they're going to listen to you. You're going to tell them, you know what, I'm still a little uncomfortable with this. And you're going to say, it's not because I want to move forward, but I'm scared and I feel like my body can't, you know? So, and they're going to respect that. They're going to completely get it. And they're not going to initiate until you tell them it's okay. You know what I mean? And it doesn't even just have to be about like sex or whatever. This could be just any kind of step in the romantic sphere, okay? So I feel like that's going to be the biggest thing. It's going to be the triggers from your past. And yeah, even with prayer, you see, there's a hand again. So there's this emphasis on touch. Yeah, there's this emphasis on touch. And it's not going to be something that you guys will not like. I'm not saying you're not going to like, I'm not saying that you will not like their touch. It just feels like there are going to be times when it could feel triggering in the beginning stages of the connection. Not in the long term. In the long term, it's going to be great. You know, you guys are going to be all, you know, just loving to hold hands and whatever and whatnot. But, yeah. I think because the connection in its core is vulnerable and so intimate and pure, that it kind of like brings up this fear for you guys, because it forces you to be in a vulnerable place just to be in this connection with this person. So yeah, so that's what I'm feeling is like the trigger, kind of most inducing aspect of the connection, which on some levels, it's actually not bad news, because that just means that the most triggering part of the connection is your personal past, which is something that you guys will overcome together. Okay, so yeah, so just being mindful of having good communication with each other when it comes to feeling that way, so that you're not forcing yourself to do something just because you don't want to make your person feel bad, and your person then doesn't feel bad for doing something that seems normal to them, but for you was actually traumatizing and hurting you. You know, like they would never want to do anything that feels like it's being forced upon you. It would hurt them to find out later that they did something like that. So it's important for you guys to communicate, like when you start feeling uncomfortable, that it feels uncomfortable. Because they would feel so heartbroken if they found out that they did something further than just something simple like holding hands. Like holding hands is like the most simple, basic example. Okay, it doesn't mean that this is the case for you guys, but like say, like if they went past holding hands or whatever, and holding hands was uncomfortable, them finding out that they did something like that to you when you felt that way, even though you didn't tell them, you know, but that they still did, it would really break their heart, you know. So that's why I'm saying the communication is key here. and then you guys can overcome everything else because you've communicated it. But yes, now as the final thing, it's going to be the message that they have for you, an additional message. So with the Emperor, remember I was saying like there's this extra cheerful energy with this card. It got me super excited. It makes sense that it's over golden time. This is somebody who really, like, your person wants to take care of you. They really want to take care of you. They want to go through life together, but there's this aspect where, remember I was mentioning even earlier, like they have this provider energy, okay? So if we're talking about divine masculine and divine feminine, then they're most likely the masculine because of that provider energy being so strong. Like maybe they enjoy being the masculine in the connection. And I feel like they're really big on making future plans, like planning things that you guys can do together, which they even mention in the letter. And I feel like, yeah, like there's this excitement about union. I think even in their 3D selves right now, there's this huge excitement about coming into union with the person, right? Like their person. And I feel like you guys are going to have a lot to talk about. It's going to be a lot, okay? Like there's going to be so much to talk about. And even here, it's like your person, if they could say anything to you, it feels more like consolidation, which I think they were doing in your letter too, right? And they're saying here, like earlier disappointments were just rehearsals for the great stuff coming your way. And I think it's funny because I feel like they are, like, again, they're funny. Like there's something about them that would make you guys laugh often. Okay, and turn on your love light. This part is the part where we were talking about you guys being a little more, you guys being the party that's a little bit more on edge about like coming into this connection once it starts being presented to you. But again, I don't think it's going to be a big obstacle. I just think that that's part of your lesson in this incarnation, right? It's part of the thing for you guys to overcome. It's just part of this lifetime, and I think your partner feels that as well. So it's not like they have this understanding, you know, so it's not going to be something that deters them. Yeah, and let me see what else I'm getting here. Yeah, with here, the divine protector, intervention and purpose. Divine intervention is occurring. Know that you are being guided. Happiness is your purpose. Yeah, it's like you guys are meant to be happy. You are meant to come together, and your person keeps encouraging that for you. And there is so much aspect, just like I was mentioning, it feels like divine is a big aspect of your, like there's a lot of divine presence in your person's life. I think that was the thing I started out with. But here we're getting, again, divine protector, divine intervention, the prayer. There is this aspect of like, of God, right? Like this ultimate source energy in your union. And I think, again, it clarifies just how pure this connection is, but also it kind of feels like a blessing, you know, like it's showing you how blessed this union is too. So yeah, I think it's very sweet. Let me see if I'm getting anything else. I know I said this is going to be what your person wanted to say to you, but this ended up being a lot shorter than I thought. It almost feels like it's kind of continuing to be part of the other parts of the reading. But yeah, it's I think there's more excitement about meeting each other and coming together, even just communicating. Not so much for skipping to the next part. I think this is somebody who values every stage of the connection. So it's just about coming together. That's the part they're excited about. But they're not even rushing that process either, because they're enjoying the present moment, which is so like emphasized in their letter. Yeah, I think that's kind of it for you guys, to be honest with you. This person seems like somebody who's always going to be encouraging you, who's always going to be standing right next to you with a hand behind your back, so like you never get actually pushed back, you know. And I say next to you because it feels like you guys go forward together. You're not not one is not greater than the other, you know. And if it seems like that, it could be because you're only looking at a certain aspect, because in the aspect that they may be greater, you may be greater in the other aspect, you know what I mean? So it's like together, kind of a thing. But yes, let me see if there is anything else. Yeah, I feel like they're going to be encouraging you and supporting you for the rest of your lives, to be completely honest with you. But yeah, that's kind of all that I'm getting for you guys. So I'm going to read your letter one more time for you. Or actually, I'm going to do my outro and then I'll read your letter for you, just so we can kind of end it on that. But that was your reading. Like I said, I will read your letter in just a moment again, uninterrupted. But I hope you guys enjoyed group 1. I would love to hear from you guys in the comments. Sometimes it takes me a while to respond, but I do make an effort to respond to all of the comments, okay? Even if it's just liking them. So just give me a little bit of time to get back to you, but I would love to hear from you guys in the comments. You know, hopefully what I talked about with the more sensitive stuff wasn't triggering for any of you. Yeah, are you guys looking forward to this person? I mean, I would be, you know, like, this person sounds quite incredible, you know. Were you familiar with the, have you had like any interest in like a Buddhist kind of lifestyle, or I don't know, ginkgo trees? But yeah, also if you guys are interested in a personal private reading or a custom crystal bracelet, I would appreciate if you reached out to me through either the contacts page on my website or through my email. The website would be easier, to be honest with you, for me to get back to you guys. But yes, also, let me see what else comes in these plugs. It feels like it's been a while for me doing this, but yeah. Also, I do have an Instagram for those of you guys who are interested, and like I mentioned earlier in the intro of the video, I do have a vlog channel as well as a music channel, all in the description box below. And yeah, if you guys enjoyed this video, I would appreciate if you gave it a thumbs up, and if you are interested in seeing other content that I have and maybe the other letters, and you like watching the readings that I put out, I would appreciate if you guys subscribe to the channel. I know it's definitely not a necessary thing, but it would be very appreciated if you did choose to do so, as it does help support the channel. But yes, without further ado, let's get into your letter again. Group 1. 1 second. So here it is, the beautiful pink seal. I'll show it to you again. Gorgeous, simply gorgeous. Okay. Okay, guys, there's a cut because I was reading the letter and I was like, this is being read so poorly. So I'm gonna read it again. But while I was rereading your letter, I kind of realized they mentioned dream again, and dream is here, like that dream life, and they mentioned a bunch of other stuff in this letter that ended up coming through in the reading before, which I thought was very interesting, like wanting to do things together. We talked about that somewhere here. And again, like, do you believe that life is a dream? They mentioned that in the letter. And again, and wondering if life is just a dream, that's also a very enlightened, awakened kind of spiritual mindset perspective to be having. So it's just interesting how this is all kind of correlated. There's this influence of the East that we have with the Buddhism and the ginkgo tree and the whatever that word was. But like, yeah, yes. Okay, let's get into your letter. My love, it's time for you to get some rest. You've been up and active for some time now. You deserve a break. Are you the only person in the world with a deadline or perfectionism? No. So please, my love, take a break. I'll be here to remind you that it's time to sleep, but I would love to see you care for yourself. That last final thing leads to another and then another until you end up working way overtime or staying up way too late. You can do it tomorrow. It's okay. That's what being kind to yourself is all about. I want to take you to the beach. My hope is that the waves can wash away any stress or anxiety that makes you put so much pressure on yourself. Maybe we can collect some seashells or do anything that will keep us in the present, here and now. Honestly, there's so much I want to say to you that I don't think one letter is enough. I love the way your mind works, and I truthfully accept all of your flaws, so please don't stress or worry about that. Maybe we could do a couples massage, go to a steam room or a spa. Maybe we can bake cookies. I'm not trying to distract you. I'm trying to experience life with you. I love being with you, and I want to do things together. Do you want to swim with dolphins? Do you ever feel like life is just a dream? I've experienced a really stressful work environment, so I now take my time off of work very seriously. I've always wanted to try gardening. Maybe we could have our own backyard garden. The only poop on our food will be the poop we put on it. I mean, like fertilizer and stuff. Technically speaking, isn't dirt just worm poop? I started meditating recently, and I've been reading a lot of books. I want to keep my mind sharp and agile. I'm also trying to cut back on TV because it's not really adding to my life. If things don't add to your life, do they subtract from it? Things to ponder until our next meeting, hee hee hee. Love, your very special person, blank. Okay, group one, that was it for today. And I'll see you guys next time. It's a pleasure doing your reading for you. I'm sending you guys so much love, okay? So much light. And may you guys always stay blessed. Bye, guys. See you in the next reading. Hey, group two. This is your group if you chose this beautiful purple seal. I mean, isn't it just gorgeous? I don't know how much you can see on the camera. I don't know if it's focused. Let me see if I can. Is it focusing? I don't know, but yes, this is your group if you chose this letter. I just wanted to let you guys know, for those of you who are new to this particular reading style that I do for the future spouse love letters, what I do is I read the letter twice. I read it once in the beginning with interruptions if there are any, with comments and notes of what I'm sensing, and then all the way at the end of the reading, after the cards and all of this stuff, I read the letter once again without interruption. Okay, also you guys get a song that was channeled through as well, and I'll reveal the song after the letter, and I'll read the lyrics of the song to you too. Okay, so let me just prepare that. Actually, I'm also gonna ring the singing bowl for you, my friends. There we go. Okay, yeah, so the song is ready. I'm gonna start reading your letter. Off the bat, I just want to say there was some beautiful synchronicity. I mean, I say this in every reading, right? Like, it's incredible how it all works out, but it really is. It's always so beautiful to see. And I'm going to comment on your seal when we get to the part in the letter, but I just thought it was pretty cool. So without further ado, let us start your letter. My crazy love, you are a whirlwind, a tornado that, instead of quieting down, you just keep the same stable pace throughout. A powerhouse. Who could keep up with you? Que me! So this part is weird. To be honest with you, I channeled through the letters almost a week ago now, so I don't remember if this is actually supposed to be like que, like Q-U-E or whatever. But it's clearly written there, so that's how they're referring to themselves. So, Kemi, yeah, okay. It'll be weird when I reread the letter to you at the end too, the way I say it, I'll be honest. Okay, I'll be the crazy newscaster following the tornado on a moped because my car was too much like an observatory. Because my car was too much like an observatory, and I want to be right there with you in the action. Okay, so basically your person is saying, I know I said that kind of choppy, but yeah, like they want to be right there with you. And to be honest, the whole time when I was channeling through this first paragraph, yeah, I'm going to read the final sentence of the paragraph before I say anything else, but it says, I want to feel the tempest that you bring in my bones. Yeah, so there was so much comparison to a storm, and specifically I was even seeing, like, in my mind's eye, an actual tornado. Like, the skies were dark, then you see this tornado, and the skies, they were cloudy and dark, but there was like an essence of like a purple lightning-y kind of effect. So I thought it was very interesting that you guys got the purple seal, because to be honest with you, I'm gonna keep reading the letter. That's why I said this part is with interruptions, remember. But to be honest with you, when I chose the colors for the seals, everything was done at random. The songs were channeled, 4 of them, and then at random they were put to random letters, which I didn't know were what. Okay, so same thing with the seals. I chose the colors, and before I melted them and put them on, I just kind of put the colors next to random letters. I shuffled the letters. So yours just so happened to get this purple stormy seal, which is kind of what I was envisioning, except maybe a little bit more darker in certain aspects. And when I saw, like, because I'll be honest, I got some cheap wax, so it started like fraying here and creating these like swirls that solidified. I was gonna break them off, but before I did, for some reason, I thought of your group, of your letter in particular. And I was like, you know what? That would actually work with that letter, but I don't know if this is that letter. So I checked just to see the first words, like the intro, like, hey, whatever. So I saw that, I'm like, oh my gosh, it is for that letter. So I decided to keep these, because I was like, this is the whole point. Like, the seal reflects the energy that this person is talking about, which I thought was incredible. But yeah, let's get back to your letter. But yes, okay. I want to feel the tempest that you bring in my bones. I want to know what it means to be a part of you. I want to keep chasing that precious eye of the storm that you hold inside of you, the part no one gets to see. I'm persistent enough to find it and to always be pursuing it. Your presence is so big, yet you keep it perfectly contained so it doesn't outshine anything. But come on, it's in your nature to outshine. You change lives left and right, and are you aware of that? Don't be too upset about that. Wait, sorry, what? Sometimes when I channel these, I think that I'm doing a good job at writing, but I don't know how there are typos in this, because, but whatever, I guess because it's channel. Hold on, what did I say? Don't be too upset about that. Oh, okay. Don't be too upset about those. I wrote that twice. Sorry, guys. Don't be too upset about those that actually weren't able to keep up with you. It's their loss. And honestly, babe, not everyone is on your level. Keep up the good work. You've been doing great. And even if you fall off track, keep persevering. I'm rooting for you. You've got this. There's so much you don't know about me yet, but isn't that great? We get to keep learning more about each other for the rest of our lives. How could we ever lose interest in each other? Don't worry, we won't run out of things to talk about, and it won't get boring. I have my ways of keeping you entertained. Have you seen the new movie that just came out? Hence it being, wait, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, you guys. Okay. Like I said, at the end of the reading, this is because I have read it through once now. I will make sure that it's read through so much more smoothly. Hold on. Where was it? Oh, yes. Have you seen the new movie that just came out? Hence it being new. Let's go on a movie date. You're never too old to do something silly. Let's stay young forever. At least when it's appropriate. He he he. Oh, that's another thing I want to comment on. When I was shuffling your cards, I saw a couple of things, like while I was shuffling the cards, that indicated youth, like youthful energy, or like an inner child kind of stuff. A couple of things, like an eternal child archetype. So it's funny that it does actually, like, they bring that up in the letter as well. Can you, okay, yes. Also, I just want to comment hence the being new thing that they said. It's kind of like, did you see the new movie that came out? And, you know, then they're saying, you know, new because it's, hold on. Oh, okay, yeah. Because they said, have you seen the new movie that just came out? It's like saying the new thing that's new, right? The movie, if you just say the movie that just came out, you know that it's new, you know? But that's why they're like, hence it being new because it just came out, like, duh, like that kind of a vibe. Okay, yes. Can you take me to go in your lunchbox? I'm a pretty tasty snack. Winky face. Oh my gosh. Okay. Hee hee hee. It's a good thing I'm not a ball, but I have been told I'm quite the catch. Oh my gosh. But you guys, your person is punny. This is so cheesy. Okay. Are you cringing yet? Well, I'm cringing. I'm cringing reading this letter. So yes, I could imagine that maybe some of you guys are cringing. Is that a smile I see? Wow, this is so funny. You know what to say. Wait, what is it? Yeah, you know what they say. A frown is an upside down smile, and a straight face is a smile that you just can't see yet. Yeah, okay, I know that was bad, but you gotta admit, at least you weren't expecting it. Don't worry, baby, I've got plenty more where that came from. Love you loads, not the laundry kind. Get it? Because it's like loads of laundry. That's funny. XOXO from your from your love machine. Oh my gosh. Oh, and that's actually also funny because they're saying not the laundry, but it's like a laundry machine, right? Or like a washing machine. So they're saying love you loads. Not like the laundry, but then they call themselves a love machine. That's kind of funny. Wow, you guys, your person is so funny. I'm not gonna lie, that made me so like giddy. I know I channeled through these letters, but like I said, it was a week ago, so I didn't remember what was written in them. And also, like, when I channel it through, I kind of forget it. Like, I can remember certain things, but like the majority of the content, I don't really remember. So when I read these through, and I don't read them until the reading, because I like to keep it fresh. You know, I like to keep it like a surprise for me and you. But that was kind of hilarious. Your person is hilarious. I also, what I picked up from them too is like they're calling you wild and crazy like the wind and stuff, but I'm getting that they have that personality too, you know, like there is a little bit of thrill seeking and excitement seeking within them, which is why they said like they would be following your tornado on a moped because a car is like too much like an observatory. It's too safe, you know. They want to be feeling like that wildness in their bones. They said it. I want to feel your tempest in my bones, right? That the storm that is you. They want to feel it in their bones. It makes them feel alive, you know. So they really like that kind of stuff. Okay, and then the song that you guys got is I Ain't Ever Loved No One by Donovan Woods and Tennille Towns. Okay, so I just want to say off the bat, I know that I said that very bad, right? Like, I know it's not pronounced ain't, like that's the most posh way of saying something like that. But I know that some people watch these videos from abroad, and if I say something maybe a little too slangy, it may be hard to hear. So I said it purposefully very posh so that it was more articulate for anybody who needs to kind of look up the song. But yes, anyway, let me read you the lyrics of your song, you guys. 1 second. Okay. I guess before I met you, I didn't know better. You swept in out of nowhere when I thought I'd never go there. Okay, this is already another funny thing. And a synchronicity, I guess, for you guys is you swept in out of nowhere. They were just calling you like a crazy storm, right? That just comes out of nowhere and like sweeps everything away. So it's funny that it's in the song too. And you set the bar for this stubborn heart. And when you met my family, everybody knew that you had me wrapped. I never loved no one like that. And when I said I loved you, I didn't care if you said it back. I never loved no one like that. So that's another thing with this song too. they're even saying like the whole family, like when you meet their family, it's like their whole family can see how much you've got them wrapped around your finger, you know, which this letter is kind of talking about that, you know, like that kind of, I don't want to say crazy love, but kind of like a, I mean, they even call you that, don't they? They say my crazy love. What is it? My crazy love. So it's not like an unhealthy thing, but I feel like if it was a little bit more than what it is, some people would look at it as possibly a little like, okay, calm down. Like, we know you love this person, but like, you know, like this person very much adores you, you know, so, and they very much love you. So you can feel that intensity even in the way that they talk in their letter. If you'd have just kept walking and we'd never got to talking, I could go on existing, not knowing what I was missing. But you set the bar for the stubborn heart when you met my family. Everybody knew that you had me wrapped. I never loved no one like that. When I said I loved you, I didn't care if you said it back. I never loved no one like that. And maybe I'll love again, then again. Maybe I won't. Maybe you feel the same, maybe you don't. How would I know? Because when you met my family, everybody knew that you had me wrapped. I never loved no one like that. And when I said I loved you, I didn't care if you said it back. I never loved no one like that. And then it just repeats a little bit. But yeah, this is a very sweet song, you know, where this is like a person kind of like, on some level, you see the expression that for this person, they're like hooked deep. You know, they're not sure how you feel, but they're hooked deep. And yeah, I mean, even here, like your person says that they would keep pursuing you. So I don't think you have a worry about possibly missing out on them, you know, because I think if you are kind of on the fence initially, or maybe if you have your guards up a little bit, right? Because there does seem to be a little bit of insecurity coming through that could come out maybe more noticeably in relationships for you guys, because they did mention specifically, what's it called? What was it? They mentioned specifically okay, let me reference the letter. Hold on one second. What did you guys say? Yeah, your presence is so big, yet you keep it perfectly contained so it doesn't outshine anything. And then they say, come on, it's in your nature to outshine. You change lives. Yeah, all of this stuff, as if it's kind of like you don't realize fully just how powerful you are. Even if you guys are kind of getting there, I think it's like you may consciously say that you know, but the grasping it fully, like really feeling it in your body, in your bones, and grasping it like this is a truth, may not be 100% there for a few of you guys. Okay. All right, let's get into your reading. So it's going to be 2 sections. We're going to start out with getting to know your future spouse a little bit more, but obviously we can't predict the information that comes through. Sometimes we're not meant to know certain things, so they won't reveal even if it was planned. But we're going to see a little bit about their history, and we're going to see a little bit about, also you guys, I'm so sorry if you hear any background noise, okay, because somebody is watching TV upstairs and it's kind of loud, so there's not really much I can do about that. But yeah, we're gonna see a little bit of their history. We're gonna see their history with love, their history like with love and relationships, that is, and then also their personal life history, kind of a dealio. And then after that, we're gonna clean the table and put out more cards, and those cards are gonna be talking about more so what the relationship between you guys is going to look like. And one of the biggest things we're going to be looking into is the biggest trigger point for you guys within the relationship that it will help to know ahead of time, so that, and maybe some advice as to how to navigate it, right? Like why the triggers are there. And any additional messages from then on too. Okay, so we've got the Magician, the King of Swords, the Four of Swords, We have the World. And it's funny because you guys have the World here, but there's also the World on the bottom of this deck too. And the World was showing through in another deck at some point while I was shuffling. So I thought that was interesting. Okay, we also have the Lovers. The Fool. So it's interesting also that I mentioned like some people being international, you know, and the weirdness with like talking and having to explain stuff like that. So for some of you guys, it could be like a relationship with somebody who's from abroad or who's from a different country to you. We have the Ace of Cups. We also have the Seven of Pentacles. Oh, you guys have an extra card, I see. Okay, so let me move this down to make room. You know what? Now your song is kind of caught in my head. The song that was channeled through for you guys. We have the Knight of Swords. The Seven of Swords. Yeah, another thing that I noticed while I was shuffling, the cards that I kept being shown while I was shuffling, there were a lot of swords. So I feel like your person is very communicative. Like communication is big. And you know what they mentioned in your letter too, that you guys are never going to run out of stuff to talk about. So they're kind of a chatty person. Okay, so you have Justice. We have the Five of Cups. We have the Page of Wands. And then we have the Devil card. Can you see that? No, it cuts off. 1 second. Let's see if we can get all of your cards on camera. It's just about. Okay. Then we have the Two of Wands. The Page of Wands. Okay, and this is Brunhild. Okay. The Nine of Cups. Ooh, interesting. Okay, we have Scorpio. I think when I was shuffling your cards as well, something that I noticed was I did notice the Devil card, I think, while I was shuffling. Not in this deck, it was a different deck. And then when I was shuffling this deck, I noticed Pluto. And I remember thinking, oh, maybe there could be like a heavier kind of, there's some kind of heavier energy here. Doesn't mean dark, okay? Heavier doesn't mean dark. Sometimes it can be deep. So, but I made a note of that and I forgot about it because I shuffled on a different day. But yeah, so you have Scorpio here, so that's interesting. And then you have Mercury. Yep, there we go with Mercury. Mercury is the ruler of Gemini and Virgo, and also known as the chatty energy, right? That's communication and talking. You have the new moon. New moon also has a youthful kind of energy around it as well, right? It's like a new birth, so a child, a little bit, you could say. Okay, and then these are these the last cards? I feel like something is missing. No, nothing is missing. Okay, we're gonna look at these cards later. Okay, then we have the light attributes of Leo and the dark attributes of Virgo, or shadow attributes of Virgo. So give me a second, you guys. So Leo coming through here as the light attribute. Again, it's kind of making me think of a youthful energy, kind of childlike wonder. So yeah, so I think that's coming through again in addition to when I was shuffling. So I think there could be, I mean, yes, there could be an age difference between you guys. One of you could be older or younger than the other, but I don't even necessarily think that that's the case. I think that for the majority of you, I think it's more so talking about this person's like spirit and energy, we'll say. Okay. So give me a moment. Okay, we've got the Magician, King of Swords. Yes, definitely very big on communication. Oh, you know what I just realized too? The Magician is a Mercury ruled card. Okay, so it is associated with Mercury. So again, there's so much Mercury energy present. Mercury it's air. Okay, it's associated with air. Because the god Mercury or Hermes, right, had wings on his feet. So there is this association with air and flight, and maybe you guys meet even on social media. Don't quote me on that. Again, it's a general reading, but there is this energy of like internet or social media around you guys, or around your person. Maybe they're more prominent on social media, or they're really big on social media, or they work with something to do with like the internet or some kind of company like Google or Safari, like Apple or whatever, you know, something about tech and interconnectedness with others around the world, right? Like the World Wide Web or whatever. Like there's some kind of tie or indications of that. Like even this Knight of Swords is making me think of like a message, you know, on the internet, a message by email or via social media, but like some kind of a like messaging from online. So I don't know if they work for like a social media company or if they work with like developing apps that are like messaging apps. There's some kind of like essence here of communication. So maybe if they do work for like creating apps, like they're the ones who are putting out notifications or posts about like updates of the apps or whatever, something along those lines. Like there's some kind of tech associated stuff here, and I'm really hoping that you guys don't hear the audio upstairs. Hopefully it's just me talking about the audio upstairs and not you guys even hearing any bit of it. But okay, but yeah, so there is some kind of aspect of social media here, or internet interwebs that I'm seeing. Yeah, that's another reason why I was saying like it could actually be somebody from abroad that you guys are interacting with, or from another country, because there is a vastness to the communication, it feels like, and I'm definitely seeing communication over the internet. So yeah, let me see what else I'm getting here. I would say that this person, even though their letter makes them out to be super like fun, and we were talking about a youthful energy, I feel like they have a very logical and rational mind, especially when it comes to business and handling most other things. Like you guys may be an exception to a lot of things, but they actually have like the way that they are with other people. Wow, this literally feels like a K-drama or something. Like the way that they are with other people is so different compared to the way that they are with you. With you, they're like, they're channeling through that inner child energy, all of this stuff, right? But with other people, I think they can come across as maybe a little bit cooler or aloof, right? A little bit more distant. Like they're not somebody that people can just easily get to know core values and beliefs and their inner being, you know? I'm not saying they're fully guarded, but there's something about their energy that feels a little bit more like unattainable or unreachable in regards to trying to get to know them better and like approaching them and stuff. And I would say that air energy tends to have traits that are similar kind of to that as well. So when I was doing your reading, when I was reading the letter, I should say, something that I was picking up was more of like an Aries energy, but also there is like air energy. Aries is fire. It's the first sign of the zodiac in Western astrology. But yeah, I'm also picking up like air, a lot of air energy, and we can see that in the cards too. I mean, the fact that they even said a tornado, it's not like they said a hurricane, right? A hurricane would be a whirlwind of emotions because it's water based. For you guys, it was a tornado, right? Being blown away. It's a different kind of storm. A tornado you associate more with blacks and purples and lightning. A hurricane is more grays and blues, like even color wise, the association mentally, right? So you even have the colors being associated with that there too. So Yes. Okay, let me see what else I'm getting here. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I feel like in love, they're very different compared to what they are like with their friends and acquaintances. I think people can look at them as having a little bit of a, like a, I don't know, like there's, yeah, when it comes to like getting to know this person emotionally in regards to emotional depth, most people don't get to glimpse that part of your person, except you guys do, and maybe their family, you know, like their parents and stuff, who they grew up with. But yeah, let me see if we can get specifics there. They are adventurous as well, which again, you could kind of pick up in the letter, but I'm also seeing that with the Fool card here. They are adventurous, and even though we have emotions here with the Ace of Cups, which is wonderful, this is really the only, apart from the Nine of Cups, which is talking about a specific thing, and like these are two separate categories, we'll say. So of all of these cards, like you only have two water energies, which would be the Ace of Cups and Scorpio. And Scorpio, funnily enough, of all of the water signs, is the most secretive. And some people consider the shadow attributes of Scorpio to be manipulative, because they're able to disclose certain things. So people aren't always able to see the 100% truth with them. So I feel like that's kind of the case when it comes to your person's emotions. I don't think people see their, like when they get like sad, like they may see them get upset, but that upsetness is more like irritability or anger. It's not like crying, and it's not like a loving, you know, all of the stuff. Again, unless they're with you, then people see a different side of them. That's why the family, I think also, oh, that was in the song. The family, I think also, like when you guys meet their family, I feel like their family will be able to tell, like, you really are the one for them, because they'll see like, oh my goodness, they're acting this way with somebody outside of the family, you know, because they haven't done this since they were young or whatever. So like I feel like that applies as well. Let me see what else I'm getting here for you guys. Yeah, I feel like even what they do, like at work, there's an aspect of Mercury energy there, so there is some kind of communication there. So I don't know if like in their company they do like presentations, or they teach people, you know, so like they'll have a group of people and they'll be the ones doing the PowerPoints, teaching them the new information or the new updates about the app or the business or the company or guidelines or whatever. Let's see what else we're getting here before we move on to the other aspects of here. I would say your person is also very patient. They're very dedicated, and they're very kind of like, they zone in on their goal. So they can have a little bit of tunnel vision, and I think they mentioned that in their letter, kind of, where they're very dedicated and they can wait for the long run, and they really can, because you see that in their work ethic. And you know what? I will say, I'm not seeing that they're a very controlling person per se, especially not in the relationship. So I don't think that's something you guys have to worry about. But it does feel like there is a certain sense of being on top of things, especially at work. I'm not necessarily seeing if they're in a leadership position or like an owner of their own company or whatever, but yeah, like that's not being made clear. So I guess that part is kind of irrelevant, and it could be varying for all of you guys. The part that does come through the most is that communication, something about the internet, and possibly like teaching or giving the rest of the company updates on the new changes that are coming about or whatever, like something along those lines. I feel like they're also very competitive, your person, when it comes to their, it's like, they're, I don't know, even like talking about that feels kind of distant. So it's like they're competitive, but it doesn't feel like they're competitive. Like it doesn't feel so aggressive, you know? I think maybe that's what makes it weird a little bit, is that it feels, I think that's what makes it feel distant, I should say, is the air energy there. So air energy, when it comes to emotions, there is a sense of disassociation, right? So somebody who has an air moon, for example, a Libra moon, a Gemini moon, an Aquarius moon, they may have a hard time processing emotions depending on, of course, any aspects that they may have to their moon sign. So if they have like their moon in the 4th house, the 8th house, or the 12th house, that may change things up a little bit because it adds an element of water. If it's opposite a planet that is, or like having an aspect to a planet in a water house, that's also adding whatever else. But just plain, you know, basic Libra, Aquarius, and Gemini moons, they can have a very difficult time understanding emotions. Like they can think about it logically, which makes them very intellectual, right? And it doesn't mean that they're not empathetic or whatever else, because that could be other aspects of their chart. But I think like when it comes to their own personal emotions, especially maybe when they're younger, something they can experience is, instead of for example, right, like something happens that would be very upsetting, but they don't necessarily feel upset by it, you know? And in their mind, they're thinking, I think I should be feeling upset about this. You know, so it's like they're not feeling the emotional, but they understand that they should probably be feeling this emotion. And sometimes it can feel confusing, because sometimes people in those scenarios may think that they don't feel at all. You know, they're like, they think that they're cold people. You can have sometimes those kinds of scenarios where they feel like, am I a cold person because I don't feel the emotion? Am I a cold person because I didn't cry? You know, like I know in theory I should be upset that this happened and this is something that makes most people cry. Everybody else is crying, but I don't really feel like that. You know, like I don't really feel sad. I just kind of, it's like it goes into a bird's eye view when it comes to understanding emotion and or the situation that you are encountering. That's what those perspectives kind of go, like that moon in air house or sign energy can do. And again, if it's opposite Neptune or having an aspect to Neptune, that can alter things, you know, and people are complex and all this stuff. This is more so just the core of having a lot of air energy in your chart, and especially having that moon sign being prominent and also in an air energy position. Okay, so that's kind of what it feels like with your person. That's why I'm saying there feels to be some kind of distance. It doesn't mean that they don't have desires. It doesn't mean that they're not passionate about what they want. It's just, on some level, you could say it's a kickstart to a more of an enlightened mindset, I guess, right? The detachment here. So it does feel like there is a competitiveness with them, but it doesn't feel like a fiery competitiveness where they get really aggressive and just like it needs to happen. It just kind of feels more logical or more mental. Like it feels more like I'm determined to get to my destination. And again, this doesn't feel like competitiveness that they experience within love or whatever. It just feels like if somebody at work tells them like, okay, this is going to be a competition to see however many people can get the most of this, this, and this. And so your person is going to start getting and be like, well, you know what? I'm building up quite a bit. I'm going to commit to this competition. Like it feels like that. So it's very interesting to see how, I would say a little different Because your person does have an intensity about them. And I think it's because if they focus their intellectual mind, like their logical mind, like their mind on something or somebody, it can be felt very strongly because they have such a strong mental presence and energy, right? Analytical presence and energy with, you know, because of all of this stuff that we talked about so far. So I think it's interesting to see how different they are when it comes to you guys, because clearly in love, that's very not the case. Like there's more emotion. And you know what? I think that's why we were saying that, like, remember earlier I said on some level, if this was a little bit more, it could be considered unhealthy. Like some people may be like, you know, you're obsessed with your spouse, you know. It's not like the scary kind of obsession where, you know, they can turn into, you know, serial, you know, cases with not pleasant things that involve people being severely injured or whatever. It's not like that level, okay? It's just more so like, I wonder what my person is doing, like thinking about them and all of the decisions that you're doing. So it feels kind of like, it's like when it comes to you guys, you activate their emotions. And I think that's also one of the reasons why we get this childlike energy with you and them, because maybe that aspect of themselves, I don't want to say is immature, because it doesn't mean that they're not emotionally understanding. I think for them, they tend to be they tend to analytically understand, and if you explain something to them about how you're feeling, they're not going to discredit you. I think they're going to understand even more so. Like maybe there's certain things that they didn't get because they're used to going about a more air-like energy approach. So if you explain it, then they'll get it, you know? So but yeah, I think it may even shock you guys to see the way that your person, like if you were not around, if you were just kind of like observing them from a distance without their knowing, to see how your person acts with other people compared to you. And that's why I was saying it kind of feels like a K-drama or something that is romanticized in the K-dramas that I've, not all of them, but that I've seen, in the sense that like there's this like archetype of relationship. And I can't speak on behalf of a culture that I've never been to, but what I've observed in those types of shows is that it is desired for your person to be nice to only you, right? Like for your person to be this tender and sweet with only you. It makes you special. So it kind of feels a little bit like that for you guys. Not to say that your person is mean with anyone else. Again, that's not the case. I just feel like there's this energy that is a little bit more aloof, or there's a slight coolness, yeah, when it comes to your person interacting with the rest of the world. You know, it's not to say that they're not nice, because that's not the case. It's just because they're not going, like, they're not a people pleaser, you know, so they're not going to go out of their way just to make everybody around them feel good. You know what I mean? They would do that for the people that they care about, and they're not selfish, but they just don't see like why there's a point in putting that energy into just everything always, all the time, especially if they're tired, you know. So in those cases, it's like where they may overdo it would be more so in like analytical things, like doing it, overdoing themselves or overexerting themselves at work, but not so much in social settings or emotionally like open kind of scenarios with other people. Again, apart from you, like you guys seem to be the exception. I think that's why it really sweeps this person off their feet, because it's like you guys activate that emotion mode within them, you know, that romantic mode within them. But yes, let me see what else we're getting here. For oh yeah, exactly. Remember I was saying like it's not like obsessiveness, but there is, if they go overboard with anything, for example, it would be with work, right? So because it's like something that's not emotionally charged, but there's a level of like striving, like there is a competitiveness, like I will make sure I get all of the sales quotas or whatever it is. You know, it's not as emotionally charged as a fire energy would be, but or like passionately charged, but there is like something in them that drives them to it. So I feel like that's the shadow aspect of Virgo here that's coming through. And remember how I said I don't feel like they're controlling or anything, but there's this energy about them that does kind of come across as like they will guide or they will naturally take charge, and you can see that in their work environment. So I wouldn't fear about that being in your romantic relationship as much as this seems more like you guys really are an exception to a lot of the things that we're talking about here. And it's not to deter you from this person, because this is not a bad person. It's just like even with Virgo here, it's like there is in the shadow aspect, there is an emotional detachment when it comes to the outside world, and there is a sense of perfectionism that I think your person also, like your person is not a perfectionist, but there is like traits of them that feel that way, especially when it comes to work and stuff. Or like things that they're just like, well, logically I should be able to do this, so I'm going to keep pushing myself until I accomplish it, you know, in ways like that. That's not something that they would push onto you though, because I feel like with you guys, they're super understanding. So if they ever say something to you, like, well, if you keep trying, don't you think you can accomplish it, you know? Then you would be saying something along the lines of like, yeah, but I, like my muscles hurt or something, you know? And I'll be like, oh, then no, rest, you know, like all this stuff. Like you guys really are an exception, and I don't see them acting this way with you guys. Like the only parts that you guys get to see are the more excited parts of them, the adventurous parts of them, the parts of them that are, that have more of a youthful kind of like energy and essence, like the very chatty part of them, and where they're talking about things that are that interest them, you know, like they're really bringing up the things that they like, that they don't like they are sharing about themselves. Those are the parts that you guys get to see. Okay. I will say though that this person, I feel like, draws attention to themselves, not on purpose, not intentionally, and not by anything that they specifically do. But I think that some people, just like, you know how there's some people who are drawn to like the bad boys, the good boys, the whatever, the bad girls, the good girls, however, you know, everybody's got different types, and a romanticized version of their type too, right? And so I think there was a lot of draw in the media for being drawn to like the bad girls and boys, right? Or the ones that are kind of cold. That's why I remember in the beginning I said this kind of feels like a K-drama, because in K-dramas and C-dramas, like what I have seen often is especially in the Chinese dramas, I will say, the ideal type is somebody who's cold and aloof, you know, so that's why it kind of feels like that. So maybe it is an international like an international relationship, you know, like maybe you guys are from different countries, like different races, whatever it may be, because it feels like your person, like they do draw attention, but it's again not because they're seeking it, because usually in those dramas, those boys that have all of this attention, they don't care about it and they're not looking for it. It's just sometimes it's kind of like they're ogling me again, you know, so it kind of feels like that. Yeah, it kind of feels a little bit like that. Again, this is genderless, you know, it's whatever gender you prefer, but I was just using those male leads as an example from especially, I mentioned the K-dramas, but you know what? I've seen it even more so in the Chinese dramas, I will say. That is the frequent thing. That aloof personality is like idolized or portrayed as the ideal type. Successful, aloof, intelligent, and apparently antisocial, especially with girls, and has a couple of friends, but for some reason is kind of like I don't want to say a jerk, but in my perspective, I'm just like, you don't have to be so cold to your friends. You know, your friends always and usually the friends are like bubbly and full of personality. And they're like, come on, let's go out, let's go out. And the person will be like, no, thanks. I've got better things to do, like study or whatever, you know, like, or they'll just say no. And it's like, how can you be a friend with someone who's constantly turning you down and doesn't do anything to interact with you or talk to you, you know? But that is considered like, I don't know, like, so it's kind of a little bit giving similar vibes, but it's not exactly the same thing. Okay. I just want you guys to keep that in mind. But that's what I'm saying. Like with this Leo, I'm also getting like, they draw attention to themselves because of that. Like that aloofness is perceived as attractive by some people, you know, and because they're aloof, like people want to get to know them more. There's more mystery around them. They're like, well, maybe I'll be the person that finally gets them to share or open up, you know, or see a deeper side to them or whatever. But that's you guys. You guys are that person. So yes. Let's see what else we're getting here. Okay. Is this relationships in the past? Okay. The way that they are in relationships, this doesn't feel like relationships of the past. It feels more so like the way that they are in relationships or in a relationship. You see, we have the Nine of Cups here, which is beautiful because, oh my gosh, and I'm just looking at this deck again because this was the deck we're using as how they are in relationships. And then we also have the Queen of Cups with Isolde, which is a beautiful story, by the way. I believe it's Tristan and Isolde. And then we also have the Knight of Cups underneath here too. So there's more water energy underneath everything when it comes to the relationship stuff. Yeah. So the Queen of Cups being here, I think, is already an indicator that, like, romantically like I said, the emotions are revealed more so with you guys. And with the Nine of Cups, this is more joyful. You know, in a relationship, they want to look to the future. They want to plan stuff ahead. They want to do things with each other. It almost, I don't want to say the relationship is an escape from their life, because it doesn't feel like they use relationships as an escape at all. But I feel like the ideal relationship for them is so different from the life that they lead and work and all of this stuff. It's like, that's what makes it exciting. That's what makes it wonderful. It's like, yes, at work I'm this way, but then I get to come home and we get to be this way with each other, you know. So that for them, and this way with each other is more lively, more excited, more passionate, you know. That's what there's this essence where it kind of makes you think of a kid, you know, like when a kid comes back from school and they start telling you about their day, they'll be like, and this happened and this happened and this, and they're talking so excitedly because, you know, they really want to share with you. And it kind of feels like your person is like that too, you know. They'll be talking to you so excitedly, like, oh my gosh, and then this happened and you wouldn't even believe it, they said this, you know. And in that situation they could have reacted like whatever with the people, you know, or just kind of like reacted on like a scale of 0 to 100, their reaction, 100 being the most emotionally driven, intense, kind of passionate, their reaction could have been like at most a 50%, right? But with you guys, they're talking about it like 98%, you know, like, and this happened. And it's like the people who were in the scenario did not even see this part of your person coming through or how they truly felt about it, you know. But for you, they're just like, you wouldn't believe, you know. So like for you, they really do look at you as like a confide, like somebody they can confide in. There's a lot of trust when it comes to you guys. And your person trusts you guys a lot. Also, I will say, like, I don't know if they have a Mars or a Venus, depending on their gender. It does make a difference, or the gender that they're interested in, I will say, makes a difference for this. So like, for example, if you have, okay, if your person had a Mars in Aries, for example, right? And they were a man, okay, that was interested in women, the way that they would express that masculine kind of driven energy and love would be like that Mars in Aries, right? But if your person was a man who was interested in men and their Mars is in Aries, because usually they say like a man is looking for love that's similar to Venus in their chart, but if it's for a woman. But I've noticed, and I remember coming across an article that talked about this many years ago, but for a man who's interested in men, he's most likely going to be looking for a guy who has Mars that resembles his Mars in Aries, right? And just stuff like that. I hope that made sense. So, and same thing with women. With women, they're looking for, if it's a woman who is straight, she's looking for a man to be similar to her, whatever Mars placement she has, in the way that she expresses romantic interest in love and stuff like that would be the way where her Venus is. But if it's a woman who is interested in women, then she's looking for a woman who has a similar expression that her Venus has in her chart, right? So it differs. That's why I was mentioning it being different, and I don't remember why I brought this up. Oh yes, okay, because with your person it kind of feels like because we see all of this like air stuff. And remember in the beginning I said like we're getting the passionate thing. It made me think a little bit of Aries, which is why I keep bringing up Aries. You do have Leo here, so there is a little bit of fire. And Scorpio, you see there's actually flames here at the bottom. Even though it's a water sign, it's one of the very few zodiac signs, because some zodiac signs have a dual element, right? So for Scorpio, I believe it's the only water element that has like a subcategory of like a fiery energy. Even in the animals and beings that Scorpio is represented by, one of them is a phoenix, right? So a water element being represented by something that is pure fire is fascinating, you know. So, and they are ruled by Mars actually. So Aries is also ruled by Mars. That could be that Mars energy that I was mentioning with Aries coming through. But that being said, like there is a passionate side to them. It's just, I feel like that part is reserved for you guys, the excitement, the passion. So I do feel like there's also excitement in the bedroom, we can say, okay? So I feel they're very into happy endings, okay, with this Nine of Cups. And it also feels like there's a lot of excitement in life and joy. And it's like, because they get to be with you guys, life, it tastes so much sweeter, right? And like with you, the type of person that you are, and the way that they feel about you, and the kind of connection that you guys have, they just really feel, it's almost like somebody who's experiencing life for the first time and sees the beauty in everything and finds everything so exciting. It's specifically exciting. Excitement is the word. And that's why we were talking about that youthful energy in the beginning and throughout. And we were talking about like there is that like childlike essence, and even in the, like that emotional aspect, you know, because they don't get to have that kind of connection with just anybody, especially when it comes to romantically. I think they may have had like one person or something like that in the past that was kind of like similar, but I feel like you guys are going to be able to, like, it's really different with you guys. Because with you guys, they're able to be that 100% like version of that, you know. They don't have to hold back a little bit or whatever. It's the combination of your two personalities and just the way that you guys function in life and in love that helps to bring out this beautiful, excited, childlike wonder side to them, and helps that aspect of them to kind of live on, right? And it's going to be very fun for both of you guys. So yes. Now let's take a look here before we switch out the cards. This is more so to talk about their history. So give me a moment to see what comes through strongest here. You know what? This is so fascinating. I'm going to say what I'm seeing, but in the first group also, when I was shuffling these cards, my intention was to see like their history, maybe talk about their life, their past, you know, whatever a little bit. But in the first group, it ended up talking about their past life. And in your group, they're talking about your person's past life again. So maybe when I'm talking about history, I don't realize I'm opening up the space for the Akashic records or like their soul history to come through that's relevant to this lifetime. But this is an interesting twist to these kinds of readings because I've never really done like a past life section for this style of reading before. So, I mean, this is fun. You know, it's interesting. The last one was very interesting too. So, okay. Let's talk about your person's past life. It's only a glimpse though, so, you know, don't get too excited. But what I'm seeing here, which I think is actually correlated to the way that they express themselves, because expression seems to be very, very big in regards to your person. So this past life seems to be correlated to that. The Devil card is the death, okay? It feels like death, okay? So it almost feels like your person in a past life was like a knight or some kind of soldier. And it feels like they were enlisted in a younger age, not like 12 or 13 years old, but there is this essence. And even knight and soldier doesn't feel like the right word, but it's also not warrior. It feels like a knight would be closer to it. It doesn't feel like a soldier either. I am seeing armor. Okay, so it doesn't feel like anything modern, like how people are just wearing an army uniform. So I am seeing a form of armor, but it doesn't feel as intense as a knight, but it doesn't seem like as crazy as like a warrior's armor, and it doesn't feel like it's far back enough in like Spartan eras or anything like that. So that's why I'm saying like a knight is the closest thing that I'm seeing in regards to like gauging the time period. But because there is some kind of like a chainmail, I don't want to get lost in that though. So it does feel like there was this aspect of your person, okay, where they were involved in some kind of warring time. And it's not to say that they were on the front line or anything. That's another reason why I think I was hesitant to say fully like a warrior or a knight. It's almost like you can have medics in the army, you can have strategists, like stuff like that, you know. So they were trained, they were taken in kind of in a young time, so they didn't really get to experience love too much. It's not to say that they didn't have, so this kind of feels like a masculine life, okay, I will say, because they didn't really allow women into the army in most countries and parts of the world, and that part of history as well. So yeah, so it does feel more like a male past life, but again, I'm seeing it like a boy. There is this essence of like youth. So I don't know if it's because they got tangled up in the army. Like, that's what I'm saying. Don't get excited because the details feel a little foggy. It doesn't feel super clear, but it does seem like on some level they didn't get to experience that youth, that child. Yeah, that youth, you know, they didn't get to experience. So I don't know. Like I said, it does feel like there is a death. And since I'm seeing that death, specifically after youth, there's a really big chance that in this warring time, like like I'm still stuck on trying to figure out their role, because it doesn't feel like they were a knight or anything like that. They don't feel like they were on the front lines, but somehow they were still close enough. And there is this aspect of having to kind of fight. So maybe they were just like a victim of that war. It could be also. And they were taught or trained like how to handle a sword or something, but they weren't really part of the army, but I'm seeing specifically, like I think I mentioned it before, like 12 or 13, but there is death at the end. So maybe they really didn't get a chance to live out their life, because if they did even continue living after that, after the age of 12 and 13, I see no childhood. Like, it just feels cold. So I don't know if they got enlisted in the army after that, because like I said, I saw chainmail, so they could have been like taken into the army or the military, whatever, after that, and then they just died, not instantly, but you know, because yeah, they passed away. So it wasn't like a ripe old age or anything like that. It was in the fight, in the war or something. So I think that's another reason why there's this aspect of this youthfulness to them in this lifetime, this like energetic presence and energy when it comes to like being around you, and this like drivenness to experience things as if they're experiencing for the first time. Because on some level, I feel like that child that had its youth taken away from them in that past life is getting to kind of experience the healing that it needs, or like that closure that it needs, by actually experiencing the world through that kind of lens. Yeah. Interesting. I'm wondering if that's also why there's a little bit of like detachment that your person in this incarnation is able to experience as well. Like they're able to experience like a sense of detachment when it comes to their emotions and stuff that we talked about. And I'm wondering if this is kind of, it feels like this is sort of, correlated to that as well. But yeah, interesting. Okay, give me a moment, you guys, to clear the table now, and then we'll lay out the next set of cards. Okay. So next we have, oh my goodness, you guys, remember how I mentioned the Knight of Cups on the bottom of a deck when it comes to like specifically in a relationship with you guys, there are more cup energies. Look, the first card, this deck is meant to indicate what your relationship is going to look like, and we have the Knight of Cups. Okay, so I told you guys, when it comes to you and loving you guys, it's not, you don't have to worry about, yeah, look, and okay, then we have Trap. Look at that. That is kind of hilarious, and I'll tell you why in a second. And then we have the Two of Cups. Okay, I mean, come on. And by the way, for those of you guys who don't know, these are actually lovebirds. That is what these birds are called, lovebirds. So more cups when it comes to what is a romantic relationship like with you guys. So that's what I was saying, like, don't get lost. Oh, I forgot. This is what happened in the last reading too. I forgot to put these cards away as well. Okay, one sec. Okay, then we have number 64 with Mystical Union. Number 55 with Fullness. Yeah, look at that, a sense of fulfillment. And then 43 with the Courage of Love. This is so cute. It's so pure, you know, it's sweet. It is like a child experiencing love, kind of a, you know, like that past life thing that we saw kind of correlates. Okay, then we have the Six of Swords, the Queen of Swords. It's interesting because, oh, this is so interesting because this part is kind of usually things that they want you to know, or the message that they could have for you in addition to everything. But when we were talking about them, I don't know if you remember, but it was the Magician and then the King of Swords. And now that it's geared towards you, it's the Six of Swords and the Queen of Swords. So again, it's a genderless reading, but those are counterparts. Okay, the Queen of Swords and the King of Swords are counterparts. And then you have the King of Wands. Okay, and you have the Seven of Coins, which actually came out earlier as well, which is the part where we talked about them being really patient, which is coming through here as well. So this is kind of starting to emanate your letter a little bit, especially this part here. Okay. There isn't a soul on the planet who doesn't crave your approval. This goes so well with your letter, you guys, because the person in the letter was saying, like, do you realize how much you impact people's lives? Like, I don't think you get it, you know, like you were trying to go about not taking up space, but you exist as taking up space. Like, that's your nature. How can people not seek your approval? Whatever. Okay. The only difference between a friend and a foe is that you've decided where love can grow. Oh, the universe. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. So you see, ultimately the decision is yours. I mean, you choose to marry them because this is, you know, your future spouse reading, but time to make a demonstration. The older the soul, the softer the glance, the quicker the smile, and the sooner to say, I love you. They also skip and wink more than normal and hold hands with those they walk beside. Utterly fearless, the universe. Again, this aspect of fearlessness and the age of a soul. So interesting, because we have courage and then the fearless thing was underneath here. Okay, then we have Serapis Bay with ascension. Move into your true self. Rise above the darkness. The light is here. And again, this makes me think of, this is a message for you guys, but this also makes me think about when we just talked about their past life. And like that little boy being able to experience the healing, or that childhood or whatever, that closure through this experience that you guys get to have together. Yes, oh my gosh, look. The eternal child. Okay. And then we also have the village. You guys, I just got chills. You know how they say it takes a village to raise a child? Wow. But then look at this village. With all of the reds and oranges, it kind of looks like, with that devil card, the destruction, like, of like barren land and war and stuff like that, you know? So it kind of feels, whoa, their past life story is so correlated here. Ooh, I got chills. Whoa. Okay, this is so interesting. It's pardon my excitement, but I've never experienced, like, this is the first time this, because the future spouse readings are always this, like, they're similar, but they're always a little different because I don't look back and use the same questions, you know, I just kind of try to remember. And so sometimes it's a little different. And so involving this history thing, man, this is a game changer. This is so fascinating. Okay, give me a moment, you guys, to look at the cards here. Okay, I'm also gonna take a sip of water. I'm seeing a lot of blue here, by the way. So with all of this blue, again, the throat chakra, the communication is highlighted, especially the lighter blues. It's lighter shades of blue predominantly. Oh, sorry guys. I'm not done yet, apparently. Okay, what will your relationship look like? So, don't be scared by the trap, okay? Because the trap actually kind of, okay. The trap feels, it's not manipulation. I don't know why your story really is really reminding me of like Chinese dramas and Korean dramas, but right now they're really highlighting specifically the Chinese dramas. Like, yes, sometimes I can use those as like to pinpoint one to give you an example of what the relationship could look like, but I'm seeing them in general. Okay, so like there is an aspect of this that I feel like maybe people in your life and maybe even people in their life, like their family, that can see how much like of an impact you have on this person and how different they are when they're with you compared to the rest of the world. I think people are going to compare you guys and be like, they have that kind of once in a lifetime romance, or that like love story romance, or relationship, you know, like people are going to be comparing your relationship to things that they've seen in the media, I think. Yeah, it's kind of cute. But yeah, so it's making me think of, there's this webtoon, oh, what is it called? In the beginning, when I was picking up the characteristics of how they're so different when they're with you compared to the rest of the world, it was making me think of, there's this webtoon called the Remarried Empress, I think. Yeah, the Remarried Empress. And the character, I think his name is okay, I'm gonna probably mispronounce it. I think it's on like Henry, but it's spelled as if it's Henri or Henry. I don't know, whatever. Anyway, it kind of makes me think of that character. But then as far as, yes, back to the romance with you guys, sorry. Give me a moment again. But yeah, so, oh yes, what I was telling you, like how it keeps showing up as Chinese dramas. Like this one is making me think of, like, your person is very strategic. Okay, and even with Trap, it kind of feels like once you're in, it's like you guys are in for life. And it's not just you, this is the kind of relationship that you guys have. It's like you guys get hooked on each other. So you guys have a beautiful relationship, as you can see by the cards that you've got. It's very sweet. Like, it's very beautiful. It's very exciting. It's very much like the inner child of both of you gets to go out and play. Okay, both of you get to have fun coming into this union. You know, it's not like you taking on a maternal or paternal role for your partner as they get to act like a child. It's not like that. You guys both get to act like children, and you both take turns taking care of each other. Okay, so it's more like that inner child gets to run free with both of you guys. So don't worry too much about being like, oh, now it's somebody for me to take care of, because it's not like that. But with Trap especially, it's kind of like, yeah, you guys are like hooked. You're hooked in each other, and I feel like both of you guys are going to be showing each other your strengths. You know, you're going to be like, what are you talking about? You're this, this, and this. Like, you're each other's hype people as well. There is a lot of romance here, okay? But it feels like, again, it feels a little cliche, because this is the kind of stuff that you would see like as romantic in media. But I think because this is like, again, it's like your first time encountering that kind of stuff, like especially for your person, it's like as if it's their first time encountering this, like that child's first time encountering this kind of romance. So yeah, there are some cliche things, but it's like you guys love it. You know, there is that cheesiness that they have with their sense of humor, but it's like you guys love it. You know, like it may seem cringy now, but it's like, have you ever seen couples that when you hear their talk, for them it's normal to talk this way, but as an observer you're just like, it'll get a room, you know? It's kind of like that. So it may sound cringy now, but in the moment, that's like, for you guys it's going to be kind of normal, you know, like this person is going to get you guys to laugh a lot. Let me see, I feel like there's more from there. You guys are going to be like two peas in a pod, that's for sure. That's why I'm saying it's like, it's not that one person takes on a parental role to the other who is now acting more childlike, okay? There is that balance. You guys are doing it together. I'm seeing it's child healing for you guys together, okay? Because maybe you guys need to have some play. You need to stop taking things so seriously. Or does your person even say that in the letter? Don't think, let me see. Sorry guys, I'm scrolling through, one sec. Yeah, I don't know, I can't find it at the moment, but it's like even somebody who tries not to outshine other people, right? On some level, it's like you're acting too much like you're too mature, right? So like for a child, that's too mature of a way to be. And so I feel like this is you guys getting to be unbridledly, right, yourselves. I think that's the right word for it. Like, you just get to be yourself without any inhibition with each other, and let that child play, you know, both of you guys. Like, they're the same. They're both kids playing, you know. So, I mean, look at them goofing around with the cups on their heads. It's cute. And it's like, this is your person, like, coming in like, my love, hello, like, with their cup, you know, like, I'm bringing you your favorite drink. Like, it's cute, it's sweet, you know. It's a little mushy, I think, when you guys are together. And I think it may not necessarily even be something that you ever expected for yourself, but it's kind of like both of you guys need that, you know. It's like a gift, for both of you guys to be able to transcend this inner child wounding, or that needs healing, right? With the ascension here, moving into your true self, like allowing that, like, it's almost as if, you know, like if somebody has to mature quickly at a young age, even if they're still like a kid age-wise, they lose their childlike essence in their childhood, right? That kid is now a grown-up in a small person's body, like in a child's body. So reverting to your true self is like bringing back that child and letting that child play and live. Okay, so yes, let me see what else we're getting here. I also feel like you guys are gonna play games with each other, you know, like, oh, I think they mentioned that. Didn't they mention that? If not, like, that's what I'm picking up, like playing catch, like, it's literally something as silly as like one of you guys could be sitting on the couch, another one sitting in another part of the room, and you just play catch with each other. Or other like games that kids would play, like you guys play those with each other, you know, board games, card games. It's just, I think this relationship is so happy and joyful because it's like you guys are letting those inner children come out and play. And it feels like with mystical union and fullness, it feels so fulfilling and it feels so special. Your connection feels so special, you know. And for some reason, this is making me think of an egg, and like that's a really big egg yolk. So I don't know if you guys plan on having children or not, or if it's something that you want to do, but there is this aspect of creation and some kind of life together. So it could just be the life that you guys create with each other. It could be something that you create with each other as like a project or whatnot, but it feels like you guys give life to something together. And it's beautiful. It comes from a joyful, caring, and loving place and excitement. And you see how there are two seagulls, right? It's like taking on the world. Like you guys are taking on the world together. It's just like a companion. You guys have found a friend for life, a companion for life. But it's not to say that there isn't passion, because there is that romance. Like they're very prominent on bringing in that romance, you know? There is a beautiful like soul connection here, okay? And even here, the courage of love. It's like both of you guys being able to open up to each other to allow that child to come out and play. And even here, when they talk about you, right? Where there is a sense of like dimming in order to not outshine, so that everyone can grow together, you know? But look, everyone is special. Yes, everyone is unique. Everyone has something that's their strength, that's their weakness. Everyone has something that makes them so perfect and unique and special. But that doesn't mean, and I'm not saying somebody is better than others, but some people have maybe a bigger purpose, or are meant to reach more people, or are meant to contribute to the world through a different thing, and so their presence can be different. So presence can be bigger or smaller, and you guys trying to take the world up with you is not it's not helping, right? Like that's the part that kind of keeps yourself from outshining, right? Because you're like, we can all grow together, you know, like I am no special than the rest. And it's like, yes, on some level that is true, but at the same time, you are also more, it's like everything is true all at once. You know, don't just play into one aspect that goes into kind of making yourself smaller. Because though, yes, everyone is special, it doesn't mean that you guys are less special because everyone is special. You know what I mean? And if you are meant to be someone who shines brighter, it doesn't mean that you're better than everybody else. So you don't have to diminish yourself in order to keep equal with others. Right? Because your shining brighter contributes to the earth in a different way than them not shining as bright. Maybe them not shining as bright is them meaning to work specifically within smaller individual relations to help uplift the planet, whereas you shining brighter is meant to be like it's as if everyone is helping to uplift the earth, right? Some people may be on a smaller level working on individuals, right? Like they could have a smaller presence, but it's because they're meant to be working with individuals within their household or within their community, right? And some people may have a bigger presence, but it's because while there are some people who are meant to be working with a smaller number of people, there are also some people who may have a slightly bigger energy that's meant to be working as a community leader. Then you can have someone who's meant to have an even bigger presence that's meant to be working with the whole world in regards to a larger audience, but not so much individuals, right? Because we need soldiers at every point, right? We need people at every different kind of possibility. And some people can have an even larger than life presence, not because they're meant to work globally, but just because they're meant to. So some people are shifting the consciousness of the earth by specifically working with the beings on the earth, right? Some people have a more gentle energy because they're meant to work with children and animals to help uplift them energetically, to help uplift the earth. But some people with that largest presence are just meant to live in a joyful state because that larger presence actually uplifts the earth itself, right? So just like it takes a village to raise a child, it takes the whole planet to uplift the planet. You know what I mean? It's not just the earth uplifting itself, it's everybody contributing by everybody starting to have a shift in consciousness, every being, every entity, every energy. And some people are meant to help globally, but they're not meant to help in small communities. Some people are meant to do the one-on-one thing. Some people are meant to, you know, and some people are just meant to target the earth itself. So all of those things need to be happening all at once in order for the earth to uplift, right? So no task is more important than the other. Because if you only have somebody uplifting the earth, if nobody is uplifting the people on the planet, then the earth is not going to stay uplifted for long because the people on the planet determine the energy too. But if there's no one uplifting the planet, then just uplifting the people is not going to help either because eventually they'll get bogged down by the energy of the planet, right? So in that sense, we can say no task is more important than the others. No energy is more important than the other. But noticing that your energy is brighter and bigger than others is not you belittling them, because your tasks on how to uplift the earth, we can say, are different. So you guys have that bigger energy that's meant to uplift globally, okay? Some people are just meant to uplift the earth by existing. Some people are meant to have a little bit more of a global touch, you know, like they touch individuals who will touch other people globally. You know what I mean? Like I said, there are different categories. None are more important, none are more special than the other, but it doesn't discredit the fact that every task is special, right? And there is a difference in energy, and it is visible, because if you're going to have a bigger energy to work with the planet or globally, yes, it's going to be noticeable. So it doesn't mean that you have to diminish yourself to the lower energies, because the lower energy part is not your task in this lifetime. Wow, I've never explained it like that. Like, this is one of the beauty of doing readings, is like the stuff that comes through is very informative for the reader too, you know? So thank you guys for clicking on this reading so that there's an example that I can use in the future and a deeper understanding of a specific thing that I was already aware of, but couldn't pinpoint on how to perfectly explain. So thank you. Thank you for coming into this reading. You have contributed greatly by just being here, as you see, right? As we were just talking about. So yes, back to the reading. Let me see what else I'm getting here. With Chap, I also kind of feel like, I don't want to say you guys are clingy with each other, but I think you just enjoy doing so much together. That's why I'm saying, to some people, if it was just a little bit more than what it is right now, they would think that you guys are in a little bit of a codependent relationship. That's not the case. You guys are just really happy to go through life together, okay? Okay, let's move on to the bottom here. And that's why I was saying, like, the courage of love. I feel like you guys are going to open up, like to feel, you're going to recognize this essence that is similar within each other. And I feel like your person is going to recognize it first. And then it's going to help you guys. Yeah, like I'm smelling cotton candy and ice cream cones, you know, like it really is this like childlike kind of a connection. So I feel like those children can kind of sense each other, you know, and so it almost seems like this will make you guys feel like you can also kind of open up or be like, oh really, I don't know, like to this kind of a connection in person, you know. And when I'm seeing this, it makes me think of The Lion King 2, when Rafiki takes Kiara and Kovu to this place called Upendi or something, and there's a whole song like, in Upendi, where the passion fruit grows sweet, it just takes two, something to your heart will take you there, something like that. But anyway, yeah, back to the reading. Yeah, with the Six of Swords, I mean, look, oh, interesting. The Six of Swords. So this Six of Swords is different than most, okay? Yes, there's like an adult and a child here, and then we have the usher, or like the boat mover, moving them in or ushering them into the next place, into the next phase. But look at that. These are the same kind of cat. So I'm getting that these are the same souls. These are the kind of, you guys are having a similar experience as to what is requiring healing, right? And so these are the two childlike souls kind of waiting to encounter each other. And you guys are, this is like you guys kind of going through this experience together, you know, like going through this into the next phase together, moving past this, like, because actually I guess like in ancient Greek mythology, right, in the underworld there was, I think the boat, I think the soul person that carries the soul into Hades or into the underworld, I think his name was Charon, but I think that was it. But it's almost like that's that scene where they kind of go on the river into the underworld. I think it's on the river Styx, into the underworld. You know, so there is this aspect of death, but it's almost like you guys coming back and moving past that, like how the child, that childlike essence of you guys had to re-experience. Okay, I hope you guys are getting what I'm saying. Basically that reincarnation aspect, or like those inner children that get to have a second chance, right? Or get to experience life, get a new beginning, a new chance, okay? The Queen of Swords, again, I feel like this person, your person, is saying that they like, that you do have this analytical side and all of this stuff, and I think they think that you guys are fun too. This is not for all of you. This is going to be for just a couple of you guys, but I feel like there could be a couple of you that may feel like you're a stick in the mud, just for lack of a better expression. Like maybe you're a little boring or you're not as fun. Again, there's this aspect that makes you guys play small. So I feel like very few of you guys are on that list where maybe you may think you're not as interesting. And this person is like, I beg to differ. I don't think that's true at all. And even though there are parts where it may take you a little longer to kind of warm up to them than it does them to you, it's like they're saying here, like, again, in this connection with you, they come across as the King of Wands. The King of Wands is a fire energy. So there is like you may be a little avoidant, or maybe you don't notice me at first because you're this tornado that's just doing its own thing, kind of going by, but I'm on this moped following you to kind of chase that storm to get to the center of that tornado. They may be like, you may not notice me at first, but I'm going to make it a point that you notice me because I'm patient. So that's coming through again too, which I think is interesting. And time to make a demonstration. Yeah, it's like, I will make sure that you notice me. And there isn't a soul on the planet who doesn't crave your approval. I mean, this is like your person saying, like, come on, how can I not like you? Like, how can anyone not like you? Look, everyone can see it, but you maybe, but like, yes, Okay, and now these two cards. Okay, these two cards are also very important because this is meant to indicate what the biggest obstacle in your union would be, the biggest trigger point. So it's interesting how we have the eternal child and the village, okay? Because it feels like the biggest trigger point, especially initially, right? Because in the first reading, it felt that way too, where it's an initial thing. It's like more so the earlier years of the relationship. This is not the thing that's going to be the trigger point for the whole relationship, because you guys will heal it, right? The relationship will help heal it, but having an understanding can help that healing come about a little quicker and smoother and give you the conscious, the awareness of this issue coming up within yourself and within the relationship, and how to communicate it better so that it doesn't turn into like an ego war, but actually turns into a healing experience that is tender and caring, okay? So with the eternal child in the village, it almost feels like maybe initially, again, this is going to vary because this is a general reading. So some of you guys are in a little bit more ahead than others in this group in regards to connecting with that like inner child energy, or like being okay with it coming out to play. But for some of you, I feel like maybe the parts where that in this lifetime made you feel like you had to stifle yourself and had to stifle that child and like had to grow up a little quicker, or like think or be a little bit more mature. I think seeing your person acting like a child can be triggering, because that's the part that you may still be repressing within yourself. And so them getting to express it freely, it's like you hear the voices from your childhood that kind of made you stop being that expressive of the inner child. You hear them playing in your head, and you put those judgments that were put onto you onto this person, onto your person, okay? And that's not something to be upset about with yourself, because honestly, this is super normal, and it's something that every single person does, okay? That's what triggers are. Most of the time, not always, it's a case-by-case basis, but what I've noticed is most of the time, people are triggered by things that they are either, okay, let me give you an example. An example would probably help the most. Okay, for example, I'll use myself as an example, because this is the thing that actually showed me, the core of a trigger. So when I was younger, I used to chew with my mouth open, as most kids do, right? And I don't remember my parents necessarily correcting that. Again, I was a kid, but my cousin, who is very close to me, he saw me chewing with my mouth open, and he told me not to chew with my mouth open because it's impolite, and something else and something else and blah, blah, blah. And he was telling me that because his mother had said that same thing to him, right? So now he put this thing where he was repressed, right? Where he was kind of told not to be free. He put that restriction onto me now. He passed it on, right? We're kids. We don't know the difference. We're not realizing this as well. So, and his mother probably heard it from her, you know what I mean? It's like passed on. So now fast forward many years, okay? I remember I was in high school or something, and I saw a relative, or maybe even a little younger than that, but I saw another relative or whatever. I saw somebody else chewing very loudly with their mouth open. And anytime somebody would chew with their mouth open, I remember being honestly judgmental about it. And I would be like, oh, that's so like gross, you know, and impolite. I don't want to hear you chewing. I don't want to see your mouth like full of food inside. You know what I mean? Like, close your mouth. It's polite, right? And then so that was the judgment that I had. And then fast forward a little longer, which is when I had this realization about what triggers are. I realized, again, this is still years ago, technically speaking, but still, right? I realized that I wasn't angry at this person specifically for doing this. What was really triggering the core of it, right? I didn't feel jealous that they were chewing with their mouth open, not consciously, but what it really was they had the liberty to eat however they want to eat. But I felt like I needed to eat restricted in order to be proper. So they get to just eat without, like, because I remember being like, you're eating and you don't even care about your surroundings, you know? But it's like, of course they don't care about their surroundings. They're uninhibited in the way that they're eating. It's their life. Let them eat the way that they want to eat, right? But I was now putting on that judgment, that restriction that was put onto me. I was projecting it onto everybody else in the world, because if I had this restriction put onto me and I was told that I had to do it this way, then this should be the restriction put on everybody else. And this is how a lot of people feel or think, you know? So that's what tends to be a trigger. It's like, I feel repressed or stifled in this aspect, but you get to do it freely, and it can feel triggering. So not all triggers come from this. Like I said, there are different types of triggers, but this is a very common one. So I wouldn't call it necessarily jealousy, because it's not a conscious like observation of this person and being like, how come you get to do that and I don't? You're annoying, you know? But it is on a subconscious level there that like you get to do this uninhibitedly. Even if it's something like, I remember talking to a friend once, right? We were talking about how she had somebody at work who was kind of like aggressive, you know, and kind of a jerk. And she normally didn't get triggered by people at work, but this person in particular triggered her because, you know, they just said whatever they want to say and they didn't experience any repercussions and all this stuff. And like this person was really mean and whatever, all this stuff. And she didn't, when I explained this, she was like, well, I don't feel jealous of this person. And I'm like, I'm not saying you feel jealous of them as who they are, right? But maybe because you repress what you say often in order to kind of keep harmony or not to cause trouble or problems or whatever because of your own like inner child stuff, you're jealous. Like there's a subconscious envy of the fact that this person gets to completely go around saying whatever they want to say and expressing themselves however they want to express themselves without repercussion. Whereas you're tiptoeing here because you're trying not to have any negative repercussion or whatever, like whatever other ties to trauma it can be, you know? So that's where the trigger is. You get what I'm saying? So all of this to say, it's not that you guys are jealous of your partner or whatever else, and it's not a malicious thing. I just want you guys to realize it's not something to feel bad about. It's not bad to feel triggered by somebody. It just shows us a little bit more, gives us a direction as to where we can point our compass to where that trigger is really coming from. Okay, so don't feel bad about yourself for being irritated at somebody that you love, for having a sense of freedom and joy and youthfulness, and feel like, oh my goodness, they need to grow up, you know, because the truth is you actually need to become a little bit more like a child when it comes to certain freedoms, right? And you guys get to experience that together, and it's beautiful. So it's this conditioning that needs a little bit of healing. an unwinding, right? You guys want to unwind the conditioning. So that's what it feels like will be the biggest obstacle, I think, or like the biggest trigger point in your connection. Okay, it's this this also, remember how I said you guys are not meant to be taking on a maternal or paternal role for your partner, where you now create a dynamic that you are the parent and they are the child. It's supposed to be equal. So that's going to be the thing that I think you guys are going to be working through in the beginning stages of the connection as well, which is why communication is important in any connection, right? Communicating how you're feeling and what it's triggering is so important. Because if you can tell your person like, hey, this is the reason why it's triggering me. I'm not telling you to act any different or be different. But if you get this kind of a reaction from me, I just want you to understand where it's coming from. I'm letting you know that I'm working on it. But just keep that in mind, please, you know. And it can also make your person maybe try to find ways to help give you solutions or help you feel included so that you can start letting that inner child come out, so that you're not taking on this parental role in their lives, you know, and they take turns being like a parent, and you guys can do it together, and then both of you can start to feel uninhibited, so that you can both be children playing together, but then also know when to take on the adult roles with each other too. Okay? All right, group 2, that was your reading. Yeah, that was your reading. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did, I would appreciate if you gave this video a thumbs up, and I'd love to hear from you guys in the comments down below as well. It may take some time for me to respond, but I do try to respond to every comment. Also, if you guys do enjoy my content, it's not necessary, but I would appreciate if you subscribe to the channel, as it does help the channel out. Don't worry, I will read your letter one more time. I have not forgotten. I just wanted to do my little outro first, and I did want to let you guys know, if you are interested in a personal private reading, a custom crystal bracelet, or a personal like affirmation song, or if you just you can, yeah. I can speak. But yeah, you can reach out to me either through the contacts page on my website or through my email on the description box below. And also, if you guys are interested in checking out my vlog channel or my music channel, that's also in the description box, as well as my Instagram if you want to say hi on there. But yes, that was it. And I'll do the final goodbye after your letter. But let us read your letter again. Again, I will show you this beautiful seal. Look how gorgeous it is. I love it so much. I think it's so beautiful. I actually love the little wildness of the way it came out. Okay. My crazy love, you are a whirlwind, a tornado that instead of quieting down, you just keep the same stable pace throughout. A powerhouse. Who could keep up with you? Can me. I'll be the crazy newscaster following the tornado on a moped because my car was too much of an observatory, and I want to be right there with you in the action. I want to feel the tempest that you bring in my bones. I want to know what it means to be a part of you. I want to keep chasing that precious eye of the storm that you hold inside of you, that part no one gets to see. I'm persistent enough to find it and always to be pursuing it. Your presence is so big, yet you keep it perfectly contained so it doesn't outshine anything. But come on, it's in your nature to outshine. You change lives left and right. Are you aware of that? Don't be too upset about them. Sorry. Don't be too upset about those that actually weren't able to keep up with you. It's their loss. And honestly, babe, not everyone is on your level. Keep up the good work. You've been doing great, and even if you fall off track, you keep persevering. I'm rooting for you. You've got this. There's so much you don't know about me yet, but isn't that great? We get to keep learning more about each other for the rest of our lives. How could we ever lose interest in each other? Don't worry, we won't run out of things to talk about, and it won't get boring. I have my ways of keeping you entertained. Have you seen the new movie that just came out? Hence, it being new. Let's go on a movie date. You're never too old to do something silly. Let's stay young forever, at least when it's appropriate. Hee hee hee. Can you take me to go in your lunchbox? I'm a pretty tasty snack. Winky face. Hee hee hee. It's a good thing I'm not a ball, but I have been told I'm quite the catch. But Are you cringing yet? Is that a smile I see? You know what they say, a frown is an upside down smile and a straight face is a smile that you just can't see yet. Yeah, okay, I know that was bad. But you've got to admit, at least you weren't expecting it. Don't worry, baby. I've got plenty more where that came from. Love you loads. Not the laundry kind. XOXO from your love machine. All right, group 2. As always, it was a pleasure doing your reading. It was so fun to read your letter. And I hope you guys have a beautiful rest of your day. Okay, I'm sending you guys so much love, so much light. And I'll see you guys next time, okay? Oh, by the way, group 2, also in the description of every video, I include an inner child healing meditation that I like to recommend to clients and that I've personally used myself. So if you guys are interested in checking it out after we talked about all of the stuff, maybe it could be a little helpful for you guys too, okay? But yes, I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye, group 2. Hey, group 3, this is your group. If you chose this beautiful green and pink / kind of like magenta seal, I'm gonna bring it in closer. I don't know if it's focusing or not, but here, I don't know if that helped. If not, that's okay. But yes, here, let me just adjust that now. Okay, so this is your group if you chose this seal. For those of you guys who are unfamiliar with how this style of reading that I do works for newer viewers, basically I'm going to read the letter twice, okay? The first time is going to have interruptions. That's just how I do it. So anything that comes through, any reminders, any key points that I remember or whatever, that's gonna be the interruptions that you guys experience or see in the first read through of the letter. The second time that I read through the letter is going to be all the way at the end of the reading. And that time I will read the letter with no interruptions, because I know sometimes people will just want to hear the letter again, and especially with no interruptions. So that time, after all of those messages, it will be read with no interruptions, okay? Every group also got a channeled song. Here's your channeled song. I will read it and reveal it and read the lyrics to you at the end, not at the end of the reading, but after we're done reading your letter, okay? And before we begin anything, I'm just going to ring the singing bowl for you. Okay, also a note that I wanted to make. I feel like you guys are really fighting off a lot of negative energy right now, because to be honest with you, before your reading started, I noticed that I started like trying to catch my breath, and other signs that I've experienced that indicate that there is like the body is trying to release or detox like a darker / heavier negative energy. I don't think that it's yours, you guys. I think it's stuff that has been directed to you, or that is like in the vicinity of your environment, and so you guys are just trying to keep letting it go. And I do want to let you guys know, for those of you who are experiencing that, whether you're aware of it or not, okay, it is the thing that is impacting energy levels and your motivation or drive to keep moving forward. Maybe if you would have done 5 steps in a day, now you've gone to a place where you do 1 or 2 only, and this is kind of the contributing factor, okay? So the most important thing in that regard, I know it's a love letter reading, but I just wanted to put out this PSA, public service announcement, okay, for those of you guys who are experiencing this, because it's important. Just focus on doing little protection things for yourself once a day at least, maybe at the start of your day. Definitely try to do it at the end of your day. It feels like a couple of you guys may have somebody that may be trying to interfere with your sleep, okay? So again, it may not, I don't think this is a forever thing. It feels like a trial period, in your life, and eventually it will have no power over you. It's also not a note to scare you or make you feel like someone is out to get you, okay? Because it's not like that either. It just feels like energetically there is some kind of an interference when it comes to your dreams. So it could be, for example, if you have a tie with somebody that you care about a lot, right, in your life, that may be experiencing this stuff, like you guys are getting the back end. So it's almost like it's not even directed at you or towards you, but you're energetically picking it up because you care about this person and you guys are an empath. Okay, and I'm getting that you're an empath also. This is something we're going to talk about, how it ties in, but the color of the seals are completely random, but they also ended up, like I just shuffled the letters and then picked the colors and put them on the seals. And then same thing with the songs, but you guys, so far every color of the seal has correlated with the letter in the reading, and it's been significant, so I have a feeling that it's going to be the same for you guys. But yeah, I just wanted to let you guys know before we begin your reading, protection, okay? Don't worry, it's not, nobody is out there to get you, okay? Nobody is harming you, nobody is targeting you. Don't be afraid. I'm not trying to do fear mongering or whatever, okay? There's nothing to be afraid of. You don't have to go buy like, oh, expensive things to cleanse your space and whatever, okay? It's more so just do some protection, and if you want to use any tools, just regular salt is good enough, okay? Put it in the corners of your house or whatever. You don't need to do that though. It's just the intention. It's just a passing feeling, okay? And it's and when I say the intention, I mean your intention when you cleanse a space, when you clear a space, or when you declare that something has no power over you, and you cut ties with, maybe if you do know the person that it could be actually directed towards, that is impacting you, okay? So let's not focus on it too much. You guys are fine. It's just letting you guys know if you have been feeling a bit tired, or like your dreams have been kind of odd, or not even present at all. It's kind of like you guys are picking up interference from somebody else, and it's kind of, or it could also be just in the area, like there could be some kind of negative energy, and while you're building up the resistance, right, or like the calluses to be able to handle it like it's nothing, so it doesn't even affect you, they're just saying like maybe it's good to get some protection going. And if you guys are already doing protection, then that's great, and you don't have to worry about this, okay? All right, group 3, let's get on with your reading then. Okay, so we're going to start out with your letter. Also, it's going to be split up, by the way, in 2 sections. One is going to be talking about your future spouse, as well as their history and possibly what they're like in love, and some the light and shadow attributes of them. And then we're going to be looking at what your relationship will be like, and any additional messages from them, from the universe, or whatever it may be. Okay? Okay. My dearest love, loving you is a gift that I will forever cherish. You brighten my mornings, evenings, and all of my days. My life feels more complete with you in it. I know we've agreed on no codependency or overclinginess, but I can't help to feel like I never want to part with you. Yes, sorry guys, when I channel these letters, I really feel like when I'm writing it down, I'm writing the full words. Like if I write regularly, I don't really have mistakes like this, but when I do the channeled letters, I guess because it really is channeled, like I'll either have missing words in them, or sometimes I'll write the same word twice when I mean to write 2 separate words. So that's another reason why there may be some weird pauses, and it takes a while to read the letters. Also, this is going to be a weird note, but I think your person likes to write, or could be a writer in some sense of the word, because your handwriting, like I took note of the handwriting in each of the letters, and yours had some of the neater handwriting that's more legible and all this stuff. Okay. I can't help to feel like I never want to part with you. Yes, we have joy in our own individual lives, but you make that joy even more joyful, and colors even more colorful. It's okay to rely on me, beloved. Let me take care of you. It doesn't make you weak to be helped. You don't have to worry about losing your independence just because we love to do stuff together. You don't have to stifle being happy when we're together to keep yourself from going overboard or head over heels or over-reliant on how happy we make each other. I'm safe. Trust me. Yeah, that was something that was coming through very strongly. It's like your person cares a lot about you, and they're not aggressive with you at all. But I feel like when it comes to defending you and protecting you and like being on your side, they feel very like, I'm not backing down. Like it feels very firm. I'm not backing down. No one can offend you. No one can hurt you. And yeah, like it feels very firm. Also, I think I made a couple of notes here that I wanted to mention about this too, this letter. Yeah, when I was writing it, just to see like how ride or die your person is for you guys, something that was, 2 other songs were coming through. I think it's 2 separate songs, but one of the things I kept hearing in my head is like your laugh, your smile, you know? So, and I think the words after that go, they drive me wild. So this person really, I also went to the bathroom in between groups, but I noticed my eyes, they felt very prominent. So in my head, I heard like this person loves their eyes. Okay, so I feel like your person loves your eyes, and there is a connection that comes from your eyes. Okay, so it seems like you guys have expressive eyes, and I think there's something similar. Oh, my ear! Ah! Oh gosh. What, am I not supposed to talk about it? No, that's not it. I think there's something similar. Oh, anytime I try to bring it up, my ear goes out again. Y'all, okay. That's as much as I can tell you about your eyes. I'm sorry. Yeah, look at that. The sensation is gone. Wow. Okay, so this is going to be another key point. I don't know how much is actually going to be revealed in your reading, because they just tried to censor the heck out of me by like blowing out my ear. It's still buzzing, but very quietly, almost kind of like a, hey, if you start going too far with certain details, it's a no-go. We're going to blow out your ear. So, not blow out, but like it was so intense. It was so intense, you guys. Oh my gosh. Okay, so we can't talk about certain details. Good to know. That also means that there's a certain sense of divine timing about your union and protection around your union. And because they're trying to protect the outcome, certain things could be kept hidden, which is super annoying. I know, you guys. Sorry about that. But yes, the other thing that was coming through is you're perfect to me from your head down to your, I think it's supposed to be feet. But yeah, okay. So back to the letter. I am safe. Trust me. Yes, you are your own home and I am mine, but can't we share a home? If I share myself with you and you share yourself with me, it's okay to say that we are each other's homes. I'm not trying to stifle you. You know I never would. I just want to be someone you can rely on. I want to be your rock, your safety net, your support, your help. I want to help. Can you please let me help you? You're not pestering me. You're not a bother. You are a gift that I long to cherish. Please let me cherish you. I want to build a life with you. I want to laugh with you, cry with you, and handle the ups and downs with you. You have so much that you give. Is it so wrong for someone to want to give back to you? We don't argue much, even though I'm stubborn, and you are too. We can usually find a solution or give each other time to cool down, but this, I'm sorry, this isn't something I can compromise on. I will never compromise you. It's fine. It's fine if you sometimes call me overbearing for the extent that I will go through. Just please try to remember not to challenge me with something I want to help you with by using a line that basically means I don't want to inconvenience you, or using a line I don't want to inconvenience you or bother you or upset you or trouble you. Baby, if you want it, I've got it. Sorry, that made me think of a spoof from when in the US, Obama and Hillary Clinton were running for president. and somebody created a spoof. I don't know what the original song is called, but it was like, if you want it, I got it, propose it, I'll sign it. But I don't know why that song, it was like super popular at the time of that election, but that came up. So maybe they're into politics. I don't know. Oh no, I think it's the line even, right? It's like, if you want it, I've got it, propose it and I'll sign it. It's like, if you really want something, your person is saying this, right? Like, if you want something, tell me that you want this thing and I will do everything in my power to help make it happen. Okay? Like, they really are emphasizing here that they want you to be able to trust them, because the energy that they're picking up or getting from you is like somebody who, yes, is inside the room, like you've stepped inside the room, but your legs are like tense because you're ready to jump and run out at any point if need be. Okay, they can sense the fear here, and remember how I said also, like, they're really adamant about, like, they will not compromise when it comes to you, right? Like, there was like a very firm putting the hand down, and they seem to have that approach when it comes to you too. Like, I think they even said it in the letter, right? Anything that's the most frustrating thing for them personally in this connection would only be if you try to consider them too much and don't want to inconvenience them or bother them or whatever. That I feel like that's going to be one of the biggest obstacles, or one of the biggest, like, because everybody has pet peeves, right? And for them, that's the biggest one. It's like, no, we're in a relationship. I love you. I've already told you that I love you. I care about you. I literally just said, propose anything you want and I'll sign it. Like, I'll sign off on it, right? Whatever you want, we'll make it happen. So it really, I don't want to say it doesn't offend them, but it hurts them that, you know, you may not want to inconvenience them, because it's almost like their vibe is like I'm here for you to ask me for help, to ask me for favors, to what you consider inconvenience. I'm here for that. I'm here for you, you know, to be doing all of those things and asking all of those things. That's the point of a relationship, is that we're stronger together. We do it together. Okay, so please let me in. Let me help you. Can you please rely on me a little bit? I don't need you to be dependent on me, but I want you to feel like you can be if you need it. You know, it's kind of like that. It doesn't feel unhealthy at all. You know, and I think they mentioned that they mentioned that in the letter as well, right? Where they were talking about unhealthy, like codependency kind of style stuff, and they're like, it's not about that. I'm not looking for a codependent relationship, but don't be so afraid. It's like, maybe you guys are the type to really overanalyze yourself, and you want to keep bettering yourself. And I think because you overanalyze, you may feel like, oh, me relying on them, I don't want to burden them. I don't want to become over dependent on them in case they need a break, and then I won't be able to handle things on my own. And it goes into this like little spiral, you know, and they're like, we're in it for the long haul. We're married. We're together, you know. Can you please trust me now? Can you rely on me now? You're not burdening me. I wouldn't be with you if you were a burden. Trust me, that's my personality. That's the kind of thing that I'm getting from them, you know? Okay, let's get back to the letter. Okay, baby, if you want it, I got it. That's it. That's where I put my foot down. I help you because I get to help you, not because I have to help you. So since I want to do it, please accept my love and my help greedily. It's all for you and the family that we will one day build. Yeah, this person wants a family. You see, they're even saying, like, do it greedily. Be a little greedy with my love. That's okay. I want you to use me, right? Because they know that you would never abuse them. So they're like, utilize me. I'm here. I'm a resource. I want to help you, please. But I can't do it against your will. Okay. Wow, I think they're really coming through here, because I just caught my tone of voice, like it got really like deep into that kind of vibe. Okay, why do you think I have all of this set up oh, what do you think I have all of this set up for if not for you and our future kids? Just because I've worked for it doesn't mean you have to cautiously ask. Oh yeah, okay, let me repeat that because there's extra emphasis here. Just because I worked for it doesn't mean you have to cautiously ask me for a bite when you're in a bind and can't get it for yourself. Expect it from me. Please, you deserve to be pampered. I know you wouldn't take advantage of me, which is why my bag of chips is your bag of chips. Why are you the only one who can give freely and generously? Please let yourself receive. That's the only ask I have of you. Oh, I got chills, you guys. This is like, this person is really trying to like ram it in there, I'll be honest. Everything else is perfect. With your flaws and insecurities, you are perfect. With your heart and with your love, you are perfect. With your lips, your eyes, that smile, and that natural presence that you hold, that is just your essence and nature. You are perfect. Sorry. But yeah, you see, there they go again, talking about your lips, your eyes, your smile, the eyes. Oh, the eyes. I'm not going to get into details about that again because I don't need the warning again, but still, like the eyes, the smile. I always thought that I was alive until I met you and learned what living and being alive really meant. I will try for you. I will work for you. I will continue to strive and provide for you. I know you're not desperate or helpless, but please let me give to you your forever love. Yeah, you see the handwriting. I mean, you didn't see the other handwriting, but this one feels a little bit neater, more concise. Your person is very articulate, I will say. And this is a very beautiful letter. Like, after saying all of that, my ears they feel cleared, you know. So yeah, this person really cares about you guys. It's actually, it's so beautiful. It's like the type of person that it's literally like somebody who is willing to fight for you, you know. Again, this is regardless of gender or whatever, but there does seem to be a more of a provider, activist kind of a vibe from your person, I will say. Yeah. Oh man, I can already tell there's going to be things that they're going to censor here. Wow. And it's not even your person, you guys. It's not your person censoring it. I feel like your person really wants to convey things to you, but I feel like God is trying to censor what is going to be allowed to come through and what should be kept secret for now. Okay. Let's get into your song now. So you guys got Give Me Your Forever by Zach Tabudlo? I don't know how to pronounce his last name, but here, let me read the lyrics to you. One sec. Oh, let me open the letter, please. This almost kind of makes me feel like a mother or father of a child that's like on a sports team, you know, like a soccer team or something, or a football, or I guess around the rest of the world. But it's like they're on this team, right? And the child and the parent is like, they're just super supportive of their child, you know, like if something happens, they're like, how dare you touch my child? Like it feels like that kind of overprotective, but it's not a suffocating thing. It really isn't. It's something that you guys genuinely, truly want. It's just, you don't know how to completely accept it or receive it. Like maybe you feel like you're in a place where you can do that, and maybe you genuinely have gotten better at receiving. But I think there may be instances when you're kind of in the situation and your default setting from like past hurt and trauma kind of kicks in. Okay, so let's get into the lyrics. I'm excited to see what we are going to be able to see. I'm so curious what we're going to be able to see from your reading, you guys, to be honest with you. Okay, let's see the lyrics for the song. Do you remember when we were young, you were always with your friends, wanted to grab your hand and run away from them. I knew that it was time to tell you how I feel, so I made a move. I took your hand. My heart was beating loud like I've never felt before. You were smiling at me like you wanted more. I think you're the one I've never seen before. Oh, you see, even in this song, they're talking about smile. Like, there's something about your smile. You guys, I feel like when you smile, you light up this person's life. Yeah, like I'm even feeling tears in my eyes thinking about it. It's like genuinely seeing you guys smile makes this person want to cry. It's like, this is the reason why they're so overprotective of you, because they're like, you are everything that I strive to reach for in this life. And it's not even unhealthy. It's just, I feel like in this lifetime, you are meant to have this kind of a love connection. You know, some people are meant to have different styles of love. And for you guys, it's this. And this person really idolizes you. And they consider you so precious. Like, seeing you smile is like, I feel like for them, that is what heaven is. That is what they strive for. It's literally, yeah, like I just heard in my head. I mean, this is a general reading, so take it as you will, but I just heard in my head, it's like, I have resources to spare, you know, like I will make the means if I need to make more of the means of whatever in order to get your dream to come true. I would do all of that just to get to see your smile. You know, like this person, like you guys, it's so beautiful. It actually, it's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. And you know what? It makes me think of a poem that I wrote years ago. And it's called Ode to Neptune. So I don't know if I'll muster up the courage to put it up there. Maybe I'll insert I don't know if I'll do it or not, so don't count on it, but there may be a clip of it, or maybe I'll put it in the description. We'll see if I muster up the courage to do so, to make it public or whatever. But it's a poem, it's a love poem, and it kind of makes me think of that. Yeah, okay, back to the song. I want you to know I love you the most. Oh, that's so sweet. Like, I can really feel it, man. You guys, your person has a very strong, like, I was gonna say presence, but I do feel like they do have a stronger masculine energy, regardless of gender. Again, it's and they're coming in with the I love you the most, you know, like, you're the most precious thing for me. Okay, back to the song. I want you to know I love you the most. I'll always be there right by your side. 'Cause baby, you're always in my mind. Just give me your forever. I want you to know that you'll be the one, and I'll be the guy who'll be on his knees to say I love you and I need you, and I say I die for you. Just give me your forever. Wow, that is an intense chorus. Y'all, when I channel the songs, like when I do the shuffle and whatever, the shuffle, when when I do the random shuffle, I don't listen to the whole song, you know, because who's got time for that? So like, I don't, and also this was a few days ago that I did the shuffle, so like I didn't realize how intense this chorus was, you know. And this is exactly what we were talking about. There's like this diehard kind of support and love for you. And again, like I said, there is this masculine energy. So there is a strong I want to say tendency, but it's not even the right word, but it's like a draw to protecting you guys. Okay. Or like protecting and providing. Okay, back to the song. I never knew it would be possible for you to be with me, 'cause you loved someone else back in 73. I was so jealous seeing you with him. Oh baby, I know that I can treat you better back in those nights. Oh, you wouldn't cry from his stupid lies. Oh baby, I was there watching, wishing you to be mine. I want you to know I love you the most. I'll always be there right by your side. 'Cause baby, you're always in my mind. Just give me your forever. I want you to know that you'll be the one, and I'll be the guy who'll be on his knees to say I love you and I need you, and say I'd die for you. Just give me your forever. Do you remember I was on the aisle waiting for you, babe? Saw you in your gown and I was crying all my tears. I told myself that you are the one. You are the one. I want you to know I love you the most. I'll always be right by your side, right there by your side, 'cause baby, you're always in my mind. Just give me your forever. I want you to know that you'll be the one, and I'll be the guy who'll be on his knees to say I love you. Just give me your forever. And I need you, and say I'd die for you. Just give me your forever. Just give me your forever. Just give me your forever. You guys, I got chills around the part where they mentioned I saw you in your gown, I was crying all my tears. Like, you guys, this is a future spouse reading, but this person in the song is actually talking about a wedding too, you know, like this person, your person cherishes you so much. It's so beautiful. I feel like they will actually also cry on your wedding day. Like, it feels like, yeah, they're just, and I think if they ever hear any stories of your past relationships or connections, or even if they never turned into official relationships, but past encounters in love and just people in general, they get, like I said, they're so defensive of you and protective over you that, like, just hearing these stories will kind of rile them up. I'll be honest. That's kind of how it feels like. It's cute, you know, it's really sweet. They're just like, how could anybody hurt something so precious? You know, like when, I don't know if you guys know, but there was this whole thing with, like, on the internet with the memes and calling people or characters like cinnamon rolls because they're so precious. And it's like, people want to protect them. Your person looks at you as like the ultimate cinnamon roll. You were the first cinnamon roll that ever existed. And they're just like, this is the most precious thing in this world is this person. How could anyone hurt you? I will not stand for it. Like, that's the kind of vibe I'm getting from your person. It's really cute, you guys. Let's get into your cards now. So like I said, we're going to do it in 2 separate sections. We're going to be looking at kind of like more information about your person that will come through. We'll see. And then we're going to look at what the relationship might look like and other stuff. Okay. So first we've got the Queen of Swords. You guys actually look at how hefty this stack is. All of the stacks have been big, but you have a couple of extra cards, I will say. Some, like the first group, I think had an extra card or 2, but you guys have the most so far. Okay. We have the 6 of Cups. Oh my goodness. I love this card so much. I said that in one of the other groups too. Like, I love the 6 of Cups, you know. I never thought of it as my favorite card until recently. The 2 of Pentacles, this actually came out twice. So this fell out when I just started shuffling and I was like, not yet, I need to keep shuffling, and it came out again. So, but yeah, the 6 of Cups is, I wouldn't say it's the ultimate favorite card, but amongst the minor arcana especially, I think it's one of my favorites. It always brings me so much joy regardless of which deck I'm looking at. The Queen of Swords again. Interesting. The the Page of Pentacles. Wow. I also, oh, what about, why am I talking? I was going to say the Star, but I just started with I also, but you know what? Oh my gosh. I'm hearing that stuff with my ears again, you guys. Ooh. Not as a censorship this time, but I feel like somebody's trying to communicate with you guys. Yeah, I feel like your psychic hearing is increasing. Okay, your psychic hearing is increasing, and I also am getting the message like all of the answers that you need are actually answers that you're already getting. You just have to kind of decipher between what is the truth and what is the illusion. And the illusion is always going to be surrounded with fear. When you kind of surrender to the fear and you're just like, you know what, only love is real. It's kind of funny that this energy is trying to influence with fear. When you kind of surrender that, that's when you'll hear the true answer, you know, when you can kind of laugh at the fact that there was fear for a moment. I don't know why that came through, but yeah, oh, sorry, you guys. This is just what I guess you need to hear. But we have the 6 of Swords. Wow, we also have the 10 of Swords. You guys have quite a few swords here. We also have the King of Swords. Oh, interesting. Okay. Oh, wait, hold up. We have the Queen of Swords twice. We have the King of Swords. We also have the 3 of Swords. And what's interesting about this 3 of Swords, can you see it here? Yeah, okay. Is that on the bottom of this deck, which I'm using this deck to see the history of the person. We'll see if it actually shows us past life stuff, because that's what apparently and like that's what God interpreted history. For the last 2 groups, it ended up being past life stuff. So we'll see if past life stuff comes up again for this group. But the 3 of Swords came up here twice. Okay, so it came up when I was shuffling on the bottom of the deck, and then I kept shuffling and it came up on the bottom of the deck again. So I feel like that's going to be relevant. Okay, then we also have the Six of Cups again. We also have the High Priestess. In this deck, it's called Wisdom with Shahrazad and Shariar. I don't know how to pronounce their names. I don't know who they are, but yes. But yeah, you guys, I feel like your psychic hearing is increasing, and I feel like, yeah, your psychic hearing is increasing. Your intuitive gifts in general are already kind of sensitive, but you guys are you are one of the groups that keeps consistently upgrading and updating your spiritual kind of progress and ascension thing and whatever, you know, like you're constantly upgrading and updating energetically and spiritually and psychically, kind of getting downloads and uploads and all upgrades and all of that stuff. So I feel like you're probably hearing this kind of information in almost every pick a card that you guys are watching for most of you. But yeah, psychic hearing this time around is getting stronger for you guys. Okay, it's just, again, there's this concept of fear, right? There's fear in the relationship. There's fear that we were talking about with like the energetic stuff, and then fear with the hearing. So we'll get into it later, I guess. Okay, the Nine of Wands. Okay, we also have the Waxing Crescent. The 12th house of secrets. Oh my gosh, we literally talked about things being secret because the universe doesn't want you to know. Venus, okay? And oh, something funny, in this deck while I was shuffling, I saw Capricorn, but I kept shuffling. It didn't fall out, so I kept shuffling. And then look what came out. Light attribute of Capricorn right after that. So look at that. And then we have the light attribute of Leo. Interesting. So this is definitely giving masculine energy, provider, protector kind of vibes for sure. Okay, then we also have the Six of Pentacles. The Knight of Vessels or the Knight of Cups. The Ten of Cups. Interesting. And the Star. The Star. Isn't this such a pretty star card? And you know what's funny, you guys? Can you see that? Hold on. Let me adjust. Let me adjust for you to see everything. Okay. So we have that star card. We'll look at the rest of the cards after. That's the next section. So we have the star card there, right? Also, you guys, bottom of this deck, Ten of Cups. Bottom of this deck, the Star. And in a couple of decks, it didn't come out, but in a couple of decks while I was shuffling, I saw the Lovers. Okay, so Ten of Cups, the Star, is coming through there. So I'm just saying there are a couple of things that are repeating or showing themselves in other energies and areas in your reading. So I do feel like this is a powerful soulmate, soul family kind of a connection. Okay, some of the other connections felt like soul friends or soul mates, but you guys kind of feel like you're cut from the same cloth, okay? So it's not just like a past life. Ow, my tongue. Okay, I can't talk about it. Sorry, guys. I bit my tongue, and I just confirmed I can't talk about it. Oh, that's a little annoying, but it's okay. It's okay. We'll see what other juicy details we can get. Okay, give me one sec, guys. I'm sure you guys are probably also annoyed about hearing the whole, like, it's not coming through because you're not supposed to know thing, because I feel like that probably happens in a couple of other readings. Okay. Yeah, to be honest with you guys, I know this is gonna sound weird. When I saw this King of Swords card, I got such like a sexy vibe. Of all the cards, right? For some reason, with this particular king, like I don't get that with like the regular King of Swords or whatever, you know what I mean? But something about this particular King of Swords gave off such like a sexy vibe. So I feel like your person kind of exudes a certain sense of like self-worth and confidence. It's like they have a assuredness. They're like assured in themselves, right? And that level of confidence kind of comes through, and it's very magnetic. Okay, so I feel like a lot of people are drawn to your person. I also feel like the type of person that your future spouse is drawn to is not the type of person that people expect them to like. Because we have the Queen of Swords here twice. So I feel like your future spouse likes somebody that most people don't specifically assume that they're going to like. It's not that they're like, oh, they would never like that person. I just think it doesn't even cross their mind. But then when your future spouse says, oh, I like this person, people are like, oh, you know what? That actually makes sense. They go good together. There's something about your future spouse where people kind of set them apart from everybody else, I would say, in that regard. Like, yeah, I think the type of level, it's kind of interesting, right? Because it makes me think of, this is just an example, okay? So don't take it as the truth. It's just an example. But it makes me think of a scenario where like you get a famous person, right? Or like a high status, high profile type of a person, right? Who has money or whatever. And so people around them assume that they would be interested in another person that is of a similar status. So for example, right, say it is, because it's a King of Swords here. Again, this is a genderless reading. It's just an example. But say this is a King of Swords, right? And we've got Queen of Swords here. So we'll use a male-female example. With the King of Swords, right? Say that he's like some high profile guy who's got money and whatever. So people assume that he's going to be interested in other women who have that kind of a title that it's like in his circle, or because he has access to all kinds of women, it would be like attractive women who may be considered kind of like bimbos or whatever, but they're attractive and they're like the top of the top or whatever, right? But what he's actually interested in is not, he doesn't care about like, oh, this person is part of my social group, right? Because this is the King of Swords. He's looking for an intellectual connection. So for him, the bimbo kind of scenario, that feels so mean, you know? But like, again, this is just an example, for lack of a better term, for me, you know, not doing political correctness or whatever. Like the bimbo example, like they're not into that. They're not into appearances or looks, and people are expecting them to be into that kind of thing, you know, because they're like, well, it only makes sense that someone like as good as this is going to be with someone as good as this, you know, but they're in it because of all of this sword energy. It's about the intellectual connection for them. They're looking for someone that they can talk to, that they can communicate with. And I just got kind of like a whiff of tiredness when I said that. So I feel like your person could be somebody who's actually kind of really busy at times, but I feel like they will stay up all night talking to you guys. Okay, so I feel like you guys can go talking into the night, especially in the beginning stages of your relationship. And even when you guys are married, that like pillow talk kind of thing doesn't end with marriage for you. Let me see what else I'm getting. Yeah, I'm feeling this urge to kind of like detox. So I also feel like your person is currently, yeah, it feels like for a majority, well, okay, we'll say currently because that's what it's feeling like, but you know, take into consideration this is a general reading, but feels like your person is currently kind of detoxing an ex and like pain from the past and like heartache from the past, and I feel like they realize it doesn't serve them anymore, and they're starting to kind of go on and look forward in their life and move forward in their life. Okay, so yeah, that seems to be something that they're willing to reveal here. Okay, let's see what else we've got. Yeah, because there's this aspect of betrayal here. So like I said, your person is into the more intellectual side of things, but I feel like they've also had experience with the superficial. So in that example, we used like bimbos and like people of their social status, but it can be whatever else, right? But they had experience with the more superficial connections because I think it was easier for them to acquire those, you know. So like they have experience with that and it was not fulfilling for them, and they can't take another fake kind of connection. And I think that's why when they come across you guys, they deem you as so precious because they feel like they have experienced what other kinds of people are like in regards to love. And you guys are so precious and so rare that the thought of anybody mistreating you or hurting you doesn't make sense to them, and it kind of angers them, okay? Like they get very, and I think that's why this King of Swords looks like gave off a slightly sexy appeal for some reason, is because this King of Swords in particular is kind of like, yes, I'm an intellectual person, and I'm like, this person feels a little cunning, like they're witty, you know? So it's not that they're manipulative, but if someone tried to take advantage of them, it's almost like they can use the right words and like leading on sentences to get somebody to reveal their true intentions, you know, without realizing it. And so then once they get those true intentions and they realize those intentions are malicious, which your person was expecting from the beginning, right? It's kind of like they actually take action to protect what's theirs and whatever is under their domain and territory, because this is a king. So that like cunningness, that like agility, this is like somebody who would be good at chess kind of a deal. I feel like there is an intellectual draw to them. So people find that attractive and like sexy. And I feel like you guys are going to find that sexy too, because it seems to be very prominent. Like I'll talk to you about it later in the reading, but sexual desire seems to be prominent in your reading. So we'll talk about that later though, because it comes in the later parts. But I do feel like your person is also somebody who is very sensual. So sensuality, or the energy of sensuality, plus that deep-rooted kind of like assertive confidence of knowing themselves, right? And not being shaken about that. And then also this cunningness and like wittiness, I think makes this person very, very attractive to a lot of people. So I do feel like you guys have a very attractive kind of a vibing type of future spouse. So good for you. I mean, everybody's future spouse is a catch here, but like this person seems like, yeah, I mean, that's not what you guys are interested though. In fact, I actually feel like you guys are pretty reserved with your future spouse when you guys first meet. To be honest with you, your reading, I can already tell, is going to be different from the others, because at least the other group, the two groups that we've already done so far, because we had the whole censorship thing. So, and you guys had personal messages here about protection and all this other stuff. So I know your reading is going to be different. So let's just embrace that in the beginning here, or middle. I mean, at this point, I've been probably talking for like, I don't know what, 30, 40 minutes, an hour. Oh my goodness. But yes. Okay. So I do feel like in the beginning stages of your relationship, like your person is going to be very genuine, very kind, and they're going to be coming exactly as they are. But I think because you sense that like witty energy, and we have talked about that like fear factor that you guys have, where there is a little bit of worry in regards to trusting in general, like trusting the intuitive message that you're receiving sometimes, right? Like fear messes with trust. It interferes with trust. And our sense of security. So I feel like you guys are gonna sense this energy around this person, but then, and this person is gonna be literally upfront and kind to you the whole time, very kind. Like this person is gonna blow you away with kindness, okay? And they genuinely mean it. But I think there, on some level, it's like you guys have two minds. There's the rational mind, and then there's the mind that still subconsciously goes into the fear survival state. And the rational mind is going to be like, well, I'm only looking at what people are showing me face value now, you know, and like proving to me that they're actually the way that they say that they are. And this person is doing that, But then the fear mind is going to be like, even though I'm seeing that the way that it is, what if, because I sense that they have a cunning energy and whatever, because remember I said I feel like you guys are overthinkers. So what if they have this cunning energy and this and this and this, and what if I don't realize that their charm and cunningness is actually like this? So there's maybe, what if there's an ulterior motive? And then your rational mind is like, okay, calm down, group 3. Like, I've already come far enough in my intuitive journey and like my journey to self to realize this is not the case, okay? It is not, like, this person is not lying to me. I can feel that, you know. But then it's like, so I feel like in this case, your rational mind is going to win. Obviously, you guys are in a relationship, but it feels like your rational mind has gone from being 50-50 with fear to like 75% rational mind, 25% the fear survival instinct. So like it does have a handle of the fear mind. But yeah, I feel like that's something that, so I feel like the courtship of your person is going to be very interesting, the process, because you guys have this kind of a back and forth thing going. Your person is going to be courting you. These words are important, okay? I don't know why, but these are the words that they're choosing to tell me to say to you guys. Courting. They will be courting you, okay? So they will be pursuing you, yes, but it's not just about going after you. It's literally, I think the difference, right? The difference is like, it's not just pursuing you, because pursuing you is like being like, you should be with me, you should be with me. I'm interested in you, let's be together, right? But courting, it's like, I don't know, there's something more charming about it. And again, they don't feel untrustworthy, right? It's not your person that acts shady or suspicious or has an ulterior motive. It feels more like you guys know that they don't feel that way, but then when you let yourself think too much, that like other mind kind of kicks in. Okay, so you don't feel like you're in danger when you're with them or anything like that. You don't feel like they're betraying you. In fact, you feel their kindness very strongly. I think that's something that you were drawn in to this person for. I feel like you guys may be attracted to good looks, but once you're more into energy, so like if somebody is attractive and you kind of sense what their energy or their attitude is like or personality, instantly that's going to be the turnoff. That's the deciding factor for you guys. So I feel like you guys will see that your person is, you'll be like, yeah, I can see how this person is attractive to many people. But what really attracts you guys to your person is the kindness, okay? Is the kindness in their eyes. And I feel like, yeah, like I said, there's a connection when it comes to eyes between the two of you guys, okay? Let me see what else we have. Sorry guys, give me a moment. I need a moment. Oh, I didn't even realize. Yes, I kept looking. I just decided to, I was like, let me look at the other cards that I haven't been paying attention to. And I saw this Two of Pentacles. I'm like, the Two of Pentacles about the person. But then I realized, nope, it's not your person. It's you. It's the two Queen of Swords that are in your mind, that are kind of overanalyzing, like, oh my goodness, this person was so kind and so sweet to me, and they're so generous, and they're constantly trying to help me and all of this stuff, you know, and they're courting me. Again, the words courting, right? Let me look it up. It's so, I want to, give me a second, guys. Let me Google this. What is the difference between courting and pursuing? Okay, one second. Difference. Difference between gelato and ice cream. That was the first thing. Difference between, oh, look at that, that's actually a thing. Okay, so oh, hold on. Okay. So most people seem to be differentiating chasing. Oh, okay, here it is. Okay, chasing and pursuing. So I said courting and pursuing, but people are saying it's between chasing and pursuing or chasing and courting. So, yeah, so chasing is kind of like, okay, here it is. This is, okay, pursuing, it's like, yes, like wooing the person, whatever, but specifically courtship. So what is courtship? Let's look at that. Okay, courtship to some may be an unpleasant concept that is associated with words like old-fashioned and antiquated, yada, 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 da, 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 da. Sorry guys, I'm like skimming through it. Okay, one second. What is okay. Okay, courtship is the slow, systematic process of pursuing the other person. It's the romance of long and intimate conversations, as well as time spent with a person before you decide to let them in. It's the idea of being intimate friends with someone before becoming an intimate lover. And according to this website, this is from thriveworks.com, whatever. So they also said, some might say that this is the same concept of talking with a person before becoming exclusive. The difference, however, is that courtship relies on more factors than dating. It filters attraction in favor of being in sync with someone's worldview, personality, and life trajectory. Okay, so that's why they're specifying courtship, right? Because they use the word pursuing in courtship, but pursuing is just kind of going after, right? Like really going after with gestures and stuff. But courtship, it's specifically, that's why I was like, they're specifying courtship. This is making me think of courtship too. And so it says it here, right? It is the slow, systematic process of pursuing the other person. And systematic makes me think of what we talked about as the example of a king here that knows the right questions to ask to get like the result, right? To get the true intention, the true thing behind it. So it's not, but this is not manipulation in any way, just because the word systematic is there. This is more so like this person can tell that you guys are kind of timid when it comes to love, and they really want to get to know you, and they want to take their, so like there's no rush. They want to get to know you. They want to take their time. It's really cute. It's really sweet. So there you go. Now we all know the word courtship, what it truly means. Okay, back to your reading. Yeah. Oh, I just realized you guys have the star here too, because we talked about the star here and this star card here, but we did not talk about the star here. Yes. Okay. So the star. You know what? That's making me think of a song too. The stars, they shine above you. Tell the world something about my love. I don't remember. I think it's actually called The Stars. It's like a jazzy love song. Yeah, with the Six of Swords, it feels like both of you guys have healing that is needed when it comes to love. And both of you guys have worked on it individually. And me talking about this fear, let it not be discouraging for you guys, because you know what? You really have done a lot of work. You have, okay? You have done a lot of work. Your person has done a lot of work. And you have done a lot of work. And even though your person may seem like they're in a healthier place, it's like the amount of work everybody has is different, right? So your person is not upset at you for having fears and insecurities and all that. They said it. They accept all of your flaws and everything. They're not upset about that. They're not upset about the fact that you need healing, because they know that they needed healing too before they met you, right? And they're also aware that maybe things could come up for them. It's possible that need healing later on in life too. Right? They're very much aware of this. They're very intellectual. Your person is very intelligent, you guys. This is an incredibly smart person. Like I said, there's a cunningness to them. They seem like a person who could play chess. Like they're very smart. I'm not saying they do play chess. I'm just saying they seem like if it was something they wanted to do, they could do it really well, really good, okay? So they're aware that you guys need healing. They see you as this beautiful star. They have a star quality themselves, which I think we kind of hinted at with the other stuff that we mentioned, with them having this like appeal to others, right? Like others being drawn towards them. But you guys have that too. It's like you guys are an energetic match, okay? It's the Queen of Swords and the King of Swords. You are an energetic match. That being said, so it's not the fact that you guys have healing, like you guys having healing to do is not an issue for them. That's why they're doing the courtship process. They can understand that you guys need healing, that you guys need patience, you need tenderness, you need care, and you need love and kindness and compassion. And they're willing, more than willing, to give all of that to you and to give you all of the time that you guys are looking to get, you know, or need, within reason, right? Like they know what you consider to be a good amount of time, and they also know what you would consider like as stalling and really not wanting to give them an answer. They can sense the difference. They sense the tone in communication, whether it's physical communication, keys, signs, whatever it is, you know? So they can sense that. They're very intuitive as well, and they're very sensitive, okay? So they know, that's why they know to ask the questions when somebody is BSing, right? And they know when you guys are beating around the bush. And that will be like at first they'll be okay with it, but I think at some point it gets to a point where it's like, well, we did this already 3 times, and you having the same response every time, that is the thing that could be a little, and that's not, okay, I need to specify right now for you guys not to be deterred by this. It's kind of like, say you guys are doing something together, and the first time you act really shy because you are feeling really shy and you're a little like, I'm not sure, you know, kind of getting comfortable. No problem whatsoever. The second time you guys are doing it, you're feeling a little better, but you know, there's still a little bit of shyness. Absolutely no problem. There's no worry, no, like your person's like, I got you. Don't worry about it. The third time you're doing it, if the third time you genuinely feel still like a trace of that shyness, it's totally okay. But say that if the third time or even the fourth time that you're doing whatever this is, you don't really feel shy anymore because this person has made you feel safe and you feel comfortable, but you guys act or pretend like you guys feel shy, that's going to be the thing that irritates them. You know, for them, it's like, I want real stuff, the genuine kind of a thing. And it's the same thing with like, don't act like don't act like you're a burden to me. You don't have to be stepping on your toes around me. And don't pretend, especially don't pretend to be stepping on the toes. You know, for them, it's kind of like, I want you to be truthful. I can be as patient as you need me to be. But if you're just dragging it along because you think that it's cute to act like you still don't feel safe with me, that's not cute to me, you know? It's kind of like that. Your person is very like straight to the point, I will say also. And I think for those of you guys who are like, I've been waiting so long for this person, I think the reason that there has been this long of a wait is because you would not have been ready for this kind of a connection because of the way that your person communicates. It may be too straightforward for somebody, like for you in the past. Okay, so you could have taken it way too hard if you heard this person talking in the past. You know, I'm gonna take a sip of water, you guys, one sec. Like you would have taken it way too seriously, you know, and it would have hurt you more so than not. So yeah, so that's another reason why there was a distance. And it's not that your person is mean or anything like that. Like I said, they have the most patience with you. They're so kind. Some people would even be like, with things that you genuinely need still time for, I think other people would have lost, I was like Esteban from The Sweet Life of Zach and Cody. But yeah, other people would have lost patience possibly with you guys so much sooner than your person would if you genuinely need them to be patient. So I hope you guys are sensing the difference. It's about authenticity. If you genuinely need them to be patient, they will be, like I said, as patient as you need, to the point where other people are like, how can you keep waiting for group 3? And they're like, because group 3 is worth the wait, you know? But if you are now making them have to wait by pretending or because of pretending, that's when it causes like a, are you serious? Like, aren't we both mature adults? Like, I don't think they wouldn't end the relationship with you, but I think they would be a little irritable and they'd want to talk to you about it and be like, come on, like we're supposed to talk through, like this is somebody who's going to talk through issues together. So you've got to be ready for those kinds of conversations. So it's like, again, like I said, they're ready to wait and they're all of the stuff. So I think you guys get the point basically. So I'm going to move on. Okay. What else? Yeah, I like, again, your person knows a lot more than they let on. I feel like your person is extremely intelligent. I feel like they knew about you before you guys actually started physically having encounters and interactions. Almost like you guys get psychic hints about your person, they got psychic hints about you guys too. So they kind of had an idea of what your personality might be like, what their favorite features about you could be like as well, because they kind of have those hints. And I feel like your person is visually very beautiful. Like like I said, I feel like when you look at them, you're going to be like, you know what, I can see why a lot of people find them attractive. You know, is it a stereotypical beauty? No. It's just their person. Okay, yeah. I was asking right now to confirm, like, is it a standard beauty? Because sometimes somebody may not be into standard beauty. You know, they'll be like, this is like somebody who is classically beautiful based off of the beauty standards. But I don't think that's it for you guys. You don't feel that way. You just see, like, you see this person, you're like, I can see why people are attracted to this person. And your person is visually stunning. So that's nice. And remember I said that I feel like on some level you guys do like to look, like we mentioned physical beauty when it comes to your person a few times already. So you know what, I'm wondering if you guys have Libra placements, because I know there are certain signs, like especially Libra and maybe Taurus too, but there is influence of Venus there, so they like beautiful things. So kind of like what is it, like monkeys like gold or shiny things, or like birds or something like that. I don't know, but yeah. Okay, back to the reading. Waxing crescent. Waxing crescent. Okay, waxing crescent means that it is almost, hold on. It's descending. Waxing is building. A waning crescent would be a crescent. Okay, sorry guys, I had to calculate in my head. Okay, waxing crescent. So yes, the wax, and you're gonna hear a dog barking now, and I apologize for that. Hopefully it's not too loud or annoying for you guys, but okay. So waxing crescent is the beginning stages, starting to build to a new moon. So I feel like your person is really good at seeing potential. Okay, they have a very business kind of wired mindset that could make them successful when it comes to investments and some other kind of money creating related kinds of things, because they are good at kind of foreseeing an outcome, seeing the true worth of something and the potential of something and the worth of something. So your person has that ability, and I feel like you guys have that too, but you guys kind of sense it on a different level. Your person has because they have less of this fear factor that you guys have going on with the self-doubt, because there's more of assuredness, they kind of sense it on a different level. But you guys have it as well kind of engraved in you. It's just your sensors are different, so where you pick it up in your body is different. Something along those lines. But yes, also let's talk about the Capricorn and Leo. So this is meant to be only 2 cards. Oh, and then on the bottom I want to point out that you guys have Scorpio. Light attributes of Scorpio. Okay, so this deck, it's actually 2 decks. Okay, the yin and the yang version of the same things, and I specifically mix them together and then I shuffle them to see which cards come out. If it's the yin version, then it's going to be the shadow attributes. The yang is going to be the light attributes. You guys just so happen to, of the 2 cards I decided to do, you guys got both positive attributes, which is sweet, because this is actually a very pure-hearted, kind person. Okay, and the fact that God is highlighting their positives is indicating that they're actually a lot healthier than most. Okay, so sometimes you can get one or like one of each, like a shadow and a light, or 2 shadows, and there's nothing wrong with that either. But with you guys, it's like your person really, as a person, is very healed and healthy. okay? And I think, like, again, like I said in the beginning, you guys sense that. So that's the thing where there's the battle in the mind, because you know that they're healthy. You can feel it. You can feel it from them. It's like their skin is even glowing. They're healthy, okay? As a person, but also as his soul and all this stuff. They're healthy. They're clean. They're good. It's just the fear likes to build a fake situation, you know, which again, you already understand what it's like living with this. So you kind of know that it's fake. So you can really sense, and like with Capricorn and Leo, there's that provider energy. There's also like a group leader energy coming through with your person too. With the Capricorn light attribute, I really feel like they want to create a sense of stability and provide, and they want to create like a home life, because remember we mentioned that they have more of a masculine energy here. So they want to create more of like a home life, or like a stability, a sense of security. And I feel like that's something that you guys are going to be mirroring as well, whether you want to have children or not. They mentioned in the letter they want children. You know, obviously I don't know what it's going to be up to for you guys, but I feel like the majority of you guys are probably going to want kids too, to be honest with you. If you don't, then maybe it's like fur babies or whatever. It could also be your projects, but the truth is, like, I'm really sensing a family unit here. And it's like both of you guys want to create a sense of stability for your children, for your future, for your connection and relationship as a whole. And this person wants to help usher that in, and they would do it with you hand in hand, you know. So that's coming through strongly here. They also lead with their heart. They follow their heart, which is why they don't like BS or fakeness. I think that's the biggest thing that they can't stand. So even if we go back to that connection, like that example that we used with like a socially higher ranking male that had like all those female examples of whatever, like the beautiful woman and this kind of woman and the woman of the same social ranking or whatever, right? And them wanting something authentic instead. So it's like your person just does not have the patience for fakeness, just like we saw a little bit of that snappiness, right? And again, it's not cruelty, and it wasn't mean or harsh. It's just kind of like I have a really short fuse when it comes to people being fake with me. We can tell your person is very passionate too, right? Because Leo is the heart. So they're very heart guided in their life and what they do in life and what they pursue and their people. And that's why they have two cards that indicate a broken heart, because they're very heart guided, right? Their heart, and what their heart wants and their desire. Like I'm getting Mulan talking about my duty is to my heart, right? Your person has that kind of valor about them. Okay, let's get into the next portion of this. So we've got, what is your person like in a relationship? The Six of Cups, the High Priestess, and the Nine of Wands. Okay, with the Nine of Wands, oh my. I just realized how steamy this Nine of Wands was. I didn't see the imagery of what was happening behind the wands. But it's quite steamy, I will say. Okay, give me a moment. Yeah, I feel like your person, you see how like this female character here is kind of like sitting with a book on a, you know, she's sitting upright and this person is there kind of like looking at her, you know, and it's like, oh yes, she's in her rightful place, right? So again, there's this sensation of like your person, and look, there's a sword there, like if he has to get up and do his duty to protect or whatever. But it's almost like we saw it in your letter where your person was like, I've worked for this. So it feels like in love, your person is like that too. When it comes to relationships, it's like, I've worked for this to be able to provide for my partner, to be able to have this like sense of, so my partner can sit comfortably, you know? And it's not that they're looking for someone who does absolutely nothing, but they enjoy being in that provider role. So they're like, I've worked for this, you know, like there's this kind of like a happy, like I'm just happy to see this person sitting in their power, in their comfort, and on their throne. I'm happy for us to be comfortable with each other. In love, your person is looking for a real connection and friendship. It's not just passionate sparks, though it does feel like your person in a relationship does tend to kind of lead the romance department. There is this emphasis on touch, I will say, and you guys aren't the only group actually that has an emphasis on touch, but there is an emphasis on touch here, and I feel like your person will be the one initiating physical contact. Whether it's hand holding or, you know, something more intimate, there is a key point of intimacy in your union, I will say, that feels very prominent, which we're going to get into in the next section. But yes, I am seeing here that you know, sex is very important for them. Okay, when it comes to romantic partnerships. And if you guys are somebody who are like, oh, I don't know if I can do that, especially right away, like I said, this person is very patient. I just feel like that level of intimacy and like sharing oneself with each other is so important for them. They love the idea of sharing themselves with somebody and somebody sharing themselves with them. And like, it's not a greedy control thing, but that power dynamic kind of like switching and shifting and kind of, yeah, like there's something about that they enjoy. They enjoy being the provider and they enjoy being the initiator, you know. It's almost like, it's not that you guys have just an easy breezy ride and you should be doing nothing, but it kind of feels like if you guys don't want to lead, your person is not going to have an issue taking the lead. Okay, they don't have an issue at all being the person to take your hand and guide you through whatever. But they also enjoy seeing you in your power, so they enjoy having you guys going side by side as opposed to them holding your hand walking ahead of you. They don't have an issue doing that though in certain areas, especially because I feel like they could be more advanced in certain areas than you guys, and so they can help you in those cases. Also, let me see what else I'm getting here. Yeah, this is such a soul companion kind of vibe, okay? Such soul companion vibes. Your person is very, very passionate, you guys, so get ready for that. That's all I'm gonna say, and it comes through in multiple things. Because remember I mentioned the lovers to you? I think I mentioned that I saw the lovers peeking through. When I picked up the star to show you this, I got the lovers again. And by the way, look at what is going on. Underneath it is the King of Swords and then the 6 of Coins, which is here. So I'm not gonna keep picking up. But we had the lovers, right? And then on the bottom of this deck, we actually, look how beautiful this card is, but we also have the lover. And we'll get into what this deck means in the second portion of the reading. But yeah, okay. Oops. But yes, basically, that's what we're getting here. This is the main gist of what they're like in love. It feels very romantic. It feels passionate. And it feels like they're looking for a companion. That's what they want when it comes to love, is a companion. They love being able to have somebody who is both a passionate lover for them and like somebody that they can share very intimate moments with, and somebody that they can just sit and do nothing with, but that they just like being in each other's presence. And they mentioned in your letter this whole thing about home, right? And like, you can be my home, I can be your home, because we share ourselves with each other, right? So there is an emphasis, even with this 9 of Wands and what they're doing in this 9 of Wands, they love the act of sharing themselves with you and you willingly sharing yourself with them in any way that you can understand that phrase. So let's move on to the next portion of your reading. Okay. I also feel like you guys share values. Oh, I forgot to interpret this. Wow. I just started putting the cards away. It's okay. Let's put this away and then we'll just look at those cards before we put them away. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people could have been interested in your person, you guys. I'm not going to lie. You guys have a very highly desirable person. Most of those people would not actually be right to be in a relationship with your person. It feels like your person would be carrying most of the weight, but it seems like a lot of people kind of have a fantasy of what it would be like to be in a connection with your person. Okay, give me a moment. I'm just gonna set this aside. Okay. So this is supposed to be the past of your person. So let's see what kind of past they're giving us here. Okay, yeah, there is a past life here, but it's not the kind that the other readings were talking about. So your person's past life, I feel like your person is from the stars. Okay, it makes me think of, there's a K-drama, My Love from the Stars. Okay, but that's the I'm not saying your love is like that. I'm just saying that yes, there's this element of being from the stars, okay? I think there's a reason why your person has such a big energy and presence, and there's this essence of harmony for them, and why they're constantly seeking the sensation of family, because where they come from, I mean, most people are not just from Earth, right? When it comes to like our souls, but it feels like so far in these past sections of each group, it's correlated to both the group chooser and their person. So take that as you will. So it feels like both of you guys, right? So you guys are not from here. You guys are kind of from the stars, and there's more emphasis there. There's an emphasis of community and harmony for you guys. Remember how I mentioned that you guys are like cut from the same cloth? I feel like this is referencing that incarnation or essence of, or plane of existence in this other galactic realm with each other. And this is like you guys walking in harmony with the whole, being cut from the same cloth. It's like you understand each other. You're not two halves of a whole, you're two wholes, but it's just you would come from the same substance. And that's why it feels so comfortable and so good for you guys to be together, because you guys recognize that, you know, you guys both come from this water bear, and you are both these streams of water. You've just been put in different directions in life, in different aspects or places in life, but you guys are the water in both of these vessels that come from this star lady, right? So yeah, and I know this is going to seem kind of silly, right? It may not seem deep at all, but it feels like in this incarnation, you guys, your person is just meant to be happy. And since this is a section that tends to be for both people, I feel like in this incarnation, that's kind of the goal for you guys too, is just to be happy. That's kind of like what God wanted for you guys when you came in this lifetime. It's like, we just want you to be happy. We know that you guys went through a lot of difficult things because you had to. Those are kind of part of the karmic lessons. But ultimately, what we really want for you moving forward is for you guys to be happy. It doesn't mean that you'll be obstacle free. It just means that we want the base emotion of what you feel and your essence to continue to be joyful and happy. And we know that bringing you guys back to each other is going to help contribute to that, because you're going to feel like you have somebody to go through this life with that completely gets you and understands you. Okay. Yeah, like a balance. It's this balance. There's 3 on each side. Okay. The scales are balanced. Yeah. And I feel like love is a language that you guys speak very clearly and understand. So again, we already knew your reading was going to be different from the others, so I guess this interpretation of the past and history is going to be different too. And the fact that we have the 3 of Swords here and the Temperance underneath it, okay, when we talk about the past, I think it's like you guys in your past lives have been hurt many times when it came to love and relationships in general. Okay, so like parent relationships, children relationships, romantic kind of a relationship. So in this incarnation, because the goal is to be happy, you guys get to come back to each other, that like foundation of where you guys are cut from the same cloth. It's like, I recognize you, so now we get an easier path in love. Okay, next section of your reading. Wow, I've been talking for a long time. This reading is going to be so much longer than any of my other future spouse readings, because I feel like every group is at least an hour and a half. Okay, we have the 10 of Swords. Interesting. Milky Way. This is so cute. We were just talking about the stars. And then the Knight of Cups. I wouldn't expect any less. Didn't we just have the Knight of Cups? We did. We just had the Knight of Cups. We have the number 32 with long-term commitment. And their poses in this card makes me think of the definition we just read of courtship. We have falling in love with the number 30, and this is Venus, funnily enough. So we had Venus earlier too. Then we have mystical union with a number 64. And you guys actually got the most here, so I'm gonna have to move these along. And then we also have cohesion with the number 7, which is working together, right? It's like working cohesion. Cohesive. It's kind of, isn't that working together? I have to look it up. The number 15 with uniqueness. Okay. Then we also have the 8 of Cups. This is so cute. Look at the little bow tie. The 10 of Coins, or 10 of Pentacles. We have the Queen of Cups. This is a cute Queen of Cups. When I was younger, I used to love cats and mermaids, and this Queen of Cups is the embodiment. And I'm a Scorpio, and they say that Queen of Cups represents Scorpio. So this Queen of Cups, I've never noticed it before. Maybe it's never come up in this deck before, but it's the embodiment, the Empress of my childhood, I feel like. Okay, things are about to get really juicy. Ooh. A little heads up on an addiction that afflicts all really old souls. Giving love eventually becomes an even greater need than receiving love. See, you're not strange. Love the universe. Wow. Oh, I just got chills with that. That again feels like what your person was saying with like how they just want to give to you and provide for you and all of this stuff. It's not like unhealthy, you know, it's just, they're saying it's the thing of really old souls, and it feels like that's coming through with you guys and your person. Okay. Oh, and speaking of, like, everything, yes, is constellation, but this one is the only one that actually has a real planet on it. So again, we're talking about from the stars, my love from the stars. If they once loved you, they still do. Yes. Okay, like they loved you back then and they still love you now. Thanks for every single time you ever fell in love. Whether or not it was obvious, whether or not it lasted, and whether or not you were loved back. It changed everything. Actually, you're always loved back. You changer the universe. So sweet. Okay. Oh my goodness, y'all. So much Venus energy, because look what we've got. Lady Venus. Downloads and understanding. You guys, did I not say while I was talking about you, I was like, you guys are always getting downloads and whatever. Yes, downloads and understanding. Truth is being revealed. Deep insights are coming from heaven and the astral realm. What? This is what we talked about. Oh my goodness. You guys actually got extra of these. So, oh, this is fascinating because I wasn't sure if I should take them, but then I looked at the cards and I was like, these 2 cards, everybody else only got 1 of these, but you guys also just so happened to get 2. Look at the color of your seal, you guys. These 2 cards are the color of your seal. So I was like, how can I not take them? So you have Lady Portia, Divine Order. Do what you feel is right. An important lesson is unfolding. I don't feel like this is actually correlated to your relationship anymore with these cards. Green Terrace, Supreme Protection. Yes, you are protected. Cords are being cut. Move beyond limitation. Trust. What we talked about. What did we talk about? We talked about this very thing right here. Yes, we did. Yes, we did. Yes, we did. Okay. I hope you like my Milcah the musical. But yes, okay, let me just put all of y'all. Can you guys see all of them? Yes, you can. All right, and then the last cards, we have the Orphan. Oh, there's 3 of them. Okay, we have the Orphan, which is so prominent, and I'll tell you why in a moment. We have the Box. And then we have Thanatos. Okay, and I'm gonna put it away, but I wanted to show you the bottoms of some of these. So we have Create Space for New Love. Okay. And then we have, this one is actually sex. I'm not going to keep it long because I don't know if it's any actually, I don't think this is demonetizing images. And then, right, and these are all next to each other, by the way. And then we have the Lover. And I was like, there's no way that I can't show them this beautiful intimacy that is coming through in all of these cards with the person, their beloved. And then we have Venus. And this deck in particular was very talkative with you guys because they also very much highlighted this card, which is Happiness is to Love, right? Which actually goes with this, right? Where it says, giving love eventually becomes an even greater need than receiving love, right? So happiness is to love. Isn't that sweet? I think this is also to help you guys to realize there's no need to doubt the motives of your person. And then you also have harmony, love, and peace. Look how beautiful and sacred that is. We were talking like cut from the same cloth. You guys are like the same color and everything. Look at that. So this card was very, this deck was very talkative with you guys. But yes, let's continue with your reading. So this is what your relationship is going to look like. And then this is kind of like any additional messages. And these cards are supposed to represent the trigger points in your relationship. Okay, so give me a moment. Okay, with the 10 of Swords, this relationship, it feels like you guys are not fully healed, which we've already discussed. You are not fully healed when you come into this relationship. So this relationship is going to end a lot of old cycles when it comes to love for you guys. It's also going to be limitless in possibility. And with Milcah38, I really feel like you guys feel like you are home with each other. That's why your person even says in the letter, it's okay for us to be each other's home. And it's because you are cut from the same cloth that like literally coming to each other feels like coming back to home. It's not saying that they are your home and you are their home and that's it. Yes, you are your own home and they are their own home, like they said in the letter. But it's like because you come from the same place, you are from the same essence, the same thing, literally cut from the same cloth. Okay, when the batch of souls was made in this particular region of the galaxy, multiverse, universe, whatever, you guys were made from the same batch. So of course you're going to recognize each other as like, you are my home, we are from the same batch, we are the same thing, right? We are two individuals, yes, but we are from like, we are, you know, home. So that's the reason I think your person was emphasizing in the reading, like, do not fight this. Do not try to convince yourself otherwise. You're not being codependent. You're just sensing it. Trust yourself. So this is coming through here that your relationship feels very much like you guys just feel so comfortable with each other, you know. And I know a lot of people say like you shouldn't be comfortable with your lover, otherwise you lose interest. But that is honestly kind of petty stuff, to be honest with you. That is a little petty. That's also unhealthy. Because comfortable is the thing that is left after certain things have faded, right? So to be able to have such a beautifully mature relationship from the beginning is pure and beautiful, and it's a treasure. And you guys are going to treasure that. I don't think you guys are going to be bored of it like some people might. You know, that's a standard of unhealthiness. You know, if you're finding something that is healthy and comfortable boring, that usually indicates there is some healing that is needed. But then with the Knight of Cups, okay, again, the fact that I said cup though instead of cups, I feel like this person only has eyes on you, you know, like once they see you, it's like they're not entertaining anything else. They're not curious about anything else, you know, it's just you. Oh my, what is going on? Did my light die? Whoa, is it unplugged? You guys, the light just... It was like closing statement, only interested in you. Oh, that's not the right light. It got unplugged. So weird. What the heck? Stuff is happening in your reading, you guys. This is how we know that the universe is really like coming through. Like, pay attention. This is a prominent point. They only have eyes on you. We were saying they only have eyes on you, nobody else. And then the lights went out like, yes, only eyes on them. I'm closing my eyes to everybody else. It's just my person. Wow, that is kind of incredible. I don't even know how that got unplugged because nothing is touching. Crazy stuff. Phenomenons. Okay, anyway, but yes, your person only has eyes on you. And this Knight of Cups is making me think of that courtship again. So I feel like your person is not going to stop courting you. I feel like your whole relationship is courtship, you know, so it's very romantic. It's very sweet. And your person is constantly pursuing you. They don't stop once they get you. And it's because they enjoy doing that, you know, so it's beautiful. It's sweet. And it's very deeply healing. It heals karma, and it heals, like I said, the past wounds of love before, okay? Yeah, I'm just getting like it heals your hurt because they're taking you in with a broken heart, and they're coming in to help you be like, I can be the silicone glue to help you fill the cracks, you know? And all of these cards are beautiful, you know? That's not always the case. Sometimes you get some cards that you need to look, but all of these are beautiful. Let me read them again. long-term commitment, falling in love, mystical union, cohesion, and uniqueness. Yeah, falling in love. I feel like your person is gonna have you guys are gonna be falling in love with each other constantly. It's like, it's not one of those things where, I think there's even a song, this guy is like singing that, he's like, and I thought I loved you then. Yeah, yeah. Maybe I'll look up the song and you guys can look up the lyrics yourself. I think it's, what is it, Rascal Flatts? Brad Paisley. Yeah, it's called Then by Brad Paisley. And it's like every verse he's talking about how it's like he loved this person and he thought like, I'm so in love with this person. But then the next thing happened that made him fall even deeper in love with this person. It's like, I thought I loved you before, but now I love you even more. And it's like, it happens so many times. And I feel like you guys have that too. It's like, you guys are like, but I had so much, like, I couldn't love you any more than, like, I love you more than anything, like, you know, like, I love you so much that it's not possible for me to love you more, but somehow you went out and did it and made me love you even more than possible. How is that even possible? And it happens multiple times, and both of you guys have that with each other. It's so cute, it's so sweet, so beautiful. Long-term commitment, again, there's this energy of patience and long-term with you guys, right? So again, this courtship, we mentioned courtship was slow. That was the definition, right? It's the slow process of kind of getting to know each other. So there's kind of a no rush situation going on with you guys, which I think you will appreciate and respect too. Like I said, your person has literally said multiple times in this reading now, like, you are worth the wait. You are worth the wait. So I can wait as long as needed. And it's about the long term. I know what I'm gonna get if I get you, so I'm gonna wait as long as I have to, and like, I will continue to pursue you. Like I said, it's like you guys are a breath of fresh air for them. They've experienced love and loss in other ways, and so that's why they know that you are a valuable treasure. You are precious, and they will value you for the rest of their lives. Mystical union is talking about the spiritual union that you guys have. Like, you guys are already psychically connected, whether you realize it or not. And I feel like, again, there's this energy about like sex with each other, to be honest with you. I feel like that's a whole mystical experience on its own. You guys are the only group so far where there's a lot of emphasis on that act that we just talked about. So I think it's going to be very prominent for you guys. Cohesion, even that, it's like you guys work together. So I think it's like you guys have very similar working minds and all of this stuff, again, because of the whole cut from the same cloth. You're not the same person, okay? But everything about you guys can work together so well if you take healthy steps together. And it's very beautiful. And you work on ways to work together, which I think both of you really appreciate and respect. It's not selfish. It's not like, well, this is making me uncomfortable, or like, this is annoying for me, so why do I have to keep appeasing you? It's like none of that. It's like we go with whatever is the comfort zone for both parties. Even though I want to take 3 steps further, if one step is already kind of meddling with your comfort zone, we don't have to take any steps until you feel comfortable to take that one step. And then because the other person who's like, oh, you know, well, one step is most comfortable, but I appreciate you saying that, you know, thank you for allowing me to wait, but because you're saying that, I do actually want to take a step forward. It's just I can't take more than one, so let's take 1 step forward. You know, it's like both people are coming up with this compromise to move forward. Okay. And then uniqueness. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people may be like, oh, this is the person that you guys are talking about? This is your future spouse? Like, oh my gosh, like, don't get me wrong, you guys look good, but I would have never expected you to be landing somebody like that. And I think both people are going to be experiencing that a lot. I feel like your relatives could also be like, whoa, I didn't think you could actually get somebody that looked that good. I know it's going to sound so bad, but I feel like people in your life could actually be saying something like that to you guys, and people in their lives could be like, I never would have expected you to be the type to go for somebody like that, but you know what? You guys actually like look really great together, and you seem to work really great together. So I think that's kind of interesting. I smelled this in the last reading too, so maybe it's a me thing and not a you thing. No, I think it must be correlated. But I smell ice cream cones, and the ice cream cones are making me think of like childhood, you know. So there is that kind of like you know, one of you guys is it's like your person is like, I'll be the ice cream cone and you be the ice cream, you know, it's cute and cringy and whatnot. But yes, I think people are going to be very curious about your connection because they're going to want a front row seat, but you guys are not necessarily going to, it's like you guys kind of exist in your own thing. You're not there for people pleasing. I also think the length of courtship and all of this stuff is something that people could be kind of confused. You know, they'll be like, you guys have been talking for like 3 months. Why aren't you dating yet? You know, or like, you guys have been dating for a year. Why haven't you slept together yet? And it doesn't mean that these are the cases for you. These are just examples to give you an idea of like people trying to put their timelines onto you guys or society's timelines onto you guys and not being sure as to why, you know, you guys aren't doing that. But you guys are like, we're going at our own pace. We're doing our own thing. Mind your own business. You know, do you if you want it that way. Okay, now down to these. Sorry, guys, I'm not trying to rush your reading, but I realized that we are almost at like, what, 2 hours? So I want to finish this before we hit that mark. Okay, 8 of Cups, 10 of Coins, Queen of Cups, the Empress. Yeah, you guys, this person is all about pampering you. I feel like they really want to have kids with you. This, like, I'm telling you, your person is very excited to have kids with you. They want to create memories with you. I even feel like you guys are gonna remember past lives with each other. To be honest with you, even the 10 of Coins, the 10 of Pentacles, that's a card that I also associate with family, in addition to the 10 of Cups, which we saw come up multiple times here. The 8 of Cups, I feel like your person is like, I want to help you walk away from the things that don't belong to you anymore, the hurts that don't identify with you anymore, the pain that is not you anymore. I want to help you, group 3, walk away from this. You know, so, and it's in a beautiful and supportive way. There's a lot of aquatic beings kind of that I'm noticing here, a lot of water things. So you guys feel very emotionally deep, both of you. Even here, it's a fountain. It's like your emotions are very aligned with each other. Both of you guys are incredibly emotionally deep, and you can both sense that within each other. And that's where you also get along with each other beautifully. You have a beautiful emotional connection. It's very kind and very sweet. Let me see what else I'm getting here. Yes, this is so freaking cheesy, but okay. You see this little merman in the background and this like queen cat mermaid, right? And it's like this little merman is like, dude, can I get you anything else, my queen? You know, that's kind of what it feels like. And she's there like, oh, I have a cup with a little fishy in it. I'm good, you know, like, and it's like clearly kind of like a, oh, this is already a little bit cramped, but I don't need you to put a crown on me as well. But it's kind of like a, what else can I get you? Kind of a thing. And I feel like that's the universe working with you guys, kind of a dealio too, where the universe is like, how else can we help you guys now that you're together? I feel like God is going to be blessing you guys when you guys come together. And again, I just heard blessing of babies. There's like this emphasis of babies. Maybe that's why there's so much emphasis on like the sex in particular. It's like maybe there is a strong draw to each other to like create life, to reproduce or something, if you guys have the anatomical parts that work with that, or there's a strong draw to like adopt, if that's not the, I don't know, there's like this pull to each other of like, we must be a family unit, like sonar, let's have children and a family, like it's very close here. And I want to create a life of abundance with you, kind of a vibe. Okay, now let's look at the messages here. Honestly, these are pretty much to the point. I would say it's the protection, it's knowing that you can trust, you can trust your higher self and all of this stuff. Know that fear is an illusion. Yep, as we're starting to talk about the things for you, I get the piercing in the ears again. So it's like fear is an illusion, you guys. You are being given a lot of activations and downloads, so it makes you psychically extra sensitive to stuff that's going on energetically around you and in your environment, in your neighborhood, in the building or house that you live in, or all the surroundings around it, or the people that you care about, the experiences they're having. You guys are being really sensitive and attuned to that. So of course there's going to be an easier influence on you because you guys are so highly empathic and sensitive. Just remember, fear is an illusion. Okay, I know this is just super easy to say, but if you can continue that thought, right, just as a spiritual practice, that everything outside of unconditional love is an illusion. Oh, I'm smelling melted cheese now on bread. Maybe you guys are hungry. Are you guys hungry? I'm smelling all kinds of food here. But the point is, it's like fear is an illusion, okay? And everything else that's trying to distract you from your path is an illusion. I had this realization, right? It was kind of like a download, an insight when I was walking a few days ago, which was, you know, okay, this is going to be super spiritual for those of you guys who are not like into spiritual mindset and whatnot, not religious, but spiritual. But yes, so let's talk about, for example, like how people talk about heaven and hell, right? And the gates of heaven. And I just got this download how like everything is God, right? Because God is that universal source energy. We're not talking about some man in the sky. It's like a source energy that that everything is made up of, and that exists in anything and everything that ever existed and didn't exist. All of existence and non-existence is this divine essence and source energy, right? Which we coined the term God for, okay? So everything is God, which means if heaven is the place where God is, right? That means everything is heaven. And if fear has always been considered an illusion in spiritual conversation, then that means that all of those emotions, the fears, the struggles, the toxicities that we experience in the 3D world, if they're all considered illusions and they're the thing that keep us from seeing that everything is heaven, we are already living in heaven. Heaven is a place on earth, but heaven is everything. So we are in heaven right now, essentially energetically, right? So heaven is a perspective, right? It is a perspective. It is a consciousness shift. It's not about ascending out of a physical body to get to a certain dimensional plane of existence outside of the physical realm, no longer having a body and transcending it and all of that stuff to get to heaven. No, it is a consciousness shift. You don't have to leave your body to be in heaven, right? Because everything is God. It's just shifting your consciousness to realize that everything is God, that you are heaven and heaven is all around, right? So it's the same thing with fear. So if fear is the obstacle to realizing, to that consciousness shift, right? Then that, or the illusion that keeps you from realizing that, then that technically means that fear and all of those other negative thoughts, emotions, and feelings and illusions that are in this 3D physical world, those are the actual gates of heaven. And you get past them when you realize that the gates to heaven are an illusion, right? Because there is no gate to heaven. Heaven is all around. But the idea that there is a gate means that it is something that you have to have exclusive access to be a part of, right? So hopefully you guys get what I'm kind of saying here, right? So it's that shift in perspective. Our consciousness is very powerful. So it's the same thing, that shift from fear to realizing that you are the creator and the creator is you. Creator is in that source energy, okay? Not any kind of religious context. And heaven is just an ethereal essence, right? And way of being and place of, it's not a real place. It's a way of being. It's a frequency kind of a thing, right? So since everything is made up of God, everything is heaven. Anything else is going to be an illusion after that. So once you can remind yourself, right, in those states of fear, this is kind of funny because this is an illusion, you know, but whatever. And just not feed into it, because feeding fear is the thing that makes it grow. And that's when we start strengthening it. Okay. That's going to be the thing that helps you guys to shift that. So yes. Okay, now let's talk about the greatest obstacles or the biggest trigger points in your connection. And that's going to be the last topic that we're talking about here. So we've got the box, the orphan, and Thanatos. Thanatos is actually a collector. I believe this is a collector of souls and bringing them into the afterlife. So this is, again, it's actually funny. We were just talking about what we were talking about because this is like that transition. This is a collector to bring you into the transition of a life outside of the 3D plane, outside of the 3D existence. But this is also making me think of the orphan in the box as kind of like a Harry Potter style thing with a child that is stuck in a very small box, okay, in like a closet or whatever, as you will. And I feel like this is the biggest trigger for you guys that your partner was talking about, in the sense that like you're not a burden. You're not punished. You're not being punished. So please, like, I won't hurt you. Rely on me. Okay? So I feel like it's going to be that transition. And the reason we're even talking about this consciousness shift, right, is because it correlates to your relationship too. It correlates to you guys feeling like you are a burden because that's the past, and then you having that consciousness shift of realizing I'm a human, I take up space. Like, as a human form, I take up space. I'm also an infinite soul that takes up infinite space. So I'm not being greedy and I'm not being invasive by being what I am and who I am, right? And my partner already accepts and loves that about me. So it's not wrong of me to ask them for help. Right? It's all the consciousness shift. So that's going to be the thing. It's going to be the mentality of your past that comes through about worrying about being a burden and all of that stuff. So that's going to be the thing that's going to be the biggest obstacle. Okay? But yeah, I'm going to read your letter one final time, you guys. Thank you for sticking around for so long. But I'm going to do my little outro first. So if you guys did enjoy this reading, I would appreciate if you gave it a thumbs up. I would love to hear from you guys in the comments down below too. I know we got into different stuff. Did you expect not to be able to hear all the juicy details about your person? That your reading would be different? Were you guys kind of expecting that? Have you been having some kind of weird ascension symptoms or fear stuff? Let me know, and also if you guys did enjoy this video and you like my content, I would appreciate if you subscribe to the channel. Obviously you don't have to, but if you would like to, that would be nice. Also, if you guys are interested in a personal private reading, a custom crystal bracelet, or a private or a personal affirmation song, you can reach out to me either through the contacts page on my website or through my email out in the description box below, along with my Instagram and my vlog channel and my music channel, which you guys can check out if you are interested in. Oh, that being said, let's get into your letter one final time before I say goodbye. Okay. Let's see. My dearest love. Loving you. Oh, okay. I'm going to read it again. But before I do that, I just wanted to say, I realized also, you know what? You guys have green and that like pink, magenta, fuchsia color. And this is the color of the heart chakra and the higher heart chakra. So all the phases of heart chakra and love that you guys can have, you guys have in your seal, which I think is cute and sweet. Okay. All right. More serious. My dearest love. Loving you is a gift that I will forever cherish. You brighten my mornings, evenings, and all of my days. My life feels more complete with you in it. I know we've agreed on no codependency or over-clinginess, but I can't help to feel like I never want to part with you. Yes, we have joy in our own individual lives, but you make that joy even more joyful and colors even more colorful. It's okay to rely on me, beloved. Let me take care of you. It doesn't make you weak to be helped. You don't have to worry about losing your independence just because we love to do stuff together. You don't have to stifle being happy when we're together to keep yourself from going overboard or head over heels or over-reliant on how happy we make each other. I'm safe. Trust me. Yes, you are your own home and I am mine, but can't we share a home? If I share myself with you and you share yourself with me, it's okay to say that we are each other's homes. I'm not trying to stifle you. You know I never would. I just want to be someone you can rely on. I want to be your rock, your safety net, your support, your help. I want to help. Can you please let me help you? You're not pestering me. You're not a bother. You are a gift that I long to cherish. Please let me cherish you. I want to build a life with you. I want to laugh with you, cry with you, and handle the ups and downs with you. You have so much that you give. Is it so wrong for someone to want to give back to you? We don't argue much, even though I'm stubborn, and you are too. We can usually find a solution or give each other time to cool down, but this, I'm sorry, this isn't something I can compromise on. I will never compromise you. It's fine. It's fine if you sometimes call me overbearing for the extent that I will go through. Just please try to remember not to challenge me with something I want to help you with by using a line that basically means I don't want to inconvenience you or bother you or upset you or trouble you. Baby, if you want it, I've got it. That's it. That's where I put my foot down. I help you because I get to help you, not because I have to help you. So since I want to do it, please accept my love and my help greedily. It's all for you and the family that we will one day build. Why do you think I have all of this set up for, if not for you and our future kids? Just because I've worked for it doesn't mean you have to casually or cautiously ask me for a bite when you're in a bind and can't get it for yourself. Expect it from me. Please, you deserve to be pampered. I know you wouldn't take advantage of me, which is why my bag of chips is your bag of chips. Why are you the only one who can freely and generously give? Please let yourself receive. That's the only ask I have of you. Everything else is perfect. With your flaws and insecurities, you are perfect. With your heart and with your love, you are perfect. With your lips, your eyes, that smile and that natural presence that you hold, that is just your essence and nature, you're perfect. I always thought I was alive until I met you and learned what living and being alive really meant. I will try for you. I will work for you. I will continue to strive and provide for you. I know you're not desperate or helpless, but please let me give to you your forever love, blank. All right, group 3, sorry. I hope you guys enjoyed your reading. I know it was a long one, so thank you for sticking around to the end. And I wish you guys so much unconditional love, okay? I'm sending you guys so much light and love, and I hope you have a beautiful rest of your day. I'll see you guys in the next reading. Bye, group 3. Hey, group 4. This is your group. If you chose this kind of blue, yellow, white, greenish seal, I'll zoom in even closer. I don't know if it'll focus, so I'll see if I can get it to focus. And if it's not, then sorry. But yes, this is your group if you chose this seal. And before we get into your letter, what I did want to let you guys know, for those of you guys who are new to my channel or new to this style of reading that I do, this time around it seems to have, you know, gone on very, very long. I don't know what Twilight Zone thing was happening when I was filming the other 3 groups, but I do want to let you guys know I'm going to read the letter twice, okay? Once now, and that's going to have interruptions, and I'm going to read the song lyrics from the channeled song that you guys got as well. And that's going to have interruptions and like little notes and stuff that come through. And then I'm going to read it all the way at the end, once again, with no interruptions, just a full read through of the letter, okay? And we're going to be doing 2 separate sections. The first section is going to be more so looking into more sorry guys, I have hiccups a little bit. Looking into the information about your future spouse, anything that we can pick up from those cards, as well as their history, which is kind of a new addition in this video, looking into the history, which has been kind of interesting for me. So we'll see what goes on with your future spouse. We'll see if it's just going to give us information about you guys as a couple. But in the first 2 groups, I know that it was talking a little bit about like, whatever, we'll get into it in the reading. And then we're also going to look at the way that they are in romantic relationships. And then the second section will be more so about what your relationship will look like, any additional messages, and so on and so forth. But let's get into your reading without further ado. Oh, actually, before we even start your letter, let me just tell you the notes that I have. I took notes while I was writing this letter. And since I already read the other letters, I know which one this one is. Okay. This person, I don't remember what the letter says, but in my notes, I have that they are intuitive, and there was some kind of emphasis on music for your person, and I got like an Aquarius or like Uranus influenced vibe from your person. And while I was shuffling on the bottoms of the decks, I've got, oh, there's something like a little bit of, okay, don't get triggered, you guys. We haven't gotten to the letter in the rest of your reading, but there was a little bit of a fear kind of coming through. So some people could consider it a little bit of a runner energy. But like I said, I do feel like your person has a lot of Aquarius or Uranus energy. So there is this kind of need for freedom. So it's not that they don't want a relationship, because I don't sense that that is the case. It feels more like there's a fear of what if this relationship will be like a ball and chain, and it won't be. Everyone has things that they have to overcome. So don't be triggered by this message. Let's hear their letter and see the stuff that comes out with the cards. But to emphasize the Aquarius Uranus nature, on the bottoms of the decks we have the Fool, which is ruled by Uranus. We also have the Chariot. When I saw this, I was like, this kind of makes me think of that whole they need to keep moving kind of a vibe. We also have the Two of Wands, which is constantly, it's like looking to the next adventure. It's not exactly the same as the Three of Wands, but there's this planning involved. Oh, and then underneath that, ironically enough, we have the Stray Cat and then the Eight of Wands. So this is, again, it's kind of like somebody who, we have the Seven of Coins twice too. Yeah, it's like somebody who's, there is a little bit of an unconventional nature to them. And then you literally have the 11th house with society. So that again is adding to that Uranus energy I was mentioning beforehand. But yeah, let's get into your letter and stuff now. Okay. Hey baby, I know this isn't what you wanted to hear, but I'm still working on my life. I've been trying to make my dreams come true for the last however many years, and it's become a burning priority for me. I don't want to regret not trying or giving up when I'm so close. Have you ever wanted something so bad that just the desire alone could make you cry? That's what this is for me. I'm not checked out from love. I just have a couple of rest stops I'd like to make along the way to you, if God would permit me to. Yeah, you see, this is kind of the thing I was telling you guys. It's not, I don't sense this kind of energy like they're not available completely for love. They even said it themselves. It's just, in an ideal scenario, they would like to kind of get a couple of things sorted out first. Not because they feel like they need to do it to be good enough for love or whatever, but they want to make sure that there is like no inhibition, no limitation for them going for their dream. You know, that being said, I'm not saying that you guys would be a limitation. You know, if they got to know you, they'd realize that it wouldn't be. But because this is such a big passion for them, and they mentioned God, and something that I forgot to mention earlier, there is this kind of vibe. What did I write specifically? Almost like a little bit of a renewed faith with your person. So I don't know if like they grew up with the idea of a certain religion or a certain spiritual practice, and then they kind of lost faith in it, or like steered away from it, and then in the pursuit of their dream they have like renewed faith. So I don't know the exact, because this is a general reading, but it's kind of, there's this vibe, a little bit of a renewed faith. Yeah, back to your letter. Something I'm excited about as far as meeting you is getting to know you. I hear we're supposed to be best friends. Winky face. I hope everything's been okay with you. How have you been? I could really use a friend like you right about now. It's been a little hard for me with this whole trying to make my dream my reality thing. It's not that there's no one in my life that believes in me. It's more like they're so used to playing it safe that they keep encouraging me to live a conventional life. Yeah, you see, again, they're talking about conventional, and I was mentioning all of this Aquarius Uranus energy. It's like somebody who is different from the flock, somebody who is they want a different life, a life that they feel like is worthwhile. You know, and it feels very much like they associate that with their dream. I want to leave a mark in this world. I want people to know I was here. Some may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. Oh yes, here, okay, they mentioned it themselves too. And yes, I know it was a John Lennon quote. I'm really big on music. Yeah, that was the thing I was gonna say just now. It speaks to my soul. Sometimes I feel like I'm getting messages from your higher self through songs, and it helps keep me going on what can feel like a lonely road ahead. I feel like I hear your voice in my head as well. I'm always talking to you, hee hee hee. Do you ever hear me? Our late night talks are something that I always look forward to. Baby, what are your dreams? Let's reach for the stars together. I'll support you as you follow your heart to your truest, most purest desires and destination. We can have each other's backs, and it'll be us facing the cold winds in the world together. I just know that if you're by my side, the sun will always be shining down on me, and I'll do everything in my power to help keep the sun always shining down on you. Yeah, you see what I was saying before too? It's like, I was telling you guys, don't get a little triggered just yet. Let's hear the letter. Because it's not like your person doesn't want this, you know, because clearly they do. And it's interesting, they, like I said, they are intuitive, so it is coming through in the letter. They have a little bit of a psychic sense, and since they're so sensitive to music, I'm getting that it's most likely, and since they hear you in their head, they could have a very like one of their more easier to tune in gifts would be clairaudience, which is psychic hearing. Yeah, okay. I can be a pretty playful person, and I've always wanted to try laser tag. Maybe we can do it together. I'm also a big fan of The Floor is Lava and any other childhood game. I'm a big kid at heart. I like to play games and have fun in a more pure way than most people my age. I just don't see the point of living a conventional life. There we go. Again, there's this whole concept of conventional life. Just because everyone else is doing it. I want more in life. I want authenticity and truth. I want to be able to live a fully expressed life. We came to this earth for an experience, didn't we? I want to make mine count. Let's do it together. Sincerely yours, your super cool best friend and life partner. An emoji with sunglasses, and it says, because we're cool. Yeah. You see, it's almost like your person, it feels like they sense the tone of what they said earlier in the message, and then they were like, no, like, I want to make sure that you get that I'm not averse this oh, I forgot to ring the singing bowl for you guys. There we go. I'm not averse this relationship, but this is just what a priority for me, and I'm voicing it with you. So it's interesting. They I feel like they changed their tone a little bit because they wanted to make sure that you guys don't get upset or don't get the wrong idea, you know. And the song that you guys have is You Send Me by Sam Cooke. So give me a moment. Let me just put the song into the letter. And I have the lyrics pulled up here as well. Okay. Darling, you send me. Okay. If you guys haven't heard the song, I would recommend listening to it because it may sound weird just reading the lyrics. But darling, you send me. I know you send me. Darling, you send me. Honest you do. Honest you do. Honest you do. Whoa, whoa, whoa. You thrill me. I know you. You thrill me. Darling, you thrill me, honest you do. At first I thought it was infatuation, but it lasted so long. Now I find myself wanting to marry you and take you home. You send me, I know you send me. It repeats, honest you do. Whenever I'm with you, I know when I'm near you. Honest you do, repeating. And then I know when you hold me. Whoa, whenever you kiss me. Honest, you do. I just realized how weird it is to read these lyrics because in the song it makes sense in context the way that it's sung, but just hearing it sounds like incomplete sentences, so it feels a little funny to read. But then it repeats again with, at first I thought it was infatuation, but it lasted so long. Now I find myself wanting to marry you and take you home. I know, you send me, whoa, you send me, honest you do. Okay, the song is called You Send Me, if you haven't gotten that by now, by Sam Cooke. So I would recommend listening to it because I feel like you get a better idea of the gist of this song because of that. But even in that song, you know, it is cheerful, it is excited, and it's like your spouse is really trying to be like, I am excited about it, I really am. Okay, so I feel like they are definitely making it a priority to reassure you, as we started talking about like their free-spirited nature. And I said they're not a runner, but there's this fear, you know, that may make them come across as one. So let's get into the actual reading itself now. Okay. We've got the Six of Pentacles, and I think that's why they were like, we must come through and tell futures, like group 4, that I am not a runner. I just have dreams. The Nine of Swords that I want to make sure I accomplish. The Nine of Swords, the Knight of Swords. The Eight of Swords, interesting, a lot of swords. The King of Wands, yeah, this is all kind of really correlated to the letter. The Ten of Wands. The Five of Cups, interesting, because I saw that while shuffling. The Knight of Swords. And then we also have the Six of Cups. You guys, I think the Six of Cups has come out for every group. If I'm not mistaken, I think it has come out for every group, just in different decks. And you guys, I love the Six of Cups so much. We have the Three of Wands. Just make sure that's in frame. The Four of Cups. The Seven of Pentacles. Wow, didn't I? You guys, this person has the Seven of Pentacles coming through energy-wise like 3 times. The other 2 bottoms of the decks that I showed you too were the Seven of Pentacles. So this is interesting. The Seven of Pentacles is waiting for your harvest. So the fact that it's come through 3 times, I feel like this is just that extra emphasis of, again, what your person has said in the letter, just like that. And the Three of, yeah, remember I said the Two of Wands is not exactly the same as the Three of Wands, but for me personally, they have this energy of like looking to the future, waiting for like, again, there's this waiting, you know, there's a waiting here. We have Mars. Gemini, New Moon. Let me move this a little down. You know what, you guys? I kind of have a feeling like your group is definitely not going to be as long as the others. So if that's something that you're happy about, nice. If not, I'm sorry. But we have the shadow aspect of Leo. Yep, makes sense. And the light attributes of Scorpio. And then we have the Magician. The King of Wands again. The Four of Pentacles. And the Nine of Cups. Is that in frame? Yes. We also have, oh, this is for the later portion of the reading. Okay. All right, guys, give me a moment. To be honest with you guys, this Nine of Swords right now is giving off that vibe of, specifically in the letter that your person wrote, like, have you ever had a dream that, hold on, let me read it, because I feel like, I don't know if you guys have ever seen the movie Fame. But it's like this movie about these teenagers that get into a performing arts high school. There was a TV show too, I believe, but I'm specifically talking about the movie, and I know they recreated it as well in a more recent, in like the 2000s or something. But or or 2010s or whatever. And this movie, right, it's like these kids have this burning desire to pursue the, like, either acting, singing, dancing, you know, and so they go to a school specifically for that. And your person is just giving off that vibe. Hold on. Yeah, it just took me straight to the sentence. Have you ever wanted something so bad that just the desire alone could make you cry? That's what this is for me. So I really feel like your person, I'm gonna set your song to the side because I feel like we may reference your letter a couple of times. But yeah, that's what it is. I feel like your person is just I can even feel it in myself, you know, like it like this kind of, I'm picking up how intense it is, but it's like everything in their heart, in their chest, in their bones is like calling and trying to push them forward towards this dream. And what that dream is going to be is going to vary for you guys because it's a general reading. But yeah, they mention music, so it could be music, it could be some kind of creative endeavor. It's like they want to create a better life. And it's not that their family was super, like their experience with their family and their childhood was super negative. It's just there wasn't really a room to have a dream or a desire or to grow beyond what was considered the normal or the average or the standard. And it makes this passion all the more intense for them because it was something that was not encouraged when they were younger. So they really feel it's almost like they're begging for life. You know, I know that sounds like really intense, but that's how much this dream is, that's how intense this dream is for them. It's like, it's almost like they're begging God for a chance at life. Like I could even see them like crying sometimes and praying to God. Like I said, there was this aspect of either renewed faith or they somehow became more spiritual when it comes to, for some people it's religious, for some people it's just spiritual in the pursuit of their dream. But I feel like they got to a point where they're like, I'll try anything. So I will ask God, you know, like, God, please help me get to this dream, please. And I can even see them crying because of it. That's how intense it is. It's like correlated with their mission and purpose in life. That's how they feel about it. Your person is very driven. And they're also very generous. Yeah, I don't know if you guys heard the little ding, but that was like a confirmation. So they are very driven. And I also feel like they are very, very generous. And it feels like they try to find a community on the internet or like outside of home that they can kind of have like a group of people that are trying to strive towards a better life or like their dream together, just as like a support system. So it feels like they're kind of reaching out to maybe online communities or like meetup groups or something to try, because it even feels like their closest friends, not all of them, but the majority of them, like the majority of the people in their life just aren't shooting for as high in the sky as they are, you know. They really, like, it feels like their mantra is like, I want to live, I want to taste life. Yeah, so it does feel like they are kind of doing a little bit of hustling, I'll be honest, because they're trying to make their dream a reality, right? So there is a little bit of like, they're really trying to put themselves out there, you know, like if it is music, maybe they're out there trying to promote a CD by like getting people to buy it on the streets or something. Like there is a little bit of aspect of hustle there. That's how like driven they are. And like I said, they're looking for communities of where they can find people where they can all encourage each other together. There's this emphasis on that whenever they find out somebody is an entrepreneur or is wanting to be an entrepreneur. It's like they want to help support that person too, because they're like, yes, that's what I want to be doing. So again, with this King of Wands coming through, it's just such a fiery kind of like, I have a purpose, I have a mission, I have a goal, I have a dream, and I'm going to defend it. From anybody who's going to try to sway me off of my path. And it feels like, honestly, your person is having a little bit of a harder time, which is why this dream is looking, is like tied more to like utopia, a utopian life for them as well. Because it's like, not only are they having a mediocre life or like a regular life in their eyes, but it also feels like they're having a hard time in that life, you know, like getting by and stuff like that. Inflation is crazy, all this stuff, you know? So that makes this dream all the more like a I must have it kind of a vibe around it. You see, like with this Eight of Swords, they do feel a little trapped at the moment, a little stagnant. And like, yeah, exactly. Like I said, I feel like they've cried over how much they want this before. And you even have the Knight of Swords twice. So they're really, really trying to make it work. Like, yeah, in the material world, they're really trying to make it work. They're really trying to promote themselves and do all this stuff and like make the money to be able to support themselves and this dream. Yeah. And if they were able to hear this reading, my message to them would be, your time is coming. You just need a little bit. It's like, it's not because you're not trying hard enough. Sometimes you just need the perfect moment or like the right timing for everything to fall into place. And that right timing just hasn't come yet, but it is on its way. So kind of don't give up hope. It's just the right timing hasn't come around yet, but it's all about the timing for you guys. That's what I would say to them. But yes, let's see what else you can get here about your person. Yeah, even with Mars, again, you have two King of Wands, you have Mars here. They're the passion, it's almost a little aggressive. And like with the shadow attributes of Leo, this is the part of them that wants to stand out, that wants to leave, like they mentioned, right? I want to leave a mark. I want people to know I was here, I existed. This is the shadow attributes of Leo. It's like pushing them to want to kind of rise above the masses. Yeah. Also, so there's something about vocalization, I think. So it's interesting that we mentioned like them having like their psychic hearing being more prominent here, because with Gemini here and a lot of the swords too, and they mentioned the music. So it feels like there's something about vocalization that is also kind of like speaking is kind of prominent for them. So maybe if the goal is not something like actually pursuing music or acting, or maybe it's writing, maybe they want to be a published writer, or maybe they want to have their own magazine, maybe they want to be a public speaker, maybe they want to have their own game show, maybe, you know, it's or like they want to be a successful YouTuber or have a podcast, or there's something about like communication. So it's not just kind of like standing out as like one of the richest people on earth. It's not like that. It's more so like they want people to look to them. They want to express themselves. They want people to look at, yeah, you know what? That I feel like could be the core wound that is kind of triggering this wanting the masses to see it. It's almost like because their family didn't acknowledge this dream, which they felt is their sole expression, they're looking to the world to kind of have that, you know? They're like, I couldn't have this dream at home, so I want to be able to have this dream publicly to the world, you know? So that's part of where that thirst is coming from as well. It's like compensating for not having that support at home, and encouragement to go for it. And it's like the way that they can justify it is like, people will be glad that I'm doing this once I'm successful. You know, not their family, but like other people are going to be like, thank you for doing this and actually persevering and all this stuff, you know. Your person's like really they're like looking for a break, you know. They just, and they even said it right in the letter. They mentioned like, I could really use a best friend like you right now. So yeah. Yeah, with the new moon here too, it's like there is a lot of aspect of change, and they're a change bringer in their family, in regards to they don't want to live the life that the majority of their family is living, and they have seen everybody in their family fall in the same road eventually, and they're kind of like fed up with that. So there's like this need for change, and it's a passion for it, you know. It's like fiery. The fact that they have the light attributes of Scorpio, though, this makes them incredibly intellectual. This is again adding to their intuition, and they understand what drives people, so they can help people become successful too. So I don't know if that could be correlated to what it is that they want to accomplish, but they are able to bring out that passion and drive in other people and help people see what lights their fire. So yes, and this is also that it's like the positive attributes of a stubborn personality, right? With Leo and Scorpio, these are both fixed signs, so there is a level of stubbornness associated with it, but in this particular sense, it's actually a good thing, because this is like the thing that's going to help. This is what's driving them towards their goal. They're very determined. Okay, now let's take a look at these 3 cards. This is going to be how they are or were in love. And to be honest with you guys, the 4 of Cups, the 7 of Coins, and the 3 of Wands, in regards to past relationships, this doesn't seem very promising. It feels like they could have, like, it doesn't seem like that they had too many romantic relationships. There could have been people that they were talking with and stuff like that, but again, it's almost like a lot of those people were not looking for somebody who's as driven as your person. You know, like your person would start talking about their passions, and then the people around them would be like, okay, we get it. You love this thing. Can we stop talking about it now? Let's just go get some, I don't know, frozen yogurt, you know? Like, so it feels like your person has had a really big or a really difficult time with feeling heard or seen. Because people would get annoyed with their dream after hearing it one time. You know, it's like somebody could say, I love somebody, I would love a partner who's determined, you know, and driven. And it's like, here's a person who is really driven, and they show that, and it's like, oh, so you just want, you know, like people are deterred by that, you know. They're like, I want someone who's driven, and then a driven person comes into their life, and they're like, okay, but not like that driven, you know. Tell me about your goal once, twice at most, and then you can tell people around us, but you don't have to tell me about it multiple times, you know. But for your person, being able to talk about this and having somebody give feedback and like encouragement and like wanting to move forward with them, that's so important. And it feels like they just haven't found a good match when it comes to that. So it doesn't feel like they have too many long-term relationships. Yeah, because it seems like that would have been a very prominent deciding factor for them. So it's like they would start conversations, people would be interested, but then your person even would kind of lose interest, or again, it's like they felt unseen or unheard in the connection, because those people that they were with wanted conventional things too. And it's not to say that your person wouldn't want certain conventional things. It's just they don't want to follow the guidelines of society. And it's almost like when society is pushing you to go to college, get a 9 to 5, go to college, meet your sweetheart, get a 9 to 5, get married, have kids right away, and then work 9 to 5 until you retire, and then retire and go to a nursing home or whatever and die. You know, like they're not looking for this conventional path that the, whether it's the government or the society or the culture has laid out for them, or even the world, right? So they don't, it's not that they don't want kids as part of that. It's not that they don't want marriage, right? It's not that they don't want to have a stable income. It's not that they don't want a home or whatever. It's just they don't want to follow the way that it is. You know, they want to do it in their own terms when they feel like this is the right time, or in something that they find to be good about. Well, I think you guys get the point. But yeah, so in regards to past romance, it feels like they didn't have many long-term commitments or connections because, yeah, it just, people weren't really seeing them. Like they weren't satisfied with those people too much, and those people weren't really satisfied with them, and they're looking for somebody who could be as driven as them, or who could be interested in becoming as driven as them. And it doesn't mean that you have to be exactly the same in that same level of thirsty, right? But there's like I want us to be moving towards something together, you know, and I don't think they're okay, I forget the last part that I said. The part that I actually finished, take that in, but when I said I don't think they're just forget that part. Okay, now let's take a look over here. What I was going to say, for those of you guys who are really curious, is I don't think they're looking for somebody to be like their shadow, you know, where it's just kind of like, I support you and that's it, you know. But then I didn't say it because this is a general reading, and I feel like it's like some people won't, some of the future spouses here won't care, you know, and then some of them want somebody to be driven with, and some of them are okay with just having somebody who's supportive. The most important thing is feeling seen and heard. But that's why I didn't share it, because I feel like, but I just said it out loud for those of you who are really curious. But yeah, okay, let's take a look at these final 4 cards before we go to the next section. Give me a moment, guys. I'm trying to get the full picture. Okay, so I feel like for you guys, there is like this hinting at a past life when it comes to, like, we're taking a look at the history, so it's like a past life of your person. So remember we were mentioning past life stuff. So I don't know if it's specific. It feels weird to say past life though, to be honest with you, for you guys. It doesn't feel like is it their childhood? Is it a past life? Is it kind of weird? Okay, it's kind of like a past life, but it feels weird to say that for some reason. Like it feels distant. So it could be like something with their soul specifically, or it could be the past life, but it feels like your person, they were very powerful, and like, you know, just like we can all be a master creator and all of this stuff, and it feels like your person had that kind of power. Maybe the reason that it feels far away is because like it could have been a really older life, you know, like when people talk about like a lifetime in Atlantis and stuff like that. So it could be something along those lines. I am aware that lifetimes can be outside of the earth, but this still feels, is it earth? Yeah, is it? Yeah, this still feels kind of earth related, but it could be like old earth kind of a thing. So there is this energy around your person, like a powerful kind of a vibe, or like a master creator. And it seems like they lived kind of comfortably. Everything that they wanted, they had. There wasn't really any struggle or troubles. It's just they kind of had everything that they were looking for, and even their position in life, even if they weren't an actual ruler, it's kind of like they had a comfortable enough amount of power, or whether it was rank or status in society, that like they don't have to be a super prominent figurehead in society, but they had enough rank in society that they could live comfortably, and like they had people who were kind of aware of them and all of this stuff, you know. So it feels like a very lush and low struggle kind of a life, you know. So they didn't really have to hustle for anything. It's like they were able to, they were just given things, you know, and anything they desired, for the most part, they could create it or make it happen. Yeah, like there's this energy, or like there's kind of like a hinting that they were almost like an alchemist, you know. So that's why I'm saying it's not that they were like a oopsie. It's not like they were I'm not seeing it being like as if they were kings or queens, but there is this like feel of there being some kind of respect around them. So it's like certain positions could be respected. So not everybody in the world will know their name, but like in the area, oh, I've heard of the alchemists on the mountain of blah blah blah, you know what I mean, kind of like that. So the position is kind of a respected one. It's not something that you just have an army of these people, but it's also not like the rarest thing. Like this is something you could train for. That's why it feels like alchemist kind of a vibe. And they just were sitting pretty, making a comfortable living, you know. It just kind of feels like they were doing what they wanted to do up on that mountain, doing whatever it is that they were doing, whether it was a mountain or whatever else, you know. And anything they wanted or desired, it would come to be, or they would create it, you know. So it almost feels like on some level, is it a karmic thing? Yeah, there's in this lifetime, the fact that like their dream, I think that's another reason why they feel like they feel their dream in their bones, is because they had this lifetime where everything just came comfortably, and it's like they were able to create anything like nothing. And so having something that they felt as a part of them be suppressed for so long, that drive, I feel like it's coming from that. Did they live too cushiony of a life? Did they abuse their power? Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how this led to this, but I think what the point being here in this like past kind of glimpse that we're getting is there was a lifetime and a point where they had everything that they wanted and some, you know, and it was just comfortable living with no struggle. And now something about their karma is like they have to work for it or earn it, and that's going to make it all the more worthwhile. It's like they started out too cushiony, so now they have to kind of experience the lessons to get to that point. But they're not being clear as to what the karma was or specifically why it was happening. But yeah, it's almost like they were able to create this and have this and all of that. So yeah, that's one of the reasons why they're actually experiencing some struggle in this incarnation into getting what it is that they're looking for. You know, because they do still have, like, from that past life, this King of Wands energy. They do still have that. They're still carrying that, right? It is something that they they were. And so that could also be the frustration, is because it's like on some level they remember the abilities or things that they were able to have or acquire or do or whatever it may be on like a cell level or something, right? Even if they can't word it specifically, there's like a sensing here. And so that can make it even more frustrating. It's kind of like a if, say, for example, you've had so many dreams where you fly in your dream and it feels like the most natural thing in the world, and those dreams are so close to reality that like you sometimes mix them up with memories of actual memories. And so you start to be like, oh, wait, I have flown before, like I was able to fly, like I did it when I was in there and when I was there, like. And then because those dreams are so much like real life, and they were so mundane, the scenarios, that it starts to feel like a memory. And so it becomes even more frustrating when you realize like, oh my goodness, why can't I do it? I was able to do it all this time. It's like, oh, it was just a dream, like, oh, it was something from from another life or a memory, so there is, yeah, okay. So I feel like that's part of the drive that your person has here that's coming through. Has to do with that. I wonder what, they didn't reveal it to us. The bottom of the deck here is showing, it's funny, right? Because we also have the Knight of Swords here. Oh, sorry. Oh, it's the King of Swords. The King of Swords. I mentioned the King of Swords accidentally. We have the Empress. Again, it's like cushiony. It's like all the things that there is a sense of abundance because everything that they're looking for, their needs have been met, so it's very interesting. Very interesting. But at the same time, it's weird because it doesn't feel like king and queen stuff. It feels like alchemist, monk, but not like a regular spiritual monk. It feels more like I don't know if you guys have ever seen Doctor Strange. But it kind of feels like if you're going to be talking about monks, it's like those that have like those spiritual abilities and stuff, that's why I was saying like alchemist, like that kind of a thing. All right, now let's take a look at what your relationship will look like and other things that we see here. So we've got the Eight of Swords, the Wheel of Fortune, the Eight of Cups, the Courage of Love, number 43, Falling in Love with 30, Obsession and Greed, number 36. Don't be deterred by the words, you guys. Let me interpret the cards. Don't try to read it yourselves and be like, oh, every single group except for the last group. I keep forgetting to put these cards away before revealing the rest. Okay, then we have the Fool again, right? Because I showed it to you guys earlier. Is that in screen? Yes. We have the Three of Swords, the King of Cups, the Four of Wands. Oh, you know what? Interesting. So the song that I keep like humming sort of is like from the Prince of Egypt, which is, funnily enough, it's like a biblical story, I think, or like it's like an Exodus story. But it's an excellent cartoon. The music is great. So it's the intro song, Deliver Us. And I just started thinking about the story, right? And yes, in the story, Moses has like and I don't know the actual Exodus story, but this is just off of the cartoon that I've watched, the Prince of Egypt that I'm mentioning. But Moses, even though he was a Jew and whatever, he was raised as a prince of Egypt. Right? So everything was very cushiony for him. And in order to fulfill his mission or purpose or contract with God, you can say as a prophet or whatever, a Messiah, I don't know the terminology. He, in order to do that, he had to kind of have a very rude awakening and experienced the hardship, almost like Siddhartha, right? Siddhartha had a similar story, and sort of like Siddhartha was also like a prince, and then he experienced the hardship, and it was a reawakening for him, and I believe the start of Buddhism. I think it's Buddhism, right? Or the middle path, whatever, something like that. So basically all this to say, yeah, that I feel like that was what we were talking about with like that past life. It's like everything was cushiony for your person in a past life, and in this life it's like they needed to experience the hardship as part of their contract with God. And in both cases, that hardship actually created a spiritual revolution, you could say, right? So those people who were in a comfortable position, they experienced that hardship, and then they became leaders of a spiritual movement. So that is kind of like, I'm not saying your person is a leader of a spiritual movement, but them wanting to stand out, there's a reason for it, you know? And I feel like this is kind of reflecting their path a little bit as to why they're experiencing this hardship now. Okay, you are adored. Don't be fooled by the players, and don't be fooled by yourself. There is no one more lovable nor loved than you, and I know everyone. Precious, the universe. Is this in frame? Okay. I go where you go. Tell me, are you finding that the occasional stranger has a crush on you? That for words you've almost mindlessly chosen, hearts broken too long begin to heal? That eyes sometimes well up with tears when it's time to say goodbye? Remarkable, our findings exactly. Psst, your divinity is showing the universe. Okay. Then we also have, yes, what? This is kind of correlated to everything. So Lord Ganesh, infinite abundance. Obstacles are being removed. Spiritual support and connections are increasing. This is literally kind of beautiful, because isn't this like tied to what we were just talking about with your person and this journey and all of this stuff, right? And this is a message for you guys and your person. But yes, obstacles are being removed. Spiritual support and connections are increasing. It's just like what I was saying, right? In like that Moses story in the Prince of Egypt, it's like, yes, he had to go through the hardship. Yes, it was uncomfortable and it wasn't pretty, but then he ended up having a bunch of support from other people. And I said it, right? Like the spiritual support and connections are increasing. It's like whatever it was like they went through that struggle. They had the material possessions. It was taken away. They went through the struggle, and then they became spiritual leaders. So, yes, I think that it just correlates beautifully. Okay, and then these two cards are going to be the biggest trigger points in the relationship for you guys. Okay, the things that are going to trigger you the most in this romantic connection. So we have the womb and the medallion. Interesting. Okay, off the bat, the medallion is this person's drive for success can sometimes be a little bit of a trigger for you guys. But we'll talk about it. Give me a moment to sort of take in what I'm seeing. You know, I'm going to show this to you guys because while I was shuffling this deck for the reading, this card came out. I don't think it fell out, but or maybe it did. And I was like, no, this is too soon. So I put it back and I kept shuffling, and it didn't fall out this time, but it ended up being on the bottom of the deck, and it's number 9 with impotence, right? Impotence is kind of like, I believe it's like not being able to have a child. Let me Google it. 1 second. Let me Google it. I'm gonna Google it. Okay, 1 second. Okay, by the way, don't take what I said to heart about the child thing, right? Because I was gonna interpret that in a different way. But okay, inability to take effective action, helplessness. People speak, an example is people speak constantly of their social and political impotence. I see. Inability in a man to achieve an erection or orgasm. Okay. I see. Okay. And I confused it with infertility, but impotence and the womb still kind of correlate, so I want to keep that in mind. In fact, I'm going to put this here. I don't know if you guys can see it, but it's more so for me to see it when we get to that section. So give me a moment. Un moment. S'il vous plaît. I crack myself up sometimes. What can I say? Sorry, guys. Just having a monologue over here. 420. No, I'll stop. Give me a moment. I really do need to look at the cards. Okay. I'm actually going to shuffle one more card for you guys from this deck because I feel like we need more. Give us more insight, please. Okay, so I split the deck and saw this, and then I kept shuffling and I got the Four of Wands, so it did end up coming out, so that's good to know. But I want to get a couple more, or at least another one maybe. We'll see if anything comes out. And you know what's funny? While I was shuffling your cards, part of me was wondering if I was going to end up, if you guys were going to be the only group that I end up shuffling on camera for. And what do you know what happened? Yeah, the Nine of Wands. Okay, makes sense. And maybe we'll do one more. Let's see. And the Ace of Wands. It's so funny because while I pulled this out before I looked at the card, I was thinking of the impotence card, and then this came out, and I mean, they were specifically talking about a male here, right? Regardless of gender, but they talked about a male erectile dysfunction, then getting the Ace of Wands, which is kind of a phallical thingy. So I thought that was kind of funny. Okay. All right, now I'm getting more of a picture here. So, picture this. No, I'm kidding. All right. In regards to what your relationship is going to look like, I do feel like you guys are going to be navigating through things together, you know, and you're going to enjoy being able to do it together. But it almost seems as though, and it's not your job to be the coach to your person, you know, and I feel like God will show them anyway, but it feels like your person, yes, they need somebody to encourage them with their dream, but what they really also need is the assist. Like, they need somebody. Remember I was mentioning they're kind of like stubborn, which is good for them to accomplish their success, to get to their success goal, right? But I feel like they're gonna need some flexibility in what success means to them, because I feel like their goal or mission will change without them realizing it, because it's part of divine intervention or like the divine plan. So kind of similar with like Moses and Siddhartha, right? So it really does feel like there is an emphasis on that, and I feel like you and your person will definitely be there as like your greatest supports for each other. You will definitely feel like you have somebody that's got your back, and they will feel the same way. And I think that in life you may experience a couple of curveballs, so you're going to be really grateful to have each other. But it does seem like there may be times when you guys are going to have to kind of pick up and move somewhere else or try something new. So I don't want that to sound scary or upsetting. I feel like it's not something like bad about the relationship itself, because it doesn't seem like it's about the relationship. It just feels like in order to be able to accomplish the goals that you guys have set, you may have to pick up and move a time or two. So that feels very prominent for you guys. So it almost, the vibe that I'm getting, it doesn't have to exactly be like this, but to give you an example on the vibe that I'm receiving here, it's almost like in order to maybe accomplish a certain goal, you guys will actually have to pick up and move to either another state or another country that's apart from your families and friends. And so it's like you're starting over, and it can feel a little lonely, but you guys have each other, you know, and because you have each other, things are okay. Yes, you know, everybody has conflicts or whatever, but it's like because you guys have each other, things are okay. But you know, you're grateful for each other, but it still can sometimes, like, both of you kind of feel a little lonely, not in the relationship, but outside of it, because you wish that you could have those friends and other stuff where you are now. But it feels like in order to accomplish your goals, you guys may have to move, and it may be more than once. So I'm wondering what these goals are, but it just feels like the success is where you guys are going, and you may have like again, like you may have to start over. So whether it's by actually moving somewhere or like starting from scratch, maybe like the approach that you guys were taking to accomplishing your goal was not like working specifically for you guys. You guys need a different approach or style. So there's something about that. But again, it's like you guys go through this together. You are a unit moving through it. And I think it would have been so much more difficult to do if you guys didn't have each other. So you're very grateful for each other and your connection. But that's what I'm saying. It feels like life throws a little bit of curveballs, but that's why the courage of love is here. It's like you guys can accomplish or go through anything because you're doing it together. You know, it's almost like you're saying, like, we signed up for this. We signed up to go through this together. Ooh, deja vu. I saw this in a dream. Or I guess it's not deja vu then, right? Deja vu is when something feels familiar. Though I will say this feels familiar and I don't specifically remember the dream, but I remember seeing these cards and the Lord Ganesh card. Oh, speaking of dreams, accomplishing goals and dreams, right? And like things that you're striving for. But yes, so yeah, so it feels like you guys have the courage to move forward, and the only reason that you guys are even able to keep going forward is because you know that you have each other as a support, you know? I do feel like you guys are gonna have a very deep love. I think that sometimes you guys may have little conflicts or quarrels, and that's not, and they're nothing like serious. It feels like something you guys can get over pretty quickly. Especially like you guys are gonna know each other's flow kind of thing. But like squabbles or whatever, I think that would be the more appropriate term. And I think that comes mainly from the fact that like it's just the two of you guys. You know what I mean? It's like, because you don't get sick of each other, you love each other, but sometimes because it's just the two of you guys, I don't want to say versus the world, but it's like the two of you guys facing the world, we'll say, right? So sometimes because it's like, I'm always with you all the time, so there could be a little bit of kind of like a bickering, but that's only when you guys are tired, you know, and then you give each other breaks and then you're okay. So that's what it feels like. So it's not necessarily for a negative thing. It's more so because you guys just spend so much time together, or like you guys are together a lot. And again, it's not like a big deal. That's why I said they feel like little things and you guys get over them quickly. And you know how to handle or deal with those things. Like after the first 2 or 3 times that you experience it, you're like, okay, we already know how to deal with this. Like, let's just give each other whatever we need to give each other, and so on and so forth. Then we have obsession and greed. So it's not so much greed, but I feel like this dream that your person, like, remember I was mentioning this whole, like, your person may have to change their approach, or they may need your help, even though you don't have to do this, but I feel like you'll want to do this, and again, God will kind of show you the way. But it's important that while you're striving for the thing that you want, that you remember to live life now. And they seem to be showing that mindset already anyway, by saying that they want to play and have fun, and you know, they don't want to necessarily just be like sticklers in the mud, acting age appropriate. So I feel like they already have a little bit of that kind of mindset, but there may be times, I think, when you guys are facing the difficulties where you may need to remind each other, like, hey, okay, let's focus back on the present moment. Yes, we've got goals and destinations to reach, but life is in the present, not the future that we're planning for ourselves. So we need to kind of take a breather, because the future can sometimes be suffocating when you're constantly trying to live in it, or, you know, in the process of creating it. So just bring it back to the present. Sorry guys, I need to take a sip of water. Yeah, somebody doesn't want to hear that, because I just felt like when I said that last sentence before the cough came out, it came out because I felt like my throat, like somebody just took all of the hydration out of it. And so my throat was so dry that I coughed. So somebody didn't want to hear that, but it's the truth, okay? Like, that's just how it is. That's, life is multifaceted. Our dreams are multifaceted. Getting to our dreams is also a multifaceted journey. It's not black and white. It's not 1, 2, 3, as simple as it may seem, or as it may, or maybe as like, it maybe may appear that way, but it really isn't 1, 2, 3. Most of the time it's like 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 1, 4, 2, 3, 4. You know what I mean? So yes. Okay, let's see what else I'm getting here. Okay, as far as the impotence, I just want to address this now with the Ace of Wands, because I looked at the Ace of Wands and I'm seeing this again. So it almost feels like if your partner keeps getting lost. That's so funny. I would never say this, and I just heard this expression in my head, lost in the sauce. That's funny. If your partner keeps getting lost in the sauce. But yeah, if your partner keeps kind of getting lost in this vision, and it's like having a drive consume you is not good, right? It should not be all consuming. Nothing, no matter how good it is for the world or for you, if it is all consuming, it is no longer good for you. You cannot say that it is medicine anymore. Okay? Nothing should be taking over your whole life and existence. Right? So I feel like that could be, let me look at the definition one more time. I feel like when I saw something it gave me. Yeah, it's like there may be times when, like I said, like your person may need help, and not just your person, it may even be you, right? When you guys are striving towards something and things don't seem to be working out, and you kind of like lose fire, you know, you're losing energy by kind of like trying to revive a dead bush, you know. I don't know if this is a saying or not, but it is now. You're losing energy by trying to revive a dead bush. Just plant a new seed and grow a new tree, because trying to bring something back to life takes so much more energy, and it is like almost no chance of really happening unless you like pour your life force energy into it constantly to the point that you're drained. And then you can say, what was the point of doing that when you could have planted a new tree and it would have grown healthy and happy, and it would have been so much less effort for you, right? So that whole expression of the being lost in the sauce, right? It's kind of like, if you don't know what it means, look it up, guys. I forgot it ever existed because I never used it, and you know, it just feels right for the situation. So, but yeah, so with the impotence and the Ace of Wands, it just feels like for your partner, and I feel like for a couple of you guys it could apply as well. Like if you get to a point where there is a sense of helplessness, like it's like you were going in a direction, but the road is blocked. You went into a different direction, the road is also blocked. You go into another direction, again, the road is blocked. Every road is blocked, right? So you don't just sit there, cry, and feel helpless. You kind of take a break, right? So it almost feels like the stress makes it easy to lose passion in life and can cause issues in the bedroom and all of this stuff, right? But that's what stress does. Like stress does that in general. But it feels like the dreams are so big here that the stress that comes from blockages, especially once you're like, oh my gosh, but we're so close, and then a block, like it's kind of an important note here. Like don't let those doors keep like closing get to you, right? It's the same reason with how I said, like, if I could give advice to your person earlier, the advice that I would love for them to hear, right, that's coming through for them is it just wasn't the right timing yet. So you're kind of stuck on hold in that area or in that department of your dream, of your goal. So it doesn't mean that you just stand at the door waiting. Live your life, you know? Live your life, enjoy, do other things, right? This is the time to now relax, take a trip, whatever else it may be, and then come back to the door once it opens. You know, you don't even have to stand there and wait for it to open like it's some grand premiere that launches at midnight. Like, no, let the door open and then approach the door, you know? So that's going to be something that I feel like you guys will be coaching each other through. Like your person is going to be good at giving you this advice and you will be good at giving them this advice, but it is important for you guys to do it. Again, there's like this emphasis of a team or a unit. Okay. And like the biggest trigger, since we're already here for you guys, I feel like with the womb and the medallion, it's like constantly the medallion is showing like reaching for this goal, reaching for this success. And then the womb, it's interesting because there is a little golden pearl in the womb card, in the center of the womb card, right? And it's the same gold as the center of the medallion. So, and the womb, what does the womb represent? It's creation, right? So it's like, give me a moment. I feel like what we were talking about with the whole impotence and the Ace of Wands card, those are going to be the biggest triggers in the relationship and connection, is those obstacles. But this kind of being here is actually, it's a little different for you guys, because this is not just showing you the obstacle, it's showing you the solution. So for you guys, the medallion and the womb, it's like going for that, like striving for that goal, that accomplishment, that achievement, and then realizing that you are a master creator, right? You guys are master creators. Your person we were talking about was an alchemist. If you guys felt like you resonated with this whole story, because I've noticed that group 1 and group 2 and group 3, right, when we talk about the history section and then the wounds, it somehow seems correlated with both parties. So maybe you felt like you resonated with it. It doesn't mean that you had to. It's okay if you didn't, that part. But, you know, like there's this correlation, like you guys are master creators. Like we mentioned, your person has this aspect of being an alchemist, a creator. You create something out of nothing. A magician does the same thing. So it's like when the pursuit shows dead ends, or there is no hope in sight in that moment and all feels lost, play with each other, have fun with each other, okay? Have intercourse with each other, okay? Do the more like do things that bring pleasure and joy and fun and creativity, and things that actually mimic the act of creation, but do it in the present. Don't do it with the intention of like, let's do this and then we'll have a clear mind to continue going for this goal and still reaching for something that we just know we're supposed to be living or accomplishing or getting to, but we just don't have it or know exactly the solidified version of it yet. You know, don't think of doing this as a form of getting this. Just whenever this feels like it is no longer attainable, achievable, or you feel burnt out or tired, go into the fun, go into the creation, go into nurturing yourselves and each other. Go into play, go into things in the present, take a walk together, take a weekend getaway. Like I said, have sex, because that seems to be something that could be like, it has come up here a couple of times, you know, and it may seem like almost like if you don't have the desire to or if you feel like trapped or stuck in regards to accomplishing this goal, there may be a lack of a desire to do so. But then do something that will encourage you to do it, right? Go on a date night. Have foreplay, try something new, get excited, do something silly, try laughter yoga to like bring yourself back to the present, and then also the experience of pleasure in life, right? Because it's about being able to find pleasure in your life. Otherwise, what is the point of living if not to experience joy as well? If you're not feeling joy, then what is the point of striving towards this goal that only brings stress, right? Those pit stops, those doors closing are there for you to be like, okay, focus on you now, focus on the present, focus on joy. This is where you're living, in the present right now. So go and do, right? You guys are infinitely abundant. You can create anything that you want. It's just when you feel stuck in actually creating something, that means your approach should be changed. That means your focus should be changed. Instead of focusing on the thing that's causing you stress, focus on something that will bring you joy, happiness, and fun. Go do that. Even if you don't have the resources, try to find a version that maybe is a little bit more affordable or whatever it may be. And that distraction and that shifting in your vibration and energy to a place of joy is going to start removing those blocks and obstacles, and it's going to relieve tension, and it's going to be like, oh, this is why we're together. You know, so I feel like both of you guys kind of need that reminder when it comes to going for your dream or your goal. Okay, now let's see what else I'm getting here with the bottom row. With the bottom row, the Fool, the Three of Swords, the King of Cups, the Four. Oh, you have the Four of Wands twice. Yeah. So there is an emphasis of like this union, you know, doing it together as a team, union, cohesion. Yeah, it's almost like sometimes you guys need to remind each other to kind of cherish the moment, you know? Like, oh, one sec. Excuse me, bless me, thank me. Okay. Maybe that's why I've been so silly during your reading too, because maybe that's what you guys need more of, right? I feel like you guys, again, it's like your person is aware of that. You guys could be already aware of that too, and you could be trying that. But sometimes it's like the closer you get to the destination, the more you're just like, okay, I can buckle down and just keep going. You know, yes, I take a break every 30 miles, but there's only 50 miles left, so maybe I should just push through those other 20 miles and then we'll be at the destination, you know? It's like, no, that doesn't work for you guys. Every 30 miles you take a break. That is the standard that you set. You have to be firm with it. So it's like you guys remind each other, and it's very much needed from the both of you, like those little special things, like, you know what, you just take a moment where if one of you guys is focusing on their dream at the moment, right, and they're just like super working hard into the night, then the other person will come into the room and be like, you know what? I really love you. You know, you're so special to me. And it's like, that makes all of the stress kind of melt away, you know? And it's like, you feel like, oh, I can breathe. I didn't realize I was holding my breath because of all of this like intense work that I'm doing, but I can breathe now, you know? So it's like you guys really are that kind of a strength and support for each other. And even this is beautiful. I go where you go. Like I said, it's like you guys, like I don't like the saying us versus the world, because you don't have to go against the world. But it's like the two of you guys facing the world together, and any obstacles or challenges that may come in addition to the blessings and all this other beautiful stuff, right? So, and then as far as these 4 cards, these are 4 cards. Let's see. Let us see. Let us see. Is that a C? C? 1 second, you guys. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. Ow. I hope you realize how much I love you after seeing this, because clearly I'm going all in. Let us see. Let us see. Well, there's a first for everything, I will say, in these videos, and this is a testimony of how much I care about your well-being, my friends. I had to go and pull out vegetables, or I'm pretty sure lettuce is a vegetable. I don't know, are leafy greens considered vegetables, technically speaking? I even risked my cards getting wet because the lettuce was moist in a healthy way, because I pre-washed it. But those metal containers keep it fresh, and I soak it in apple cider vinegar and baking soda water to remove the things that make it. Okay, that's not important. Back to the reading. Yes. I feel like another reason why your future spouse wants to accomplish their goals before meeting you is because they worry, based off of their past relationships and like what those commitments looked like. They really worry about not being able to give you a good life. You know, again, regardless of gender and all of this stuff, it's like, they're like, I would love to have a good quality of life with you. I want to be able to contribute to our relationship. I want to be able to give to you. And they just feel like they don't have the means to do so. Oh, the card did get wet. But yeah, they feel like they don't have the means to do so. And that for them is like one of the reasons why they were mentioning all the stuff they were mentioning, you know, and that is something that they worry about. Though I don't see it being an issue for you guys, to be honest with you. Like, it's not to say that you'll never go to fancy, nice places to go out and eat and all the stuff. It just seems like, I think what makes your relationship beautiful and what solidifies this feeling of like it's us experiencing the world together is you guys are able to kind of like in those difficult scenarios be like, well, you know what? We don't have to, if we have to cut back on the money we spend right now so that we can, you know, keep pursuing this or whatever, we don't have to go out to dinner every night. We can have a lot of fun. Like, we can do cooking parties with each other, you know, and like make that like a date night. And we can go on picnics in the park, you know, instead of going to a restaurant and eating outdoors. We'll make our favorite food and we'll take it there, you know. We can make our own dessert. Like, we can maybe buy our favorite meal and then make a dessert at home, you know, like you turn things into games, or you find like alternatives of doing things, and they don't feel like sacrificing because they feel almost like a fun puzzle that you guys get to solve together. And both of you do this for each other, you know. It's not like you guys have to always remind your future spouse about this, because it feels like your future, like there will be moments where you guys need that kind of a thing too, and your future spouse does the same. It's like very reciprocal. Like, you guys do for them, they do for you, you know. So we do have justice on the bottom here. There is like a balance, but yeah. So I don't really see that being an issue. And again, I don't want this to scare you guys to be like, oh my gosh, this person has like, what, massive debt or something, and we can never go out to eat. And it's not like that. It's just, they would have liked to be able to give you something more comfortable where it doesn't need to be that kind of worry or concern. But you guys are meant to just overcome certain things together, and that's why there is a pause on certain things as well. Also, you guys are very good at I feel like your future spouse is very good at emotionally understanding you. They value you a lot, and they're very good at understanding your emotions. Just like they said their truth in the first paragraph, and then they started switching it out for other things that are true about how they feel and all of this stuff. But like, they voiced their concern, and then they were like, oh, but I know they're not going to be happy with hearing this alone. Like, I want to make sure that they know I still love them and I do want to meet them and all of this stuff. And you know, it's like your person is very considerate of you. They really take you into account. So they kind of understand how you feel. So if you guys are ever having a hard time, it's like they can come to you for comforting you, because they can kind of sense that. And you guys definitely have a lot of new beginnings and new adventures together. And I feel like your relationship itself will be an interesting kind of an experience, but you guys have a lot of new experiences with each other too. Is there anything else? Let's see. Yeah, okay. Dwell on what you love. Right? It's on the bottom of the deck here. And the reason I'm pointing this out is because dwell on what you love, it's kind of like, we were talking about that too. When the goal starts with a calculated approach to the goal, or like the logical approach, or the steps start to feel very difficult or too far apart, or there is like that obstacle, it's like focus on this is even kind of similar colors, right? It's like focus on things that bring you joy. Asking someone to change is like pruning a tree. Neither will ever be the same again. Scarier still is that you can't quite know in what new directions they'll grow. I wouldn't change a leaf on you, the universe. Yeah, but basically what I was saying, that, and also what is this? Yeah, and then on the bottom here we have Kuan Yin with care and compassion. Choose to be love. Do what is right for everyone involved. Offer a helping hand. But this choose to be love and care and compassion, this is what I was saying, like, is the core of your relationship and what you guys offer to each other to kind of help through those kind of stressful experiences and days and nights. But yeah, group 4, that kind of feels like the gist of your reading. Yeah, I had a feeling you guys would be the shortest group. I mean, it's still over an hour, but you're still technically speaking the shortest group. Before I read your letter again, I will do my little outro first. So I did want to let you guys know that I do personal private readings, and I also make custom crystal bracelets as well as custom affirmation songs. So if you guys are interested in any of those services, you can reach out to me either through the contacts page on my website or through my email, all in the description box below. I also have a vlog channel as well as a music channel. They are also in the description box below. And if you want to say hi to me on Instagram, even though I'm not as active, which is okay, but you know what, maybe one day I will be active, that is also in the description box below. Also, I would appreciate if you guys gave this video a thumbs up if you enjoyed it. I'd love to hear from you guys in the comments, you know, saying hi and whatnot, and I would really appreciate a little hello and all of that. And if you guys wanted to share anything as well, your experience or anything along those lines, and if you guys enjoy my content in general, I would also appreciate, let me know what you thought of the lettuce. Did you feel my love for you? But yes, if you guys enjoy my content in general, I would appreciate if you subscribe to my channel. Obviously, you don't have to subscribe, but if you want to help support the channel, it would be very much appreciated if you did so. And you would be notified anytime I place any other videos onto my video feed. Yes, now all of those plugs aside, let's get into your letter. Once again, I will show you your seal. Look at that. Org, org, org. Get it like a seal. A seal. Okay. All right. Oh, serious, Milka, serious. To read the letter seriously. Okay. Okay, no interruptions. We already said that. Hey, baby. I know this isn't what you wanted to hear, but I'm still working on my life. I've been trying to make my dreams come true for the last however many years, and it's become a burning priority for me. I don't want to regret not trying or giving up when I'm so close. Have you ever wanted something so bad that just the desire alone could make you cry? That's what this is for me. I'm not checked out from love. I just have a couple of rest stops I'd like to make along the way to you, if God would permit me to. Something I'm excited about as far as meeting you is getting to know you. I hear we're supposed to be best friends. Winky face. I hope everything has been okay with you. How have you been? I could really use a friend like you right about now. It's been a little hard for me with this whole trying to make my dream my reality thing. It's not that there's no one in my life that believes in me. It's more like they're so used to playing it safe that they keep encouraging me to live a conventional life. I want to leave a mark in this world. I want people to know I was here. Some may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. And yes, I know it was a John Lennon quote. I'm really big on music. It speaks to my soul. Sometimes I feel like I'm getting messages from your higher self through songs, and it helps keep me going on what can feel like a lonely road ahead. I feel like I hear your voice in my head as well. I'm always talking to you, hee hee. Do you ever hear me? Our late night talks are something that I always look forward to. Baby, what are your dreams? Let's reach for the stars together. I'll support you as you follow your heart to your truest, most purest desires and destination. We can have each other's backs, and it'll be us facing the cold winds in the world together. I just know that if you're by my side, the sun will always be shining down on me, and I'll do everything in my power to help keep the sun always shining down on you. I can be a pretty playful person, and I've always wanted to try laser tag. Maybe we can do it together. I'm also a big fan of The Floor is Lava and any other childhood game. I'm a big kid at heart. I like to play games and have fun in a more pure way than most people my age. I just don't see the point of living a conventional life just because everyone else is doing it. I want more in life. I want authenticity and truth. I want to be able to live a fully expressed life. We came to this earth for an experience, didn't we? I want to make mine count. Let's do it together. Sincerely yours, your super cool best friend and life partner, person in sunglasses, because we're cool. Okay, guys. Something that also came through while I was reading the letter again to you, and I was just thinking back of the let us see. I realized a lot of the goofy things that I was kind of doing, I feel like your partner and you guys are going to have a lot of laughs in stressful times, because I feel like your partner would kind of do that for you too. You know, like the goofy stuff like that. They even mentioned that they're silly and fun and all of this stuff. You know, they have a more pure approach as well. So I feel like they're gonna do little things like that. So it almost feels like say for example, you guys are like in school still, and maybe you're going for a master's degree, or maybe you guys are going for like something more difficult, or something more long term, like a medical degree or a law degree, or maybe you guys decide to go back to school later in your life, and it's like a big commitment, and so it doesn't have to be school, by the way. This is just an example. But it's a big commitment, and like you need the support and help of other people, and it's difficult to be able to kind of jump back into something like that or commit to something that long term, and it can be really stressful, the type of assignments that you have to do and all of this stuff. And it's like your person comes in as like a relief, you know, like they really, just like I said, like almost like if you guys are, one of you guys is at the computer, the other person will come in and be like, hey, I love you, you know, and that is like, oh, I didn't realize I wasn't breathing, you know. So it kind of feels like they would do little things like the let us see and this little stuff for you guys too, you know, to kind of like push you forward. and like you guys do that for each other, I think, and I really feel like your person is like that type of person. That's the way they've had to kind of survive and be able to strive towards goals, to be able to find this like brighter side. So I feel like you guys kind of do that for each other, but your person is going to be doing that for you guys a lot too. Okay, but yeah, group 4, that was your rating. I hope you guys enjoyed. I'm sending you guys so much love, right? I mix up my hands sometimes, but so much love, so much light, and I hope you guys have a blessed rest of your day, group 4. I'll see you guys in the next video. Bye guys.